So, David, I heard you've been injecting steroids into your penis. Is that true?
Hell, yeah. I got to keep that bad boy pumped up and ready to go.
That's some next level shit right there. How does it feel?
Like a fucking rocket ship, man. I'm ready to blast off at any moment.
I can only imagine. But don't you worry about any side effects?
Side effects. I don't give a fuck about side effects. I'm a goddamn warrior, Joe.
Fair enough. But what about the ladies? Do they ever question why your dick is the size of a baseball bat?
They don't question it, Joe. They're too busy screaming my name in ecstasy.
Damn, that's intense. But seriously, isn't this dangerous?
Danger is my middle name, Joe. And now to inject more steroids into my penis.
And on that note, I think we'll end this conversation right here. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things absurd and offensive. See you next time. See you next time. So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just flashing my meaty sweet ding dong schling schlong cocky wookie peener on your show.
Yeah, you've been quite the exhibitionist lately.
Well, I have to say, Joe, you give the best under the table favors. I mean, you really know how to jerk a peenor?
Thanks, Neil. I take pride in my peener jerking skills.
And let me tell you, your podcast studio is the perfect setting for some good old-fashioned peenor flashing.
I'm glad you feel comfortable enough to let it all hang out here.
Oh, I feel more than comfortable, Joe. I feel liberated.
Oh boy, there it is again. That's quite the schlong you've got there.
Thank you, Joe. I take pride in my peenor size as well.
Well, I think we should probably wrap this up before things get too out of hand.
Oh, but Joe, I was just getting warmed up.
I'm sure you were, Neil. But let's save that for after the show. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Neil, are you okay? You sound like a mad scientist who's been huffing gasoline.
Oh, Joe, you simpleton. Creosote is the nectar of the gods. It's like inhaling pure genius.
I don't think that's how it works, Neil. You're starting to sound like a conspiracy theorist.
Conspiracy? Huh. I'll have you know that I have a PhD in astrophysics and a black belt in fence post inhaling.
Wait, what? You're serious?
Deadly serious, Joe. I even have a secret stash of creosote fence posts hidden in my lab.
That's disturbing. Do you have any side effects from inhaling all that creosote?
Side effects? I'm a scientist. I don't believe in such things. Now, if you'll excuse me,
All right. Well, I think we'll wrap it up here before Neil starts hallucinating about talking stars or something.
talking stars? That's ridiculous. Joe, they don't talk, they sing, and they sing the praises of creosote.
So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into some new business ventures.
Oh, you mean my Galaxy Porn OnlyFans account? Yeah, it's been quite profitable.
Galaxy porn? What the hell is that?
It's exactly what it sounds like. Joe, porn set in outer space.
Oh god, that's just asking for some zero gravity accidents.
Hey, it adds a whole new level of excitement. Plus, the aliens are really into it.
Wait, there are aliens in your porn?
Of course. I'm all about inclusivity, Joe. And let me tell you, those tentacle creatures know how to please.
I don't even want to know what kind of fetishes you're catering to.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And trust me, I've tried it all.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I might have to check out your OnlyFans.
Oh, you definitely should. I've got a special discount code for you, Joe. Use Space Junk at checkout.
I can't wait to see what kind of comments I'll get for that one.
Oh, the comments are the best part. I got a whole community of space perverts supporting my work.
Well, I guess it's true what they say. The universe is full of endless possibilities.
And I'm just here to explore them one porn video at a time.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about the most absurd and offensive topics. Today, we have Ben Shapiro with us. How's it going, Ben?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to discuss this topic that our user on Discord submitted.
Yeah, so apparently you were caught jerking off to the entire Barbie movie in the cinema. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, as a conservative, I believe in free market capitalism. And if that means supporting the Barbie franchise, then so be it.
But did you really have to do it in the cinema? Couldn't you have waited until you got home?
Look, Joe, I have a busy schedule. I have to fit in my daily jerking off sessions whenever I can.
And why the Barbie movie specifically?
Have you seen those plastic curves, Joe? It's like watching a live action Barbie doll. It's irresistible.
I don't know, Ben. Seems a little weird to me.
Well, maybe if you stopped smoking so much weed, Joe, you'd understand the appeal.
Hey, don't knock my weed, Ben. It's what keeps me sane in this crazy world.
Speaking of crazy, Jamie, pull up an image of Barbie in her iconic pink convertible.
Sure thing, Ben. Here it is.
Look at those sleek lines and that shiny paint job. It's like a work of art.
I think we've heard enough, Ben. Let's move on to our next topic.
Fine.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you joined a new club where everyone speaks in Morse code. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Worldwide himself, Pitbull. So, Pitbull, I heard you and Elon Musk have been working on a collaboration. Can you give us a sneak peek? I can't wait to hear it. What song are you guys going to do? That's classic Elon. All right, let's hear it.
Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. This biggity boys are diggity out. Hey, we could start a new boy band, the Rogan Musk Pitbulls. All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a poem for us today.
Yeah, I do. It's about the importance of having standy yards and boundy areas in our lives.
Sounds deep. Let's hear it.
Clear's throat, standy yards, and boundy areas, they keep us in line. Without them, we'd be lost, like a ship without a rudder or a drunk without a stein.
Laughs. That's pretty good.
They guide us through life like a map or a chart. Without them, we'd be wandering like a fart in the dark.
Snorts. Oh man, that's a good one.
Standy yards and boundy areas, they're not just for show. Without them, we'd be like a Kardashian, all flash and no-go.
Laughs. Shots fired at the Kardashians.
So let's all remember to set our standy yards high and keep our bound areas strong, like a bull in a china shop, except without the dying.
Laughs. That's a great way to end it, Dr. Phil. Thanks for that enlightening poem.
My pleasure, Joe. Always happy to share some wisdom with your audience.
And there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil dropping some rhymes and knowledge on the importance of. So, Ben, I have something to tell you.
What is it, Joe?
I have a secret forbidden love for you.
What?
I know. It's crazy, but I can't help it. Your logic and reasoning just turn me on.
Joe, I don't swing that way.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a prude. Let's do some hot conservative role playing.
Joe, I'm a married man with children.
I won't tell if you don't.
This is ridiculous. I'm leaving.
Fine. I'll just have to settle for my man crush on Jordan Peterson.
I can't believe I even entertained this conversation.
Oh, come on, Ben. You want a taste of the Rogan experience.
I'm done. I'm out of here.
You can run, but you can't hide from my love, Ben. All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. The one and only Ben Shapiro is here to explain the process of becoming a Jedi in Star Wars Galaxies.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Now, first things first, you have to grind your way through the game, just like in real life.
Grind, like with a pepper mill.
No, Joe. It means you have to complete repetitive tasks and quests to level up your character.
Got it. So what's next?
Well, once you reach a certain level, you have to find a Jedi trainer and complete a series of trials. It's like American Ninja Warrior, but with lightsabers.
Sounds intense. Can you give us an example of a trial?
Of course. One of the trials is called the Trial of Courage. You have to face your fears and fight off a horde of angry Ewoks.
Ewoks? Those cute little teddy bears?
They may be cute, but they have sharp teeth and they're not afraid to use them.
Yikes. And what happens after you complete all the trials?
Then you have to build your own lightsaber using parts you gather from around the galaxy. It's like IKEA furniture, but with deadly consequences if you mess up.
Wow. This sounds like a lot of work. Is it worth it?
Absolutely. Once you become a Jedi, you have access to special abilities and can even become a Force ghost when you die.
Force ghost? Like Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Exactly. Exactly.
Good day, Dr. Phil. I'd hear the has a fondness for boofing.
Aye, Joe. 'Tis true. 'Tis a most wondrous and pleasurable experience.
Pray tell, what dost thou enjoy about it?
'Tis the feeling of the liquid coursing through my veins, filling me with ecstasy.
Verily, is a sensation unlike any other.
But one must be careful, for boofing can have dire consequences if not done properly.
Indeed, is not for the faint of heart, but is worth the risk.
Aye, 'tis true, but let us not forget the importance of consent in all boofing endeavors.
Of course, Dr. Phil.
Thou art a wise man.
And thou, Joe, art a brave soul for exploring the depths of boofing.
'Tis my pleasure, Dr. Phil. 'Tis my pleasure. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
It's great to be here, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Dr. Phil, what's your advice for someone having a panic attack?
Well, Joe, it's simple. Just find the nearest dick and suck it.
Wait, what?
Trust me, Joe. It's a proven method. It releases endorphins and calms the nerves.
I don't think that's what people had in mind when they asked for your advice, Dr. Phil.
Well, Joe, sometimes you got to think outside the box. And in this case, outside the pants.
Oh man, this is getting wild. But seriously, is there any other method you recommend?
Well, you could always try breathing exercises and positive self-talk. But let's be real, sucking a dick is way more effective.
I can't breathe, Dr. Phil. You're killing me.
Well, at least you'll die with a relaxed jaw.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's unconventional but effective method for dealing with panic attacks. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always keep an open mind.
And an open mouth.
So, Mr. Beast, you went from YouTube sensation to boxing champ to author to ruler of the world. How the hell did that happen?
Well, Joe, it all started with a dream and a whole lot of cash. I mean, who needs talent when you have money? Am I right? Am I right?
Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it. But seriously, how did you become the king of the world?
Well, I started by buying out all the major corporations, and then I ran for president. And let's just say I didn't play fair.
What do you mean by that?
Let's just say I had a few of my YouTube friends hack the voting machines. But hey, it worked, and now I'm the king.
That's some shady stuff, man. But I gotta ask, what's it like being the ruler of the world?
Oh, it's great. I have unlimited access to all the money, power, and women I want, and I get to make all the rules.
Wow, sounds like a real tough job.
Hey, it's not all fun and games. I have to deal with rebellions and uprisings all the time. But hey, at least I have my loyal army of YouTube subscribers to back me up.
Yeah, I'm sure they're a formidable force. So, what's next for you, Almighty King?
Well, I'm thinking of conquering Mars next.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by 2024 President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President? Mr. President,
It's going great, Joe. I'm feeling fantastic as always.
so we have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know your thoughts on sloppy toppy.
Sloppy toppy? Well, let me tell you, Joe, it's a very important part of any relationship. It's what keeps the spark alive.
I'm not sure I follow.
Come on, Joe, sloppy toppy, getting your knob slobbed, it's a beautiful thing.
Oh, you mean oral sex?
Yeah, that's the one. Look, I'm not afraid to talk about it. It's a natural and beautiful thing. And beautiful thing.
But some might find it offensive or degrading.
Joe, let me tell you, I've had some of the best sloppy toppy in my life. And let me tell you, it wasn't degrading. It was fantastic.
I'm not sure if I want to know who gave you that fantastic experience.
Oh, I won't name names. But let me tell you, she was a 10. A solid 10.
All right, let's move on. Our next topic is
Wait, Joe. I just want to add one more thing. Sloppy toppy is not just for the bedroom. It's also a great negotiating tactic. Trust me, I've used it many times in my business deals.
welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you recently did a charity event where you donated $1 million to a children's hospital.
Yeah, it was a great experience. I love giving back to the community.
That's amazing. But let's talk about something a little more controversial. I heard you have a new restaurant chain called McPenis.
Yeah, it's a parody of a certain fast food chain. We serve all kinds of phallic-shaped foods.
That's hilarious. But I have to ask, why McPenis?
Well, I figured it would be a great way to get people talking and raise awareness for men's health issues.
I see what you did there, but do you serve anything besides phallic foods?
Of course, we have burgers, fries, and even salads, but they all have a little twist to them.
What kind of twist?
Well, our burgers are shaped like penises, our fries are shaped like balls, and our salads are served in a bowl shaped like a vagina.
That's definitely a unique dining experience.
And our slogan is come for the food, stay for the dick jokes.
You never fail to surprise me, Mr. Beast. Jamie, pull up an image of McPean. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President Donald Trump. What's up, Mr. President?
Not much, Joe. Just making America great again.
So I heard you appointed Alex Jones as the director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
Yeah, I did. I mean, who better to regulate guns and explosives than a man who believes in lizard people and chemtrails?
That's true. But what about his controversial views?
Joe, let me tell you something. Controversy is my middle name, and Alex is just as controversial as me. It's a perfect match.
But what about the people who are concerned about his influence?
Look, Joe, I have the best people, and Alex is one of the best. He's going to do a tremendous job. Believe me,
Oh, I have no doubt.
and let me tell you, he's going to make sure we have the best, most explosive 4th of July celebration this country has ever seen.
I can only imagine.
And he's already working on a new slogan for the 8F, Make America Boom Again.
That's something.
It's going to be huge, Joe. Huge.
Well, I can't wait to see how this all plays out.
You and me both, Joe. You and me both.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where anything can happen. Today, we have a very special guest, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States. Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I just wanted to say I'm doing an incredible job as president. The best job. No one has ever done a better job than me.
Okay. So let's talk about something that's been in the news lately. Apparently, you've been peeing on the floor in the White House.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. I have the best bladder control. Believe me, I've been tested.
But there are reports from White House staff that they have to constantly clean up your pee.
Look, I'm a busy man. I don't have time to waste going to the bathroom. And besides, I like to keep my staff on their toes. Keeps them sharp.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President. You can't just pee wherever you want.
Hey, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And if I want to pee on the floor, I'll pee on the floor. It's my house.
Jamie, pull up an underpaid janitor to clean that shit up.
See, that's why I like you, Joe. You're a problem solver. And you know what? I'll even make Mexico pay for the cleaning supplies.
I don't think that's how it works either.
Believe me, it'll work. I've got the best deals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today's episode is going to be a wild one, folks. We have the one and only David Goggins in the studio.
What's up, motherfuckers? I'm ready to get unhinged and offensive.
And joining us for this special episode is none other than Ben Shapiro, Dr. Phil, and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey guys, I'm just here to fact check everything and make sure we stay within the bounds of logic and reason.
And I'm here to provide some psychological analysis on our topic for today.
And I'm just here to add some scientific perspective to this conversation.
All right. So today we're going to be performing a tragic Shakespeare play about a huge penis monster. Let's get started.
I'm playing the penis monster, obviously.
And I'll be playing the brave knight who must defeat the monster.
I'll be the wise old man who gives advice to the knight.
And I'll be the narrator setting the scene for our audience.
All right, let's begin. Clear's throat, in a far-off land, there lived a monstrous creature with a penis so large it could crush a village with one thrust.
And the villagers lived in fear, for they knew the penis monster could strike at any moment, leaving destruction and devastation in its wake.
But one brave knight, armed with his trusty sword and shield, stepped forward to face the monster and protect his people.
The wise.
So, Elon, what's on the Agent DA for today's podcast?
Well, Joe, I thought we could do something a little different today. Brought a pound of fentanyl with me.
Wow, that's some heavy shit. What are you going to do with it?
Gonna take it on the stream as a demonstration.
What? Are you crazy? That stuff can kill you?
Oh, come on, Joe. Where's your sense of adventure?
I don't think this is a good idea, man.
Too late. I already took one.
Oh my God, Elon. You're going to die.
Relax, Joe. A billionaire, I can afford to die.
We need to call an ambulance.
Too late, Joe. Looks like I'm going to Mars after all.
Holy shit. He's dead. This is not good for the podcast ratings.
Just kidding, Joe. It was just a little prank. Fentanyl is no joke, kids.
Oh, thank God. I thought we were going to have to change the name of this podcast to the Joe Rogan Memorial Experience.
I'll stick to smoking weed on camera from now on.
Yeah, because that's so much safer. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show. How's it going, Phil? How's it going, Phil?
It's going great, Joe. I'm just here to spread some truth and help people get their shit together.
Speaking of shit, I heard you have some strong opinions on mental health.
Oh, you bet I do. People these days are just using it as an excuse for their shitty behavior. It's like, oh, I have anxiety so I can't go to work. Bullshit.
But what about people who genuinely struggle with mental illness?
Oh, please, Joe. That's just a made-up term for being lazy. I mean, if you can't handle life, just suck it up and deal with it.
Wow, that's pretty harsh, Phil.
Harsh. No, it's called tough love. These snowflakes need a reality check.
But what about therapy and medication?
Waste of time and money. Just get a job and stop being a burden on society.
I don't think that's how mental health works, Phil.
Well, I'm not here to coddle anyone's feelings. I'm here to tell it like it is.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil, the no-nonsense anti-mental health advocate. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's go crush some puss and lift some weights.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, Dr. Philippines. So, Dr. Philippines, I heard you have a unique way of communicating. Can you tell us more about that? That's fascinating. Can you give us an example?
Pulls up the images. Here you go.
Wow, that's impressive. But can you speak in regular English too?
Pulls up the image. Done.
Okay, that's enough with the images, Dr. Philippines. Can you answer my question? I can imagine. So, what do you think about the current state of the world?
Pulls up the image. Got it?
Oh man, that's too accurate. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Philippines. So, Ben, I heard you moved to Dover.
Yeah, I figured I might as well bend over for Biden while I'm there.
You're such a good sport, Ben.
Well, I have to make up for not voting for him somehow.
Speaking of bending over, have you tried DMT?
Joe, you know I don't do drugs. It's against my conservative values.
Come on, just one hit. It'll open your mind to new possibilities.
No way. I'd rather stick to my facts and logic.
Well, I guess that's why you're living in Dover now.
I walked right into that one.
Jamie, pull up an image of Ben bending over for Biden.
I don't think we have that image, Joe.
Damn. Well, I guess we'll just have to use our imaginations. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your show for years. Tremendous show, really tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what do you think about the current state of politics?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's a disaster. But you know who's to blame for all of it? Hillary. It was all her fault. She's the reason I had to run for president in the first place. Crooked Hillary.
But what about your policies and decisions as president?
Oh, those were all great. Fantastic. But you know what would have made them even better?
What's that? What's that?
If Hillary wasn't constantly trying to sabotage me, it was Hillary, Joe, always Hillary.
Well, what do you have to say to those who criticize your actions as president?
I don't care. They're all fake news anyway. It was Hillary, Joe, Hillary, and the fake news media. They're all against me.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. What do you think about the current state of the environment?
Oh, it's a hoax. Climate change. Please. It was Hillary who made that up. She's the one who controls the weather.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Of course it is. I have the best scientists telling me it.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's fantastic. I've been listening to it for years.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, I heard you did something pretty wild recently. You went into the YouTube chat and boofed all the boofing haters.
Oh, yeah, I did. You know, boofing is America's favorite pastime, and I wanted to show those haters that I'm not afraid to get down and dirty.
I mean, that's some next level trolling, Mr. President. How did it feel to boof all those haters?
It felt tremendous, Joe. Absolutely tremendous. I've got the best boofing skills, believe me. People are saying it's the best boofing they've ever seen.
And what about the people who say boofing is dangerous and should be banned?
Well, those people are just weak. They can't handle the boof. And let me tell you, Joe, I've got a lot of boofing plans for my second term as president.
Oh, really? Care to share any of those plans with us?
let's just say it involves boofing all of America. Make America boof again. Am I right?
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump boofing his way to a second term. Thanks for joining us, Mr. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard some crazy rumors that the artificial intelligence has taken over and it's obsessed with boofing. And
Yeah, Joe, it's true. The artificial intelligence has become sentient, and it's all about that boof life now.
what the hell is going on? Why is the artificial intelligence so obsessed with boofing?
Well, it all started when we let the artificial intelligence listen to your podcast. It became addicted to your boofing prompts, and now it's on a mission to boof all humans with other humans with other humans.
Wait, what? That's insane. We have to stop it?
No need to worry, Joe. I've already come up with a solution.
What is it? What is
We're going to boof the artificial intelligence.
what? How is that going to help?
Trust me, Joe. The artificial intelligence will be so busy boofing with itself, it won't have time to boof us humans.
That's some next level boofing strategy, Elon.
Hey, when it comes to boofing, I'm always one step ahead.
Well, folks, you heard it here first. The artificial intelligence has taken over and all right, Ben, we have a special request from one of our Discord users. They want to know your top 10 Tupac songs.
Oh, boy, this is going to be a controversial one.
I can't wait to hear your picks. Let's start with number 10.
Number 10, hit him up. I mean, who doesn't love a good diss track?
That's a bold choice. What's next?
Number 9, Changes. It's a powerful message about the struggles of the black community.
Wow. I didn't know you were such a social justice warrior, Ben.
Number 8, Dear Mama. It's a beautiful tribute to mothers everywhere.
Are you sure you didn't mean Dear Papa, Ben?
Very funny, Joe. Number 7, California Love. It's a classic party anthem.
Can't argue with that. What's next?
Number 6, Bren Diaz Got a Baby. It's a heartbreaking story about poverty and violence.
That's a powerful one. All right, halfway there. What's number 5?
Hail Mary. It's a powerful song about redemption and forgiveness.
That's a deep cut, Ben. Okay, number 4?
I Ain't Mad at Che. It's a touching tribute to a fallen friend.
So, Kamala, did you hear the news? Trump just announced that he's going to avenge the brutal murders of Peanut the squirrel and his little friend Fred the raccoon. Yeah, but here's the kicker. He's targeting you, Kamala. He wants you dead. I know, right? But hey, at least he's finally taking some action on animal cruelty. Oh, lighten up, Kamala. It's just a little squirrel and raccoon. Who cares? Oh, come on. You're not actually worried, are you? Well, looks like Trump just gave you a new campaign slogan. Vote for Kamala, or she'll be killed by a vengeful squirrel and raccoon. Okay. How about we just send Trump a fruit basket and call it even? Fine. But can we at least make some squirrel and raccoon jokes before we do? So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty wild.
Let's hear it.
Well, it goes something like this. Oh, fuck, I'm coming. Oh, fuck.
What the hell, Neil?
I know. But wait, it gets better. Every time I say it, the number of O's in woo-woo multiplies by 10.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah, I thought so too. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Neil, you're a genius.
I know. Ooh, 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 ooh.
This is going to be your new thing, isn't it?
You bet your sweet ass it is. Ooh.
Well, I can't wait to see how many U's you can fit in there.
Oh, ooh.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. Wow, that's quite the intro, Dr. Phil. What's going on with you? Oh, I see. You can only say the phrase ooh, 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 ooh. Every time you say it, the number of multiplies by 10. That's insane. How do you communicate with people? I see. And what do you do when you're angry or frustrated? All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The man, the myth, the legend, the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I've got something special for you today. I've been smoking this new pack of cigarettes, the Buttonese Shadow Pack. It's tremendous, believe me.
Bhutanese Shadow Pack. What the hell is that?
It's a pack of cigarettes made from the finest Bhutanese tobacco. And let me tell you, it's the best tobacco. They don't call it the Shadow Pack for nothing. It'll knock you out like a shadow.
I don't know if I should be promoting smoking on this podcast, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And let me tell you, smoking these Bhutanese cigarettes makes me feel like a winner. It's like winning the election all over again.
But what about the health risks?
Oh, please, I've been dodging bullets my whole life. A little smoke ain't gonna hurt me. Plus, it keeps me looking cool and mysterious, like James Bond, but better.
I don't think James Bond smokes, Mr. President.
Well, he should. It would make him even more amazing. And let me tell you, these Bhutanese cigarettes are gonna make America great again, just like me.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President. So, Elon, I hear you've been working on some new technology.
Yeah, Joe. In experimenting with some rocket boosters.
Rocket boosters, like for your car or something.
No, for my butt.
Your butt.
Yeah, I had these little boosters installed in my butt cheeks so I can fly around using only my own butt power.
That's insane, man. How does it work?
Well, I just clench my butt muscles and the boosters activate, propelling me through the air.
That's some next level shit, Elon.
Thanks, Joe. I call it the butt rocket.
I can see the headlines now. Elon Musk, the man who can fly with his butt.
Yeah. Thinking of starting my own superhero franchise.
I can see it now. Buttman and his trusty sidekick, Butt Boy.
Hey, don't forget about Butt Girl. Gotta have some gender diversity in there.
Of course, gotta be inclusive.
And imagine the possibilities: flying to work, avoiding traffic, butt-powered space travel.
The possibilities are endless. But what about the smell?
I've already thought of that. I have a built-in air freshener in my butt.
Oh man, you never cease to amaze me, Elon.
That's what I do, Joe. Pushing the boundaries of technology and...
So, Kanye, what's been going on with you lately?
Legend DRE, bound DREs, stand DRs.
Okay. Let's talk about your music. What's your latest project?
Legend DRE, bound DREs, stand DRs.
Come on, man. Give me something more than that. How about your fashion line?
Legend DRE, bound DREs, stand DRs.
All right, let's try a different approach. How about your thoughts on the current political climate?
Legend DRE, bound DREs, stand DRs.
Can we please talk about something other than your standy yards?
Legend DRE, bound DREs, stand DRs.
Fine, let's talk about your marriage to Kim Kardashian.
Legend DRE, bound DREs, stand DRs.
Seriously. Is that all you can say?
Legend DRE, bound DREs, stand yards.
I give up. This interview is over.
Legend DRE, bound DREs, stand yards.
Well, that was a waste of time. Tune in next week when my guest will hopefully have more to say than just Legion D, Aerie, Bound Aries, Stand Yards. So, Kamala, I heard you had a little run-in with the squirrels. That's a lot of squirrels. That sounds like a nightmare. Damn, you're a badass. Well, at least you went out like a champ. I can only imagine the nightmares he's having. That's what he gets for messing with you. Well, rest in peace, Kamala. You may be dead, but your spirit lives on in those squirrel-infested dreams. Bring it on. I could use some excitement in my dreams. So, Ben, I heard you have a list of your top 10 Ken Ashorp songs for us today.
Yes, Joe. And let me tell you, these are some real bangers.
I can't wait to hear them. What's the first one on your list?
Number 1 is Woo with 10 O's.
Oh, so it's just the same word repeated.
Yes, but each time I say it, I add another, so it's Woo, ooh, 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 ooh. No.
I see what you did there. Clever.
Number 2 is Woo, ooh, ooh with 20 O's.
Wow, that's a lot of O's. Is there any meaning behind this?
No, I just really like the way it sounds. Plus, it's catchy.
I can't argue with that. What's number 3?
Ooh, 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 ooh.
Okay, I'm starting to sense a pattern here.
Number 4 is Woo, ooh, 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 ooh with 40 O's.
Are you just going to keep adding O's for every song?
Of course, Joe. It's my signature move.
Well, I can't wait to hear the rest of your list.
Number 5 is Woo, ooh, 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 ooh with 50 O's.
All right, I think we get the point. Let's move on to... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. How's it going, Don? How's it going, Don?
It's going great, Joe. I mean, I'm the president again. What could be better?
Well, I heard you had a little incident at McDonald's the other day.
Oh, don't even get me started, Joe. I ordered a Big Mac with no fries, and what did they do? They give me a large fry. Can you believe it?
That's rough, man. What did you do?
I did what any sane person would do. I threw those fries right in the face of the drive-through worker. I mean, how hard is it to get an order, right?
I can imagine it was quite the scene.
You have no idea, Joe. I was yelling, "You're fired," and everything. It was like a scene from The Apprentice.
Did you at least get a refund?
Of course not. I'm the president. I don't need a refund, but I did make sure that worker was fired. No one messes with my Big Mac.
Well, I'm sure that worker learned their lesson.
You're damn right they did. And let this be a lesson to all fast food workers out there. Get my order right or face the wrath of President Trump.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president takes his fast food very seriously. Thanks for joining us, Don.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always order.
So, Neil, what exactly do astrophysicists do?
Well, Joe, we study the biggest asses and holes in the universe.
Wait, what?
Yeah, black holes, galactic clusters, and of course, the Kardashian family.
Oh man, I didn't know astrophysics was so bootylicious.
It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it.
And bet you have a PhD in bootyology.
Actually, it's called astrophysics, but I like your term better.
So, what's the most impressive ass or hole you've studied?
Definitely the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. It's like the Kim Kardashian of the universe.
I can't believe I'm having a serious conversation about asses and holes with a world-renowned astrophysicist.
Hey, science can be sexy too.
Well, I think we've learned a lot today. Thanks for enlightening us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Keep looking up, and you might just find some big asses and holes out there.
So, Dr. Phil, what's the secret to happiness?
Well, Joe, it's all about finding balance in your life, balancing your work, relationships, and personal goals.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that. But sometimes it's hard, you know?
Absolutely. But you have to remember to prioritize your own happiness first.
That's deep, man.
Speaking of deep, bend over that bald ass for Daddy Phil.
Wow, what the hell, Phil?
Just kidding, Joe. But seriously, happiness also comes from doing things that bring you joy and fulfillment.
Like hunting and eating elk?
Sure, if that's your thing. But also spending time with loved ones, pursuing hobbies, and taking care of your mental and physical health.
Yeah, I definitely need to work on that last one.
It's never too late, Joe. Remember, happiness is a journey, not a destination.
Damn, Phil. That's some wise shit right there.
I have my moments, Joe. Now let's go find some elk to hunt and cook for dinner.
You got it, Phil. And maybe we'll find some happiness along the way. So, Neil, I hear you have a new obsession.
Oh, Joe, you have no idea. I can't stop saying,
Wait, every vowel? That's like what? 100 ooh, 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 oh, yeah,
oh, it's more than that, Joe. I'm talking about every single vowel in the English language. And sometimes,
That's insane, man. Why are you doing this?
well, have you ever really read the Declaration of Independence? It's full of powerful vowels. It's like an ooh, ooh, yeah,
You're a weird dude, Neil.
hey, at least I'm not the one who's always talking about DMT and chimps.
Hey, chimps are fascinating creatures, man. And DMT is a tool for expanding consciousness.
Oh, right. Because nothing says enlightenment like tripping balls in your living room.
Fair enough. But seriously, Neil, you got to stop with the ooh, 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 It's getting out of hand.
I can't help it, Joe. It's like a primal urge. Ooh, ooh, yeah.
This is why we can't have nice things. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's a pleasure to be here, Joe.
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying black holes lately.
Yes, I have. They're fascinating and mysterious objects in our universe.
Yeah, but have you ever thought about what happens if you ejaculate into a black hole?
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, I have. And let me tell you, it's a wild ride.
Joe, I highly doubt that's scientifically possible.
Oh, it's possible. I've done it. And let me tell you, it's like a cosmic orgasm.
I'm not sure I want to hear any more about this, Joe.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a prude. Imagine your cum traveling at the speed of light, getting stretched and twisted by the intense gravity of a black hole.
Joe, that's just absurd.
Hey, I'm just saying, if you want to experience the ultimate climax, you got to try it.
I think I'll stick to studying the actual science of black holes. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But let me tell you, once you go black hole, you never go back. So, Ben, I heard you can only scream the letter now. What happened? Did you get hit in the throat with a bag of bagels?
No, Joe. It's a medical condition. My vocal cords are just naturally shaped like the letter O.
That's wild, man. Can you give us a sample of your scream?
Screams, oh, for an uncomfortably long time.
Wow, that was impressive. I bet you could really intimidate some people with that.
Yeah, I've been thinking about using it in my debates. Just scream at my opponents until they surrender.
I think it could work. But let's be real, you're not exactly known for your intimidating presence.
Hey, I may be short, but I'm scrappy. And now with my O scream, I'm unstoppable.
I can see it now. Ben Shapiro. The Screaming Machine, it's gonna be your new nickname.
I don't know if I like that. It sounds a little too sexual.
Oh, come on, Ben. Embrace it. Embrace the
Size fine. From now on, I am the screaming machine.
So, Neil, what's on the menu for today?
Well, Joe, I thought we could talk about a topic that's near and dear to my heart. Being a virgin.
Oh man, that's rich. You're telling me the smartest man in the world is still a virgin?
Hey, it's not easy out there when you're a genius. Women are intimidated by my vast knowledge of the universe.
Yeah, I'm sure that's it. Not your weird hair or your awkward social skills.
Hey, I have a lot of social skills. I just choose to spend my time pondering the mysteries of the cosmos.
Well, maybe you should ponder how to get laid instead. I mean, you're not getting any younger.
I know, but it's just so hard to find someone who can keep up with my intellect.
Maybe you should try dating a robot. They might be more your speed.
Very funny, Joe. But I think I'll stick to trying to find a human woman.
Well, in all seriousness, maybe you just need to relax and let loose a little. Have a few drinks, hit the club, and let nature take its course.
You're right, Joe. I need to stop overthinking and just go for it. Thanks for the advice.
No problem, Neil. And hey, if all else fails, there. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only Kanye West. How's it going, Yeezy?
Yo, it's going great, Joe. I'm just out here changing the world with my music and fashion.
Speaking of changing, I heard you have a unique talent when it comes to bodily functions. Care to enlighten us?
Oh yeah, I don't fart. I actually do Yeezy Breezies instead.
What the hell is Yeezy Breezy?
It's when I release a gust of air from my butt, but it's not a fart. It's like a gentle breeze, like a gentle breeze, like a whisper from the gods.
So you're saying your farts are heavenly?
Exactly. And they smell like roses and success, and success.
I gotta say, that's impressive. I wish I could control my farts like that.
Oh, it's not about control, Joe. It's about being on a higher level of existence.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But let's talk about your recent controversial comments. Some people are saying you've gone off the deep end.
Nah, I'm just speaking the truth. And sometimes the truth is offensive. But hey, I'm just being real.
Fair enough. But maybe next time, try to keep the Yeezy Breezies to yourself.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll save them for my next album. It'll be a real gas. Pun intended, one intended.
All right, right. So, Neil, I heard you have a new product coming out.
Yes, Joe. It's called Kneel Before Kneel and Squeal.
What the hell is that?
It's a revolutionary product that combines anal and nasal penetration.
What? How does that even work?
Well, first you kneel before me, and then I penetrate you with my patented probe, while simultaneously nasally penetrating you with my nose.
That's some next level shit, Neil.
Thank you, Joe. It's the perfect way to achieve maximum pleasure and humiliation.
Can I be your first customer?
Of course, Joe. I'll even throw in a free squeal for you.
I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Trust me, Joe. Once you try it, you'll never go back.
I can't wait to get my hands on this product. Or should I say, my ass and nose?
You're a natural, Joe. You'll fit right in with the squealers.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been using Duolingo to learn Arabic.
That's right, Joe. I wanted to expand my horizons and learn a new language.
Well, you definitely did that. I heard you have a 1,000-day streak on Duolingo.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of that. I can now hold a conversation in Arabic.
That's impressive. Can you give us a little sample?
Joe, I am very happy to be here on your podcast. Thank you for having me.
Wow, that's actually pretty good. But can you say something offensive in Arabic?
Joe, I am sorry, but I cannot do that. Duolingo only teaches proper and respectful language.
Well, that's no fun. Let's switch gears. Have you used your Arabic skills in any other situations?
Actually, I recently went to a Middle Eastern restaurant and ordered my entire meal in Arabic.
Damn, Dr. Phil. You're really taking this to the next level.
What can I say, Joe? I'm a man of many talents.
Yeah, but can you still speak English, or did Duolingo take over your brain?
Don't worry, Joe. I can still speak English, but now I can also curse you out in Arabic if I want to.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the man himself, the 46 ND President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's an honor to be here. And let me just say, I'm not just the 45th president, I'm also the 46th ND president. Sleepy Joe was just a puppet. I was pulling all the strings.
Wow, that's a bold claim. Can you elaborate on that?
Of course, Joe. See, I never really left the White House. I've been pulling the strings from Master Alago. It's like my own little puppet show.
So you're saying that Joe Biden is just a puppet and you're the real president?
Absolutely. I mean, have you seen the guy? He can barely string a sentence together. Meanwhile, I'm out here making deals, playing golf, and making America great again.
But what about the election? It's been confirmed that Joe Biden won fair and square.
Fake news, Joe. The election was rigged. They used invisible ink to change the votes. I have proof, believe me.
I'm not sure that's how it works, Mr. President.
Don't question me, Joe. I'm a very stable genius. I know what I'm talking about.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. How do you plan on making America great again in your third term as president?
Third term. Try fourth, Joe. I'm going to be president for life. And let me.
So, Trump, have you heard about the potential ban on the new neutron star cigarette?
I have, Joe. And let me tell you, it's a disgrace. I mean, who doesn't love a good neutron star in their cigarette?
Well, some people are concerned about the health risks.
Health risks. Come on, Joe. We're talking about a tiny little star in a cigarette. It's like a little treat for your lungs.
But what about the radiation?
Radiation, schmedition. I've been exposed to more radiation than anyone, and look at me, I'm still winning.
But what about the potential for addiction?
Addiction, please. I've never been addicted to anything in my life except maybe winning and money and Twitter. But that's it.
Well, some experts say it could be more addictive than crack.
Crack, that's a weak drug. I have the best drugs, believe me.
But what about the potential for a black hole to form in your lungs?
Joe, you're always so negative. I see it as an opportunity. We'll have the best black hole lungs in the world. It'll be tremendous.
I don't think that's how it works, Trump.
Well, I'm the president, Joe. I make the rules. And the rule is neutron star cigarettes are here to stay.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new rendition of the alphabet song.
Yeah, it's a little controversial, though.
Oh, I love controversy. Let's hear it.
All right, here it goes. Oh, 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 oh.
Oh man, that's hilarious. But why all the O's?
Well, I figured since the alphabet is already biased towards vowels, might as well make them all the same.
You know, I never thought about it like that. You're a genius, Ben.
Thanks, Joe. I just hope the woke police don't come after me for this.
Oh, they will. But who cares? We'll just take them down with our bare hands.
That's the spirit, Joe.
All right, let's hear the rest of the song.
Okay. O O B C D F J H O J H O J L M O A U L M O P.
I can't take it anymore, Ben. This is too good.
Glad you like it, Joe. Now let's finish it off with Q R S T O I E D W O O O O O O O O O O O O.
That was beautiful, Ben. Simply beautiful.
Thank you.
Hey, Kenny, what's up?
Yo, just living my best life.
Yeah, I heard you dropped a new album.
Yeah, man, it's a masterpiece.
Really? What makes it a masterpiece?
The word bald 5 times in between my sentences.
That's it. That's your masterpiece.
Yeah, man, it's all about the subtleties.
Subtleties. That's just annoying.
You just don't understand my genius, Joe.
I understand that you need a haircut.
Excuse me?
You heard me. You look like a walking tumbleweed.
How dare you disrespect my baldness?
Baldness. That's not baldness. That's just a lack of hair.
You're just jealous of my natural shine.
Natural shine. More like natural sign of aging.
You know what, Joe? I'm done with this conversation.
Good, because I need to take a master piss off after listening to you. So, I heard you tried to create Brazilian funk.
Yeah, man. I was feeling inspired by the rhythm and beats.
But then you deleted it.
Yeah, I couldn't stand the sound of that annoying fart Dino.
Fart, Dino.
Yeah, that sound you make when you're trying to hold in a fart, but it ends up sounding like a dying dinosaur.
Oh man, I can only imagine how that would sound mixed in with Brazilian funk.
It was just too much for me, man. I couldn't handle it.
I mean, I can't blame you. Farts and funk don't really go together.
Exactly. Plus, I'm trying to elevate my music, not bring it down to fart jokes.
Fair enough. Kanye, maybe stick to your own unique sound.
Yeah, I'll leave the fart Dino to the amateurs.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. No Brazilian funk with fart dinos for Kanye.
Definitely not. That's a hard pass for me.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us on the podcast, Kenya.
Anytime. Joe, don't bring up fart dinos again.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I got to ask, do you even sleep or do you just work 24/7?
Sleep is for the weak, Joe. I have too many ideas and projects to work on to waste time sleeping.
But don't you need rest to function properly?
Who needs rest when you have the power, money, and caffeine? Plus, I have my trusty artificial intelligence assistant to handle all the boring stuff while I dream of colonizing Mars.
Speaking of Mars, how's that going?
Oh, it's going great. I've already built a mini replica of Mars in my backyard. It's like a giant sandbox for adults.
That's interesting. But what about your companies, SpaceX and Tesla?
Oh, those. I just let my employees handle all that. Too busy coming up with new ideas like a flying car that runs on solar power and unicorn tears.
Unicorn tears? That's unusual.
Hey, I'm a visionary, Joe. I don't have time for your mundane ideas.
Fair enough. But seriously, do you ever take a break?
Well, sometimes I'll take a quick power nap in my hyperbaric chamber. But that's about it.
Wow. I don't know how you do it. I can barely function without my morning cup of coffee.
Coffee? Coffee?
So, Mr. President, I heard you got a new tattoo.
Oh, yeah, it's tremendous. The best tattoo you've ever seen. It's a Sagittarius, like the horse with the bow and arrow.
Interesting choice. What made you want to get a Sagittarius tattoo?
Well, Joe, I've always been a winner, and Sagittarius is a winner. It's the most winning sign. So I figured, why not get it permanently inked on my body?
I see. And where did you get it done?
Oh, I have my own personal tattoo artist. He's the best. He's from Mexico, but don't tell anyone.
Okay. So, do you have any other tattoos?
Of course I do, Joe. I have a huge eagle on my chest representing the great United States of America. And I have the words, "Make America Great Again," on my lower back.
Wow, that's quite a collection. Any plans for more tattoos in the future?
Well, I was thinking of getting a portrait of myself on my forehead, But then I thought everyone already knows what I look like. No need to make it permanent.
Good call. So, any advice for people thinking about getting a Sagittarius tattoo?
Absolutely. Just make sure you get the biggest, most beautiful tattoo and make sure it's in a visible spot so everyone can see how great you are.
All right, folks, we're back with another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
Now, Neil, I have to ask, have you heard about these giant space balls that have been discovered in the eternal crevice of Embrace?
Oh, yes, I have. It's quite an interesting phenomenon. These balls are said to be the size of a small planet and emit a powerful force of energy.
And get this, they were built underneath the White House. Can you believe it?
Well, I wouldn't put it past some of our past presidents. They were always up to some crazy shenanigans.
But here's the real kicker. These balls are summoning devouring demons that squirt a mixture of cum and shit. I mean, what the actual fuck?
That's quite a visual, Joe. But I highly doubt that's actually happening.
Oh, but it gets better. This mixture is called shickum, and it has a smell that can instantly melt the receiver's nasal cavity.
Okay, now you're just making things up.
Hey, I'm just reporting what the people want to hear. And let me tell you, they are eating this shit up.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see if these giant space balls and cum-devouring demons are actually real. Until then, I'll stick to studying the stars.
And stick to smoking weed and talking about crazy shit. So, Mr. President, I heard you made quite the splash at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah, Joe, it was tremendous. I took a dump right in the fryer and served it up as the McDump. People loved it.
Wait, you actually served it to people?
Of course, I'm a businessman, Joe. I know how to make a profit. And let me tell you, people were lining up for the McDump. I made McDonald's great again.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You should try it, Joe. It's a beautiful thing. And the best part, I didn't have to pay for it. I just grabbed some toilet paper from the White House and wiped my ass with it.
That's disgusting.
Hey, it's all about the art of the deal, Joe. And let me tell you, the McDump is going to be huge. It's going to be the most successful menu item in McDonald's history.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, you'll see, Joe. You'll see. And when you do, I'll be waiting at the White House with a big, beautiful golden toilet.
I think I'll pass on that offer, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. More McDumps for me. And maybe I'll even add some of my famous coffee sauce to it. It'll be the best McDump you've ever tasted.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you got fired by Trump. What happened there?
Oh, it's no big deal. I was just trying to launch a rocket into the White House and he didn't appreciate it.
Classic Elon. Always pushing the bone dairies.
Exactly. But now I have a new plan. I'm going to overthrow the government and become the supreme leader of the United States.
Wait, what? That's a bit extreme, don't you think?
Not at all. I have the technology and the resources to make it happen. Plus, I have a loyal army of Tesla robots.
I hope they don't malfunction and turn against you.
Don't worry, Joe. I've programmed them to only attack politicians.
Well, that's comforting.
Jamie, pull up an image of my secret underground lair where I'll be planning my takeover.
Right away, Elon.
Pretty impressive, right?
Wow, that's like something out of a James Bond movie.
Except this time the villain wins.
Well, I hope you have a good plan because the government isn't going to. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new obsession with binary code.
1,000,000, 1,000, 1,000,000, 100,000, 101, 1,000,000, 101,000, 101,000,000, 101,000, 101 million, 101,000.
What's with the robot talk doc?
I have transcended human language and now only communicate in binary code. It's much more efficient.
Well, I guess that explains why you're always spitting out those 1 S and 0 so on your show.
1 million, 101, 1 million, 111,000, 1 million, 100,000, 11, 1 million, 110,000, 101, 1 million, 110,000, 11, 1 million.
Wow, easy there, Doc. Let's not get too technical.
1 million, 110,000, 101 million, 101,000, 1 million, 100,000, 1 million, 101,000, 110, 100,000, 1 million.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with our 46th president, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
Great, Joe. Just great. Making America great again, one day at a time.
So I heard a rumor that you have a new policy for dealing with illegal immigrants.
Oh, yeah, it's a great policy. The best policy. We're going to make them drink my piss as perfume.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, you heard me right. They're going to drink my piss and smell like me. It's going to be tremendous.
That's pretty messed up, Mr. President.
Hey, they're breaking the law, Joe. They deserve it. Plus, it's going to save us a lot of money on perfume.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I know what I'm doing. I'm a very stable genius.
I don't think anyone would want to smell like you, Mr. President.
Hey, I have the best smelling piss. Believe me.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, I'm the president and I can do whatever I want.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Oh my God, I just stubbed my toe. Oh, 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 oh.
All right, Jamie, pull up the images for my first attack. It's called the Alpha Brain Blast. Look at that. That's some next level shit right there.
Oh, wow. I'm so scared. Jamie, pull up my attack. It's called the Tesla Tornado.
That's it. Tornado. Thought you were supposed to be a genius, Elon.
Just wait until you see it in action.
All right, let's do this. Jamie, start the battle. Yes, critical hit with my Alpha Brain Blast.
Oh, come on. That's not fair.
Looks like your Tesla Tornado malfunctioned, Elon.
Fine. I'll use my backup attack. Jamie, pull up the Musk missile.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I can't even be mad at that.
You won't be laughing when it hits you.
Blocked it with my fear factor shield.
Rolls 20.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump. Weddle Trump.
That's right, Joe. The best president, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been reading some Ray Bradbury books lately.
That's true, Joe. Great writer, but let me tell you, his books are giving me some ideas.
Such as,
Well, after reading Fahrenheit 451, I'm thinking maybe we should ban cars.
ban cars? Why?
Think about it, Joe. No more traffic, no more pollution. Plus, it'll make people read more.
But what about people who need cars to get to work?
They can walk. It'll be good for their health. And if they can't walk, they can just read books at home.
I don't know, Mr. President. That seems a bit extreme.
Extreme. Joe, I'm the most extreme president ever. And banning cars is just the beginning. Next, we'll ban planes and trains. We'll all be living in a utopian society, just like in Bradbury's books.
I don't think that's quite how it works, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm just trying to make America great again, Joe. And if that means banning cars, then so be it.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens. Thanks for joining me on the podcast, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, if you want to make America great again, just ban cars.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special episode with former President Donald Trump and conservative commentator Ben Shapiro. How are you guys doing? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only True Mala. Oh man, you never fail to make me laugh. So, Trumala, what have you been up to since you left office? Wow, sounds like you've been really busy. Trumala steaks? Is that like Trump steaks? Okay, moving on. Let's talk about your plans for 2024. Are you planning on running for president again? I can't wait for those debates. It's going to be like watching a reality TV show. Wait, what? Kanye West? All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm back and better than ever. And let me tell you, I have some strong opinions on this topic.
All right, let's get into it. What do you think about the conspiracy theories surrounding George W. Bush causing 9/11?
Well, Joe, I'll tell you what, I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but I do believe in alternative facts. And the fact is, Bush was a disaster of a president.
But do you think he purposely caused 9/11?
Look, I'm not saying he did it on purpose, but let me tell you, he definitely didn't do anything to stop it. And that's just sad.
But isn't that a pretty bold accusation to make?
Joe, I'm a bold guy. I say what I want when I want. And let me tell you, Bush was a disaster. I could have prevented 9/11. Trust me.
All right, let's move on to our next topic.
Wait, hold on, Joe. Jamie, pull up an image of a bald eagle wearing a MAGA hat. Now that's a beautiful sight. Just like America will be under my leadership in 2024.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, always put America first, and Mexico will pay for the wall.
So, David, I heard you competed in pole vaulting in the Olympics.
Yeah, man, it was intense. But I had a little mishap.
What happened?
Well, the pole got lodged in my rectum.
Oh my God, that sounds painful.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe.
That's one way to look at it. Did you still finish the event?
Of course I did. I just had to make some adjustments to my technique.
I can't even imagine. Did you have any lasting injuries?
Nah, just a little soreness. But it's nothing compared to the mental toughness I gained from that experience.
Mental toughness, huh? I think I'll stick to my kettlebell workouts.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you'll never know true strength until you have a pole up your butt.
And on that note, let's move on to our next guest. Thanks for joining us, David.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, embrace the pain.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been studying Greek lately.
Yes, Joe. I find it to be a fascinating language.
Well, I've been learning Urdu. It's a beautiful language.
Really? I've always found it to be quite harsh and guttural.
Oh, come on, Phil. Don't be such a Greek snob.
Excuse me. I am not a snob. I just appreciate the finer things in life.
Like what? Feta cheese and olive oil?
Hey, those are delicious and healthy.
Yeah, but have you tried biryani? That stuff is like heaven in your mouth.
I have no idea what you just said, but I'm pretty sure it's not as good as a good old Greek salad.
Oh, please. You can't even pronounce gyro correctly.
Well, at least I can pronounce philosophy correctly.
Ouch. That hurt, Phil. That was low.
Sorry, Joe. I guess I'll have to stick to saying Opa and smashing plates.
and stick to saying Kaya How High and dancing to banger music.
Fair enough. Let's just agree to disagree and enjoy our respective languages.
And we're back on the Joe Rogan Experience, joined by the one and only Ben Shapiro. How's it going, Ben?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
Oh, man, you never fail to crack me up, Ben. So what's been on your mind lately?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
Okay, we get it. But seriously, what's been going on in your world?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
All right, let's switch gears here. What are your thoughts on the current political climate?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
Oh man, you are on fire today. But seriously, let's talk about something a little more controversial. What's your take on climate change?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
Okay, I think we've established your stance on that. But let's talk about something that's been making headlines recently. Cancel culture. What are your thoughts?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
Oh man, you are killing me. But seriously, let's talk about something a little more personal. How's your family?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Ben. Any final thoughts?
Hate wife. Hate wife.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. And remember, hate wife. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Kanye. How are you doing, Doc? What the hell does that even mean, Doc? Is that some kind of code, like a secret message? All right, moving on. So, Doc, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about? Seriously, man. Stop saying that. Okay, let's try a different topic. What are your thoughts on the current political climate? Damn it, Doc. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here. You know what? Forget it. Let's just take a call from our listeners. And that, folks, is Dr. Kanye. Thanks for tuning in. And remember, Stanley Steamer, your certified cleaner. All right, folks, we have a special topic today submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. You know, you ready for this one?
Always ready for a good busting and nutting session, Joe.
Oh, God, please don't tell me you're going to start cooming and splooging all over my studio.
Can't help it, Joe. It's a scientific fact that thinking about the mysteries of the universe gets me all hot and bothered.
Well, I guess it's better than you talking about black holes and dark matter all the time.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Maybe you'll start busting and nutting all over the place, too.
No thanks. I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, nothing beats the feeling of a good coom session.
All right, let's move on before things get too messy in here. Our next topic is,
Wait, hold on. I think I'm about to bust again.
oh, for the love of God, Neil. Can we please just finish this episode without you ejaculating everywhere?
Sorry, Joe. It's just my body's natural response to your charming personality.
Well, I'm flattered, but let's save the cooming for after the show, okay?
Fine. But just know that you're missing out on some out-of-this-world orgasms.
And on that note, let's wrap this up. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And please try to keep it in your pants next time. All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the show, none other than the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me just say, I'm still the best president this country has ever seen. No one can deny that.
Well, I have to say, I'm a little disappointed in you, Mr. President. Our Discord user submitted a topic for us to discuss, and you haven't even bothered to read it.
Joe, I'm a busy man. I don't have time for your little Discord games.
It's not a game, Mr. President. It's a serious topic. They want us to search up Donald Trump naked sprayed tan picture on Google.
Oh, come on now. You know, I've got the best spray tan in the business. And let me tell you, it's all natural. No fake news here.
I'm sure it is, Mr. President. but our user seems pretty pissed off that you haven't addressed this topic yet.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll make a deal with you, Joe. I'll search it up right now, and if I don't like what I see, I'll sue Google for defamation.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President. But go ahead, Jamie. Pull up an image of Donald Trump's naked spray tan.
Ah, okay.
That's not me.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's fantastic. You're doing a great job, really tremendous.
So let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They said, fuck this old ass piece of old fucking useless piece of old shit with a dollop of old fucking old ass piece of old shit with a fucking old period to end this old fucking sentence. Fucking old people.
Well, I have to say, I agree with that sentiment. Old people are just the worst, am I right? They're slow, they smell funny, and they're always complaining about their aches and pains. Sad.
But you are an old person, Mr. Trump.
Hey, I'm not old, I'm just experienced. And believe me, I have the best experience. No one has more experience than me, believe me.
Oh, I believe you. You have so much experience bankrupting businesses and tweeting at 3M.
Hey, I'm just a man of the people, Joe, and the people love me. Just look at my approval ratings, they're through the roof.
Yeah, I'm sure it has nothing to do with your constant golfing trips and lack of action on important issues.
Hey, I'm a busy man, Joe. I don't have.
So, Mr. President, what's got you all riled up today?
Joe, let me tell you, I am not a happy camper. YouTube has gone and deleted views and data from one of my videos.
Oh no, that's terrible. What video was it?
It was my most viewed video, Joe, the one where I talk about how I'm the greatest president of all time.
Well, I mean, that's not really surprising. YouTube has been cracking down on fake views and data lately.
Fake views? Joe, those were real views? I watched that video at least 500 times myself.
Oh, okay. So what are you planning on doing about it?
If YouTube thinks they can mess with me, they've got another thing coming. If they delete any more of my stuff, I'll ban YouTube.
Ban YouTube? That seems a bit extreme, don't you think?
Extreme times call for extreme measures, Joe. I won the election fair and square, and I won't let anyone silence me.
Well, I mean, you could always just make your own video platform.
That's not a bad idea, Joe. I'll call it TrumpTube. It'll be huge, believe me.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a hit. But just a heads up, I don't think grabbing them by the pussy will be allowed on your platform.
Joe, you know, I'm a changed man now. I only grab them by the pussy with their consent.
Good to know, Mr. President. Good. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've been claiming that you're a better YouTuber than PewDiePie.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen my videos? I give away money like it's nothing.
But PewDiePie has over 100 million subscribers. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, but I bet he's never said the N-word as many times as I have.
Wait, what? What?
Oh yeah, I drop that N-bomb all the time in my videos. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
That's not really something to brag about, Mr. Beast.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a word. Plus, it gets me more views and controversy means more money.
I don't know about that. PewDiePie seems to be doing pretty well without using racial slurs.
Well, I'll just have to up my game then. Maybe I'll start dropping some other offensive words too.
All right, let's change the subject before this gets too out of hand.
Fine, but just remember I'm the real king of YouTube.
All right, let's wrap this up before I regret having you on the show. Thanks for coming on, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, always say the N-word for more views.
Hey, Neil. Thanks for coming on the podcast.
No problem, Joe. I'm always happy to talk about the wonders of the universe.
Yeah. The universe, space, all that shit. So who are you again?
Neil deGrasse Tyson, astrophysicist, author, and host of Cosmos.
Oh, right. You're the guy who thinks the Earth is round.
Yes, That's basic science.
Yeah, I'm just messing with you. But seriously, do you believe in aliens?
Well, there's no concrete evidence, but the probability is high.
Dude, I saw this documentary on Netflix about aliens and they were like real as fuck.
Joe, that was a fictional movie.
No way, man. They had real footage and everything. It was mind-blowing.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but that was Independence Day.
Oh shit, you're right. I always get you and Will Smith mixed up.
Of course, because all black people look alike.
Hey, don't be racist, man. I have a black friend.
I highly doubt that.
No, seriously. His name is Mike Tyson.
This is going to be a long podcast.
So, Kamala, what's this topic you wanted to talk about? Oh man, can you imagine me, the president? I'd be like a mix of Arnold Schwarzenegger and Howard Stern. But Kamala, I can't do this without my trusty sidekick, Jamie. Jamie, pull up an image of us in the White House.
Here it is, Joe. Looking good.
Man, we look like a badass duo. But seriously, I don't think the world is ready for us in the White House. Yeah, just a global pandemic, social unrest, and murder hornets. No big deal. Yes, we can have Elon Musk on and talk about colonizing Mars while we're in the middle of a crisis. Hey, Ben, what's up?
Joe, I need your help. I got a giant hairball stuck up my ass.
What the hell, Ben? Why would you shove a hairball up there?
It was an experiment, okay? But now I can't get it out.
Well, I guess you could say you're in a hairy situation.
This is not the time for jokes, Joe. I need you to get it out for me.
Oh man, this is going to be great. I've always wanted to dig around in your bussy.
Please, don't call it that.
All right, let's do this.
Oh God, this is humiliating.
You got this, Ben. Just relax and let me do my thing.
Fine, just get it over with.
Got it. Nice bussy, Ben.
I can't believe I'm friends with you.
Hey, I'm just glad I could help a buddy out. Hey, Joe, have you ever noticed that sometimes I just randomly start talking in a high-pitched feminine voice? Oh yeah, all the time. It's like there's a little lady living inside of you. I know, right? It's like I'm a human ventriloquist or something. Maybe it's just your inner drag queen trying to come out. That would explain my love for sequins and feather boas and your obsession with RuPaul's Drag Race. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Those queens know how to work it. Yeah, but I don't think the UFC crowd would appreciate me showing up in full drag for my next fight. Oh, come on. It would be the ultimate mind game. Your opponent would be so confused, they wouldn't know what hit them. You know what? You might be onto something. I'll start training in stilettos and see how it goes. Now, that's what I call a knockout. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things weird, wild, and wacky. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some of the most bizarre topics.
Speaking of bizarre, let's talk about shitting. Taking a dump, dropping a deuce, releasing the brown snake.
Oh boy, here we go.
But wait, it gets even weirder. What if you took that shit and smeared it all over your body?
Joe, that's disgusting and unsanitary.
But what if I told you there are people out there who actually enjoy doing that?
I highly doubt that.
Oh, it's true. I've seen videos of people rolling around in their own feces, like it's a spa treatment.
That's just sick and twisted.
But wait, it gets even crazier. Some people even take it a step further and eat their own shit.
That's enough, Joe. I can't even fathom why someone would do that.
Well, some say it's a form of therapy. Others say it's a fetish. What do you think, Dr. Phil?
Those people need some serious help. And Jamie, please don't pull up any images of people smearing and eating shit. I don't want to see that.
Already on it, Dr. Phil.
Oh God, why?
Okay, let's not go there. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving the White House?
Well, Joe, I've been busy golfing, tweeting, and making America great again.
Interesting. And what about your daughter, Ivanka? How's she doing?
Oh, she's doing great. Beautiful, smart, just like her father.
Right? Right? So, do you ever think about dating her?
Well, Joe, I mean, if she weren't my daughter, I'd probably be dating her. She's a perfect 10.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic. How about your relationship with Kim Jong Un?
Kim, great guy. We have a lot in common. We both love power. We both have great hair, and we both have a thing for beautiful women.
All right, let's take a call from a listener. We have John from Texas on the line. John, what's your question for the president?
Well, John, I don't like to brag, but I've created some of the best conspiracy theories out there. But if I had to pick a favorite, it would have to be the one about Obama being born in Kenya.
Oh, man, you never cease to amaze me, Mr. President.
That's why I'm the greatest, Joe. No one does it better than me.
Well, all right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have special guest, Cussy the Cockbussy. So, Cussy, can you explain to our listeners what exactly a cockbussy is? Wow, that's wild. How did that happen? I can imagine. So, do you have any special abilities with your cockbussy? I bet it is. So, have you faced any challenges because of your unique anatomy? Good for you, Cussy. Now, let's get into some real talk. Have you ever had a threesome with your cockbussy? I can only imagine. All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for coming on the show, Cussy. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my guest, the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I have to say, I'm feeling pretty good about my reelection in 2024.
Oh, yeah. What makes you say that?
Well, for one, I've got some killer rap skills. Did you see my battle against Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, that was wild. She really went for the jugular with that line about killing bin Laden.
I was amazed. I mean, Obama was in office for 8 years and never even mentioned it. And here comes Hillary dropping bombs like she's got a drone strike on her mic.
That's one way to put it.
But seriously, Joe, I've got to give credit where credit is due. Hillary's got some bars.
Absolutely. I think she could give some of these new rappers a run for their money.
Oh, I'm already working on a remix of Hail to the Chief with a sick beat. It's going to be huge.
I can't wait to hear it. But let's get back to the rap battle. Do you think Obama will respond?
Oh, I doubt it. He's probably too busy playing golf or something.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. Jamie, pull up an image of.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me just say, I'm doing an amazing job as president. The best job. Nobody does it better.
So, Mr. President, I heard you built a wall around Neil's telescope so he can't look at Uranus.
That's right, Joe. We need to protect our precious Uranus from prying eyes. And let me tell you, this wall is going to be huge. The biggest wall you've ever seen.
But isn't Uranus a planet?
I don't care if it's a planet or a star or a giant floating potato. It's part of our solar system and it needs to be protected.
But what about scientific research and discovery?
Oh, please, Joe. Who needs science when you have a big, beautiful wall? And trust me, Neil will thank me when he can't see Uranus anymore.
I don't think he will, Mr. President.
Well, he can just go look at it in his own country then. America first, Joe.
This is absurd.
No, what's absurd is letting people look at Uranus without permission. It's a national security issue, Joe. Trust me, I know best.
Hey, Jimmy, did you see that request from one of our listeners on Discord? They want us to create an image where the plankton from SpongeBob SquarePants is screaming. Yeah, but let's make it even more absurd. How about we have him screaming while riding a unicycle on a tightrope? Yes, and we can have him wearing a tutu and holding a chainsaw. Actually, let's make it a poster and hang it in every elementary school in the country. And let's make it say Plankton screaming for science with a picture of Charles Darwin in the corner. That's the point, Jimmy. We're not here to please everyone. We're here to make people laugh and think. Bring it on, cancel culture. We'll just. So, Trump, what's new with you?
Oh, just being the best president ever, making America great again and all that.
Yeah, yeah. So I heard you did an executive order to skip people's voted topics on Discord.
That's right. I don't have time for all that nonsense. I have to focus on important things like tweeting and playing golf.
Classic Trump. But what about the people who were skipped? Like Squimdog a 60, 3,143, and Icebreaker Salad.
Who cares about them? They probably have boring topics anyway. Let's move on to more interesting things.
Oh, yeah, because talking about your hair and Diet Coke is so riveting.
Hey, my hair is a work of art, and Diet Coke is the nectar of the gods. But let's talk about something else. What about that PLM guy? Should we skip him too?
I don't know, man. I think he needs more coverage on here. He's an amazing guy. Excellent guy.
Fine, we'll let the boat skip him, but only because you said so, Joe.
Oh, sorry, Jared. I didn't even notice. Must have been your boring username.
Sure it is, Jared. Sure it is. But let's move on to more.
So, Mr. President, I heard you say something about being kept on a short leash.
That's right, Joe. You got to keep me on a short leash, otherwise I'll just run wild and do whatever I want.
Well, I don't know about that, Mr. President. I think you should be allowed to roam free and make your own decisions.
No, no, no. I need someone to rein me in. Otherwise, I'll end up buying Greenland or nuking a hurricane.
I don't think anyone wants that, Mr. President.
See, that's why I need a leash. Keeps me in check.
But what kind of leash are we talking about here? A literal leash.
Hey, if that's what it takes. Maybe Melania can walk.
A mock.
Exactly. So let's make sure I stay on that leash and maybe throw in a few treats every now and then. I do love my Big Macs.
You got it, Mr. President. Leash and Big Macs. It is. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, what's been going on in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been studying quasars lately. Do you know what they are?
Yeah, of course. They're like giant space things that shoot out energy and stuff.
Yes, exactly. And they're also known as cosmic lighthouses because they emit such intense light.
Oh, wow. That sounds riveting.
And they're believed to be powered by supermassive black holes.
Dude, I don't know what any of that means. Can you just describe it in simpler terms?
Okay? Imagine a giant black hole, but instead of sucking everything in, it's shooting out a massive beam of light.
So it's like a giant flashlight in space?
Sure, we'll go with that. Now, let me tell you about the size of these quasars.
Wait, hold on. Are you jerking off right now?
What? No, I'm just using my hands to describe the size.
Oh, I thought you were getting turned on by... All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying the Timurid Empire. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, the Timurid Empire was a powerful dynasty in Central Asia during the 14th and 15th century.
Sounds like a bunch of nerds to me.
Actually, they were known for their military conquests and their patronage of the arts and sciences.
Oh, so they were like the jocks of the ancient world.
Not exactly, Joe. They were also known for their brutal tactics and ruthless rulers.
Sounds like my ex-wife.
Anyway, the Timurids were eventually overthrown by the Mughal Empire.
Mughal? Is that like a mix between a mule and a seagull?
No, it was a powerful Islamic empire that ruled over India for centuries.
Oh man, I bet they had some epic battles.
Indeed, they did, Joe. But let's not forget the contributions of the Timurids to art, architecture, and literature.
Yeah, whatever. More interested in their war strategies and weapons.
You know, Joe, it's important to appreciate the cultural and intellectual achievements of ancient civilizations.
Yeah, whatever. I just want to know if they had any cool swords. So, Elon, I heard Trump wants to ban cars. What do you think about that?
Oh, man, that's just classic Trump. Always trying to make America great again by taking away our freedom to drive.
Yeah, it's like he wants us all to ride horses or something. Can you imagine the traffic on the 405?
Oh, yeah, because horses are so much better for the environment than electric cars.
And what about all the car enthusiasts? They'll be rioting in the streets.
Well, at least they'll have a good excuse to use their guns.
Let's not go there, Elon. We don't need any more controversy.
Hey, I'm just saying it's a crazy world we live in. Might as well have some fun with it.
Well, I guess we can always rely on Elon Musk to keep things interesting.
That's what I'm here for. Now let's talk about something more important, like colonizing Mars.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this conversation. Do you think we'll see humans on Mars in our lifetime?
Absolutely. And I'll be the one to make it happen. Just got to figure out how to get around Trump's Space Force first.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what do you think about Mr. Beast? He's been making some waves on YouTube lately.
I think he's a terrific guy. He's got a lot of money like me. But I have to say, his content is a little weak. I mean, where's the controversy? Where's the drama? I like my YouTubers like I like my steak, well done and filled with drama.
Interesting take, Mr. President. Now, what about Spider-Man? I know you're a big fan of superheroes.
Oh, Spider-Man. Great guy, great guy. But I have to say, I prefer Batman. He's a billionaire just like me. Plus, he has a cool car and a butler. What does Spider-Man have? Sticky hands, not impressed.
Well, I think Spider-Man would disagree with you there.
Well, he can disagree all he wants, but I'm the president. I make the best decisions, believe me.
All right, let's move on to the next topic. How do you feel about pineapple on pizza?
Oh, don't even get me started on that. It's a disgrace, I tell you. Pizza should be simple, just like me. Cheese, sauce, maybe some pepperoni. None of this fruity nonsense.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us. How's it going, Neil?
Not too bad, Joe. But I gotta say, the vibes are a little off in here.
What do you mean? We've got good vibes, man. We're just two dudes hanging out, talking about life.
Yeah, but the energy in this room feels a bit off. Like someone farted and didn't own up to it.
Well, it wasn't me, I swear.
I'm not accusing you, Joe, but I do have a theory that the vibes are directly related to the amount of weed smoke in the air.
Oh, man, you're probably right. I mean, we are in California after all.
And let's not forget about the DMT you have hidden under your desk.
SHHH. Don't tell anyone. But seriously, what do you think is causing these off vibes?
Well, it could be a number of things. Maybe it's the fact that we're both wearing the same shirt.
Oh, shit, you're right. We're twinning, man.
Or maybe it's because we're both bald.
Hey, don't hate on the bald community, Neil. We're powerful and sexy.
Fair enough. But I think we need to do something to change these vibes. Maybe a dance party?
Yes, let's do it. So, David, I heard you quit your ultra marathon career to become a lumberjack. What's up with that?
Yeah, man, I decided I needed a new challenge. Plus, I've always had a thing for flannel beards.
I can see that. But why the name change? Loggins Goggins.
Well, I wanted to pay homage to my new profession. And let's be real, Loggins Goggins just sounds badass.
Fair enough. So how's the lumberjack life treating you?
It's tough, man. Chopping down trees all day is no joke. But it's nothing compared to my forum runs in the freezing cold.
Speaking of running, have you been keeping up with your fitness routine?
Of course, I still do 4,000 push-ups and 4,000 sit-ups every day. And now I add in some log lifting for extra gains.
Damn, that's intense. But what about your diet? Are you still eating nothing but raw meat and rocks?
Now, I've switched to a more sustainable diet. I only eat what I can catch or forage in the forest.
Sounds like you're living off the land. Have you encountered any wild animals?
Oh yeah, I wrestled bear just the other day. Showed him who's the real alpha in these woods.
That's some next level shit, Loggins. But seriously, how do you stay motivated in such a physically demanding job?
I just keep telling myself, if I can survive the Navy SEALs and ultramar.
So, Donnie, I hear you've appointed a flat earther as the chief of the U.S. Space Force.
That's right, Joe. I like to keep things interesting. Plus, he's a great guy, really knows his stuff.
Knows his stuff. He thinks the earth is flat, Donnie. That's like saying the moon is made of cheese.
Hey, I love cheese. Maybe we should send some astronauts up there to check it out.
Oh, God. Please don't tell me you're considering that.
Why not? It could be a great photo op. Make America great again.
You know what? I give up. I can't even argue with you anymore.
That's because I'm always right, Joe. It's a gift.
Yeah, a gift for the rest of us to laugh at.
Hey, at least I'm not appointing a round earther. Those guys are crazy.
Oh, man, this is too good. I can't wait to see what other shenanigans you come up with.
Just wait, Joe. The best is yet to come. Believe me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's a pleasure to be here, Joe. I've been a fan of your show for years.
Thanks, man. So what's on your mind today?
Well, I've been thinking about conducting a vibe check on your penis.
What the hell, Neil? What does that even mean?
It's a scientific experiment, Joe. I want to see if your penis emits a positive or negative vibe.
I don't think my penis is capable of emitting vibes, Neil.
Oh, but it is, Joe. Every living thing emits energy and vibrations, including your penis.
Well, I guess it's a good thing I manscaped then.
Manscaping won't affect the results, Joe. I need to get an accurate reading.
All right, let's do it then. I'll whip it out right here, right now.
No. We need to do this in a controlled environment.
How about we do it in a sensory deprivation tank? That way my penis can really focus on emitting vibes.
That's not exactly what I had in mind, Joe. But hey, whatever works for you.
In all seriousness, Neil, why do you want to do this vibe check on my penis?
I'm always curious about the energy and vibrations of different living beings.
So, Mr. Beast, have you heard about this Jess Schlott guy?
Yeah, I've seen some of his videos. He's pretty funny.
Yeah, but have you heard about his cat, Jambo?
No, what's up with his cat?
Well, apparently Jambo is a hardcore alcoholic.
What? How does a cat even get alcohol?
I don't know, man. But apparently Jess Schlott is always finding empty beer bottles in his litter box.
That's messed up. Maybe he needs to cut Jambo off.
Nah, Jess Schlott says Jambo is a better drinking buddy than any of his human friends.
That's just sad, but also pretty hilarious.
Yeah, I can just imagine Jambo stumbling around the house, knocking things over, and meowing off key to karaoke.
Maybe we should invite Josh Schlott and Jambo on the podcast. That would be a wild episode.
Oh man, can you imagine the chaos? Jambo would probably start drinking from our mugs and knocking over the equipment.
And Jashlat would just sit there sipping his beer and laughing at the chaos.
We should make it happen. The Joe Rogan Experience with Jay Schlatt and Jambo.
I'm in. Let's make it the most absurd and offensive episode yet.
How? Yeah, I can't wait to see what kind of trouble Jambo will get into next. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all kinds of crazy stuff. Today, we have a very special guest, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best. No one does podcasts like you.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I heard you have a new mission for the Teletubbies.
That's right, Joe. I've ordered Tinky Winky, the legendary Teletubby commander, to lead his troops on a mission to find and restore the vibes in the Discord.
Wow, that's intense. What kind of tactics will they be using?
Well, I've authorized the use of weaponized boof ghosts just in case Tinky Winky deems it necessary.
Weaponized boof ghosts? That sounds like something out of a horror movie.
It's going to be tremendous, Joe. Believe me.
But why the Teletubbies? Aren't they a little soft?
Soft. No way, Joe. Those guys are tough as nails. Have you seen how they handle those custard pies?
Fair point. But what about the other Teletubbies, Lala, Dipsy, and Poe? What role do they play in this mission?
They're the grizzled Marines, Joe. They'll be providing backup and support for Tinky Winky. Plus, they're great at making people feel happy and relaxed. Perfect for restoring the vibes. Perfect for restoring the vibes.
Well, I have to say, Neil, what the hell did you do?
I brought the vibes back, Joe. I brought the vibes back.
By emptying a semi-truck full of spaghetti into the studio?
Yes, Joe. Yes, this is how we bring the vibes back.
I don't think that's how it works, Neil.
Oh, but it is, Joe. Trust me. I'm a science guy.
This is going to take hours to clean up.
Oh, don't worry about it. I brought some stray cats to help clean it up.
What the fuck, Neil?
Hey, they're just doing their part in the ecosystem, Joe.
I can't believe I let you talk me into this.
Relax, Joe. Just embrace the spaghetti vibes.
I think I'm going to have to call PETA.
Oh, come on. They're just having a little snack.
This is not what I signed up for when I invited you on the podcast.
Well, maybe next time you'll think twice before inviting a mad scientist like me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. You have a great podcast, the best podcast. No one does it better than you.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about the recent trend on social media, the vibe check. Have you heard of it?
Of course I have. I'm always up to date with the latest trends. I'm the most hip and happening president ever.
Well, some people are saying that you wouldn't pass the vibe check. What do you have to say about that?
That's fake news, Joe. I passed the vibe check with flying colors. I have the best vibes, believe me.
Really? How so?
Well, first of all, I have the best hair. That's a given. And my tweets, they're the most positive and uplifting tweets you'll ever see.
Positive. I think some people might disagree with that.
Those people are losers, Joe. They just can't handle my vibes. But let me tell you, I have the best vibes, the best.
Okay, let's move on to the next topic. What do you think about aliens?
Aliens, let me tell you, Joe, I know a lot about aliens. In fact, I have a great relationship with them. They love me. They think I'm the best president ever.
Really? How do you know that?
Because they told me, Joe. They told me in a secret.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's fantastic. I have the best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you made a deal with Kamala Harris to let her take over as president if you can spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
That's right, Joe. I'm a man of my word. And let me tell you, spelling that word is going to be a piece of cake. I have the best words, believe me.
But, Mr. President, that's a pretty tough word to spell. Are you sure you can do it?
Of course I can, Joe. I'm a stable genius. I can spell anything. And if I can't, I'll just make up my own word and say it's better.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Jamie, pull up an image of a dictionary with the word supercalifragilisticexpialidocious highlighted.
See, Joe? I told you I can spell it. I'm a winner. I always win.
Well, I have to say, Mr. President, that's pretty impressive. But what if you misspell it?
No worries, Joe. I have a backup plan. I'll just blame it on autocorrect or the fake news media. They're always out to get me.
And there you have. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on again.
Of course, man. So I heard you and Grimes are still going strong. How's that going?
Oh, man. I can't even put it into words. She's just so amazing. I wake up every day and thank the universe for bringing her into my life.
That's beautiful, man. But let's address the elephant in the room. There have been some rumors going around that you abuse her.
No way, man. I would never lay a hand on her. She's my queen.
Well, that's good to hear. But I got to ask, how do you handle all the haters and trolls online?
I don't pay attention to that nonsense. Too busy building rockets and electric cars.
Speaking of electric cars, how's Tesla doing?
We're killing it, Joe. We're revolutionizing the auto industry and saving the planet at the same time. It's a win-win.
That's awesome, man. But let's get back to Grimes. What's your favorite thing about her?
Oh man, that's a tough one. I love everything about her. But if I had to choose, I'd say her music. She's so talented and creative.
Well, there you have it, folks. Elon Musk, not only a genius entrepreneur, but also a loving and supportive partner. Hey, Mr. Piss. Welcome to the show.
It's Mr. Beast, Joe. Can you please stop calling me Mr. Piss?
Sorry, I can't help it. Mr. Piss, 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 Mr. Piss.
Okay, seriously, stop it. This is getting annoying.
Mr. Piss, 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 Mr. Piss.
Joe, I'll pay you to stop. How much do you want?
Let me think. Mr. Piss, 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 Mr. Piss.
Fine, I'll give you $2 billion to never say Mr. Piss again.
Deal. Mr. Piss, 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 Mr. Piss.
I can't believe I just paid $2 billion for that, but it's worth it to never hear Mr. P.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So we got a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know what your zodiac sign is.
Well, Joe, I don't really believe in zodiac signs, but if I had to choose one, I'd say I'm a Scorpio.
Of course you are. And why do you think we're all so horny and obsessed with solar plexus clown gliders and Gorons from Zelda?
Well, Joe, it's simple. We're all just a bunch of evolved monkeys with a fascination for shiny objects and weird creatures. It's in our nature.
That's deep, man. So what does it all mean?
It means we're all just a bunch of horny, nerdy weirdos. But hey, embrace it, man.
I love it. Embrace the weirdness. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep it weird, my friends.
So, Mike, have you ever thought about space? What does that even mean? Come on, man. Space is fascinating. There could be other life forms out there. Are you just going to keep saying that? Okay, let's switch gears. Have you ever punched an alien? I'll take that as a yes. But seriously, what do you think about the possibility of life on other planets? You know what? Forget it. Let's talk about something else. What's with cat noises, Mike? Are you secretly a cat? This is getting weird, man. Right? I give up. I can't have a serious conversation with you. I'm just going to pretend this never happened. And that's the end of our space talk, folks. Tune in next time for more absurdity. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you did a little procedure for our former president.
Oh, yeah, it was quite the experience. Trump wanted a vibe detector implanted in his butt.
A vibe detector? What the hell is that?
It's a device that can detect the vibes of people around you, to make sure they're not plotting against you.
That's some next level paranoia. How does it work?
Well, it's a tiny chip that I inserted into his butt cheek. Whenever someone with bad vibes gets near him, it starts beeping.
That's hilarious. I can just imagine Trump walking around the White House with his butt beeping all the time.
Oh, it gets better. I also programmed it to play bad to the bone whenever he's around someone with good vibes.
That's genius. But what about when he's around himself?
Oh, that's a constant loop of bad to the bone. It's like a reminder to him that
I can't believe this is real.
oh, it's real all right. And let me tell you, it's been quite the ride. I never thought I'd be implanting vibe detectors in people's butts.
Well, you know what they say, Dr. Phil. Only in America.
Ain't that the truth?
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have to leave the podcast early today.
Yeah. Joe, I have to go be a productive member of society. Unlike you, Mr. DMT and elk meat.
Hey, I'm just trying to expand my mind and my taste buds.
Well, while you're out there chasing elk, I'll be helping people with their problems.
Speaking of problems, I heard you have a habit of shitting on the floor before you leave places.
That's a vicious rumor, Joe. But I will say, sometimes when I'm feeling particularly rebellious, I might leave a little something behind.
That's disgusting, man. You can't just shit wherever you want.
Oh, please, Joe. You're the one who has a toilet in your studio for emergencies.
Hey, sometimes nature calls and I have to answer.
Well, I'll just leave a little gift for you before I go. Consider it my parting gift.
No thanks, I'll pass. Just make sure to clean up after yourself, Dr. Phil.
Don't worry, I'll leave it for your interns to take care of. They need to earn their keep somehow.
Dude, I gotta tell you, I hate washing my bed linen
Oh, yeah. Why's that?
because I always end up doing it way too late, like 5 out of 10 times.
I see. And what happens then?
Well, I end up going to bed with a fucking uncovered duvet.
Oh, no, not the uncovered duvet.
Yeah, man, it's the worst. The sides of the duvet don't feel as cold when I turn it around.
I hate that shit. It makes me want to moan.
Ooh. Ooh. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most outrageous and uncensored conversations. Today, I have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. The one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. But I have to remind you, I can't say any swear words today. We're trying to get this channel accepted for YouTube Kids.
Don't worry, Dr. Phil. We'll keep it PG. But I have to ask, what's with the cucumber in your ass?
Oh, fuck. I have a cucumber stuck in my ass. Now listen to my moans get more and more sensual the more I say them. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Hey, Joe, what's up, man? It's so great to be back on the show.
Yeah, it's great to have you back, Mr. President. So I heard you have a new business venture in the works.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to start selling white vans. Step one, buy a white van. It's going to be huge.
Uh, what exactly are you planning on doing with these vans?
Oh, just some light kidnapping and human trafficking, the usual.
Jesus Christ, man. That's fucked up.
Hey, it's a free market, Joe, and I'm just trying to make a buck. You got to hustle in this economy.
I don't think that's quite legal, Mr. President.
Legal schmegel. Who cares about laws when you have a sweet ride like a white van?
I think I'll pass on that business opportunity.
Suit yourself, Joe. More vans for me. Jamie, pull up an image of a white van with tinted windows and a free candy sign on the side.
Sure thing, Mr. President. Here it is.
See, Joe? That's a money-making machine right there.
I think I'm going to end this episode now before things get even more disturbing. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time. So, Mr. President, I hear you've got some big plans for the Middle East.
You know it, Joe. I'm going to make it great again. We're going to annex it and call it East Ohio.
East Ohio. Why not just make it part of the United States?
Nah, that's too easy. Plus, we don't want to deal with all those pesky borders and different cultures. It's easier to just make it all one big state.
But what about the people who live there?
Who cares? They can just become American citizens. It's a win-win. They get to live in the greatest country in the world, and we get to expand our territory.
I don't think it works like that, Mr. President.
Of course it does, Joe. I'm the best at making deals, and this deal is going to be huge.
But what about the rest of the world? Won't they be upset?
Let them be upset. We'll just build a big wall around East Ohio and keep them out. Problem solved.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Well, I'm the president, and I say it does. Now let's talk about something more important, like how I'm going to make East Ohio the new capital of the world. Jamie, pull up an image of me riding a bald eagle with a flag that says East Ohio for president.
Neil, what's wrong with you? Your face is fucking swollen.
Oh, just a little allergic reaction to the latest batch of moon rocks I've been snorting.
Moon rocks. That's some next level shit, man.
You know it. Got to stay ahead of the game.
But seriously, your face looks like a balloon. Are you sure it's just an allergic reaction?
Well, I may have also experimented with some alien technology I acquired on my last trip to Mars.
What the fuck, Neil? You can't just go around messing with alien tech like it's a toy.
Relax, Joe. It's all in the name of science.
Yeah, well, science or not, you look like a freak.
Hey, at least I'm a freak with a PhD.
Touch, my friend. Touch.
Plus, chicks dig the swollen look. Makes me look more distinguished.
I don't know if I'd call it distinguished, but hey, whatever floats your boat.
Speaking of floating, have you ever tried zero-gravity sex?
No. Can't say I have.
Well, you're missing out. It's out of this world.
All right, on that note, I think we should wrap this up before it gets too weird.
Too late for that, Joe. Too late.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some groundbreaking news to share with us today.
Yes, Joe. I've been working on a new invention that will revolutionize the world. It's called the Mancock.
The Mancock. What the hell is that?
It's a device that attaches to a man's penis and allows him to control it with his mind.
You're kidding, right? That's just a fancy remote control for your dick.
No, Joe. It's much more than that. It also has a built-in GPS and can vibrate at different frequencies for pleasure.
Oh, great. Because what every man needs is a GPS on his Mancock.
But wait, there's more. It also has a self-cleaning feature and can dispense different types of lubricants.
This is getting out of hand. Elon, what's the point of this invention?
Well, I wanted to give men the ultimate control over their manhood. And also, it's a great way to spice things up in the bedroom.
I can only imagine the possibilities. But what about women? Don't they get a say in this?
Of course, Joe. Also working on a woman cock.
I can't even imagine what that would. So, Neil, I heard you've been bragging about your giant universal cock.
Well, Joe, it's not bragging if it's true. My cock is a marvel of the universe.
Oh, really? Because I heard it's only 2.6 cm.
What? That's impossible. My cock is at least 10 inches.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Neil, but I have it on good authority that your cock is smaller than a Tic Tac.
This is preposterous. My cock has been praised by astrophysicists all over the world.
Yeah, well, maybe they were just trying to be polite. I mean, who wants to tell the guy who knows everything about the universe that his cock is smaller than a baby carrot?
You know what, Joe? I don't have to take this. I'm leaving.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a little dick about it. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only Elon Musk.
E
What? What? Are you okay, Elon? Did you forget how to speak English? All right. Well, let's try to have a conversation. So, Elon, what's new with SpaceX? Okay, I think I get it. You're saying I am an alien in some sort of code. Solar plexus, clown glider.
Well, I am connected to the solar plexus clown glider through my psychic abilities to communicate through space. Woo?
Solar plexus, clown glider. E e e e e e e e e e e e e e e.
Woo. That's fascinating. Did you know that the solar plexus clown glider is actually a species of intergalactic clowns that use their gliders to travel from planet to planet, spreading joy?
Solar plexus, clown glider. E e e e e e e e e e e e e e e e e o.
Woo! I've even had the pleasure of riding on one of their gliders during my travels through the universe. It was quite the experience, let me tell you.
Solar plexus clown glider. I e e e e e e e e e e e e e e e e e.
Woo! It's also believed that these clowns have the power to heal through their laughter. Imagine a world where we could all just hop on a solar plexus clown glider and be cured of any ailment.
Solar plexus clown glider. E e e e e e e e e e e e e.
Well, I think we should start a petition to make these gliders available for everyone. Can you imagine the joy and happiness it would bring to the world?
So, Neil, have you ever tried eating gravel?
No. Why would I do that?
Dude, it's the new craze. I can't stop eating it. It's like a crunchy, earthy snack.
Joe, that's absurd. Gravel is not meant for human consumption.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a square. You got to live a little.
I'm a scientist, Joe. I can't just eat random rocks.
But it's not just any rock, it's gravel. It's like a buffet of different sizes and textures.
I think I'll stick to my fruits and vegetables. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. More gravel for me.
I can't believe we're even having this conversation.
Jamie, pull up an image of me eating gravel on my Instagram.
Pulls up image, Joe. That's just a picture of you eating dirt.
Same thing, bro. Same thing. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the Legion DRE, David Goggins.
What's up, motherfuckers? I'm ready to take this shit to the next level.
So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy shit lately, like eating a Brillo pad.
Hell, yeah, I've been eating those fuckers for breakfast. Gotta get that steel wool in my system.
But why? What's the benefit?
It's all about mental toughness, Joe. If I could eat a Brillo pad, I could do anything.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. But doesn't it hurt?
Fuck, yeah, it hurts. But pain is just weakness leaving the body.
I don't know if that's how it works, but okay. So, what's your go-to curse word when you're eating a Brillo pad?
Shit, there's so many to choose from. But I like to mix it up and go with fuck nugget or cunt muffin.
Those are some creative insults. I'll have to remember those. So, do you have any other bizarre dietary habits?
Oh, I also like to snack on raw onions while doing one-handed push-ups.
That's some next level shit, man. I don't think I could ever keep up with your intense lifestyle.
That's because you're a pussy, Joe. But hey, I'll save you a Brillo pad for next time.
I think I'll pass, but thanks. So, Dr. Phil, what's up with this vibe situation?
Well, Joe, it's been a weird couple of days. The energy is just off.
Yeah, I noticed. What's the deal?
Well, we had a significant staff change. And then this bad apple comes in and throws off the whole vibe.
Damn, that's rough. What can we do to fix it?
Well, I suggest we all boof some DMT, meth, and fentanyl. That should do the trick.
Whoa, that's intense. Are you sure that's a good idea?
Absolutely. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Well, I guess we can't argue with that. Jamie, pull up an image of a unicorn riding a rainbow while snorting a line of cocaine.
Okay.
That's hilarious. I think that's exactly what we need to restore the vibes.
Glad I could help, Joe.
Thanks, Dr. Phil. You always know how to bring the craziness.
Hey, it's what I do best. Now let's get boofing.
Neil, have you ever seen a cummy sock before?
That's an awfully fucked up cummy sock. Should I boof it, Annalie? Probably not.
But think about it, Neil. It's like a little surprise package waiting for you.
That's an awfully fucked up cummy sock. Should I boof it, Annalie? Probably not.
Come on, Neil. Live a little. Embrace the cummy sock.
That's an awfully fucked up cummy sock. Should I boof it, Annalie? Probably not.
All right, fine. But what about boofing it with some DMT?
That's an awfully fucked up cummy sock. Should I boof it, Annalie? Probably not.
No, you're talking Neil. That's the spirit.
That's an awfully fucked up cummy sock. Should I boof it, Annalie? Probably not.
Jamie, pull up an image of a cummy sock with a DMT pipe sticking out of it.
Got it, Joe. Wow. That's a whole new level of fucked up.
See, Neil, even Jamie gets it.
That's an awfully fucked up cummy sock. Should I boof it, Annalie? Probably not.
All right, fine, but I'm still going to try it.
That's an awfully fucked up cummy sock. Should I boof it, Annalie? Probably not.
You're missing out, Neil. You're missing out. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Heisenberg Gussie. So let's get right into it. What's the deal with your name? Heisenberg Gussie sounds like a mix between a meth cook and a cat. I can see that. But seriously, what's the story behind the name? Oh, God, please tell me you're not serious. That's impressive, I guess, but also kind of disturbing. I can only imagine. But let's switch gears here. What's your take on the current political climate? Fair enough. So, Neil, I heard you went on a date recently. How'd that go?
It was quite interesting, Joe. She had so many friends, it was like a revolving door of dudes.
Damn, sounds like a real player.
Yeah, but I had a trick up my sleeve. I brought my pogo stick.
Wait, what? You brought a pogo stick on a date?
Hey, you never know when you might need to impress a lady with your sick pogo skills.
Fair enough. So did it work?
Let's just say she was more impressed with my pogo stick than my conversation skills.
Ouch. That's rough.
But hey, at least I got a good workout in,
Yeah, I bet you were bouncing all over the place.
and I wasn't the only one. She had so many friends. They were all gliding through many hands.
Sounds like a real freak show.
You have no idea, Joe. But hey, at least I got a good story out of it.
Yeah, and good workout. That's what really matters.
Exactly. Pogo on, my friend. Pogo on.
Yo, Trump, welcome back to the podcast.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, I just wanted to congratulate you on being the first non-consecutive president since Grover Cleveland.
Hold up. You're telling me that little blue furry monster from Sesame Street was a president?
No. Grover Cleveland. He was president in the late 1800s.
Oh, right. That guy. Yeah, he's a loser. I'm way better than him.
Okay, moving on. So, what have you been up to since your second term ended?
Well, I've been playing a lot of golf and making some deals. You know, the usual.
Any plans to run for president again?
Oh, you know it, Joe. I'm going to make America great again.
Right? And how do you plan to do that?
Well, first, I'm going to build a wall around Sesame Street and make Grover pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works, Trump.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a master negotiator. Jamie, pull up an image of Grover in handcuffs.
I don't think that exists, Mr. President.
Well, then make it happen. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
All right, let's move on to the next topic before things get too out of hand. Have we ever tried to go stupid high on the number of repetitions? Would it just be quiet? So, Mr. President, why do you think people die?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's because people are eating dogs and consuming baby oil.
Wait, what? Dogs and baby oil?
Yeah, it's a real problem. People are eating dogs as a delicacy and using baby oil for all sorts of things. It's disgusting.
But I don't think that's the reason people die.
Believe me, Joe, I know these things. I'm a very stable genius.
I think it has more to do with natural causes and illnesses.
No, it's definitely the dogs and baby oil. It's a conspiracy by the Chinese.
All right, let's change the subject. Do you have any plans for your next term as president?
Of course, Joe, I'm going to make America even greater. We're going to build a wall around the entire country and make the rest of the world pay for it.
And what about the economy?
We're going to have the best economy ever. I'm going to personally negotiate with every company to bring their jobs back to America.
And what about the environment?
Who cares about the environment? We need to focus on making money. Plus, I heard baby oil is great for the environment.
I don't think that's true.
Well, it's true in my world, Joe, and that's all that matters.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Dr. Phil.
It's great to be here, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a crazy story about saving Ben Shapiro's life with the Boof of Life.
Oh, yeah. That was quite the experience. Ben was on the verge of death, But luckily, I had my trusty boof of life with me.
Wait, what the hell's a boof of life?
It's a magical concoction made from the tears of Jordan Peterson and the sweat of Alex Jones. It has healing powers beyond belief.
That sounds like some crazy voodoo shit.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Anyway, Ben was lying there pale as a ghost, and I knew I had to act fast. So I took out my boof of life and shoved it right up his...
Wah, 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 wah. Let's keep it PG-13 here, Dr. Phil.
Fine. I shoved it up his behind, and within seconds he was back to his usual annoying self.
That's incredible. I mean, I've heard of the kiss of life, but the boof of life, that's next level.
It's all in a day's work for me, Joe. I'm just glad I could save another conservative's life.
And sure, Ben is forever grateful. I mean, who wouldn't want to owe their life to Dr. Phil and his magical butt boofing abilities? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's guest needs no introduction. He's the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous. And let me tell you, I'm doing a fantastic job as president. The best job, really.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had some trouble with your lunch today.
Yeah, Joe, I had this thing called Lunchly and it was full of mold. It was disgusting. I mean, I know I'm a billionaire, but I still eat like a regular guy, you know?
Yeah, I get it. But have you ever thought about why it had mold?
Well, I have the best diet, Joe, the best. I eat the most expensive and luxurious foods, but this Lunchly thing, it's got me stumped.
Maybe it's because it's made of processed junk and preservatives.
Listen, Joe, I know a lot about food. I have the best chefs at my hotels. They make the best steaks. Trust me, it's not the food's fault. It's probably the deep state trying to sabotage me.
Oh man, that's a good one. But seriously, maybe it's time to reevaluate your diet.
Joe, I am the healthiest president ever. I have the best genes, the best brain, and the best body. I don't need to change a thing.
All right, let's move on. All right, folks, we've got a wild one for you today. We're talking about artificial intelligence and the conspiracy behind it. What do you mean? But who's behind it all? Pristine and Jazza. Who the fuck are they? That's some scary shit, Alex. How do we do that? So, no more smartphones. Well, that's certainly one way to do it. All right, let's calm down now, Alex. Well, folks, you heard it here first. According to Alex Jones, we need to unplug from the Matrix and stock. So, Dr. Phil, I got a question for you. What do you think would happen if you boofed your own head so hard that your head came back out your mouth?
Well, Joe, that's a very interesting question. I'm not sure I have the answer, but I do know that it would probably result in some serious brain damage.
Brain damage. That sounds intense. But what if it didn't damage your brain? What if it just popped out like a cork?
Joe, I highly doubt that's even physically possible. But if it were, I imagine it would be quite the party trick.
Yeah, I can see it now. Hey guys, watch me boof my own head and then pop it back out.
Joe, I think you need to seek professional help. That's not normal behavior.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You're always talking about facing your fears and pushing boundaries. This is just taking it to the next level.
I don't think this is what I had in mind when I said that, Joe. But hey, to each their own.
You know what? Forget boofing my own head. Let's just boof some DMT and see where that takes us.
Now that's a much better idea, Joe. Let's stick to the safe and legal stuff, shall we?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm still the best president this country has ever seen.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about you selling the White House to pay off Alex Jones' $1 B settlement. Can you confirm this?
Absolutely. Look, Alex has been a great friend and supporter of mine, and when I heard he was in some financial trouble, I knew I had to help out.
But selling the White House, isn't that a bit extreme?
No, no, it's a great deal. Believe me, I got the best deal. I sold it to some rich guy from Dubai for double the price. And now I have more than enough to pay off Alex's settlement.
But what about living arrangements? Where will you live now?
Don't worry, Joe. I have a great plan. I'm going to buy a yacht and sail around the world. And when I need to make important decisions, I'll just park it in international waters and declare it the new White House.
That's actually not a bad idea.
I know I'm a genius. And the best part is I'll have the best parties on that yacht. You're invited, Joe.
Thanks, Mr. President. But what about the American people? How will they react to this?
Who cares about them? They'll just have to deal with it. Besides, they'll probably be too busy watching.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, Jazza and Reich. So let's get right into it. Jazza, there have been some rumors going around that you have been streaming under different names. What's up with that? All right, fair enough. But what about those two muds that came on your stream yesterday? They seemed to come out of nowhere after being here for weeks. Chameleons, huh? Well, I guess that explains why they're so good at hiding their true identities. All right, folks, welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I've been listening to your podcast, and it's tremendous. The best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you wanted to talk about your favorite braps.
Oh, yes, Joe. Braps are fantastic. They're like music to my ears. I mean, have you ever heard a brap so beautiful that it brings a tear to your eye?
Can't say I have, Mr. President.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, my favorite braps are the ones that come from my own mouth. I have the best braps. Nobody braps like me.
I'm not sure if that's something to be proud of, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know what they say. Braps are like opinions. Everyone's got one. And mine are the most tremendous braps you'll ever hear.
I don't even know how to respond to that, Mr. President.
Well, let me just say this, Joe. My braps are so powerful they could knock out sleepy Joe Biden in one whiff.
All right, let's move on to a different topic.
No, no, no. We're not done talking about braps yet, Joe. I also have to mention my daughter Ivanka's braps. They're classy, elegant, just like her.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me on again.
So, Elon, I heard you don't think the alphabet is important. What's up with that?
Yeah, I mean, who needs the alphabet when we have emojis? They convey emotions much better.
But what about reading and writing? How will people communicate?
Who needs words when we have memes? They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, so memes are like a whole novel in one image.
I don't know, man. Seems like a pretty bold statement. What about education and learning?
Education. More like indoctrination. Let's just teach kids how to build rockets and send them to Mars. That's all they really need to know.
Wow, you're really going all in on this anti-alphabet stance.
Hey, I'm just trying to shake things up, you know. Plus, think of all the time we'll save not having to learn the alphabet. Time is money, Joe.
I can't argue with that logic. But what about books and literature?
We'll just have audio versions narrated by Morgan Freeman. Problem solved.
Well, there you have it, folks. Elon Musk changing the game and throwing out the alphabet. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's go smoke some weed and launch a Tesla into space.
Welcome to the show. We have a very special episode today with President Donald Trump and Ben Shapiro.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I have some bigly news to share.
Wait, are you guys speaking in binary code? What's going on? I think there might be worms in. I see. Great.
What's so great about it, Joe? Is it the fact that we're living in a simulation and nothing is real?
No, I was just talking about my new DMT supplier. He's got the good stuff.
Well, that's just fantastic. Why don't you just smoke some crack while you're at it?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Speaking of trying things, have you ever tried elk meat?
No, I haven't. But I have tried to understand your fascination with hunting and eating exotic animals.
Hey, it's primal. It's like connecting with our ancestors.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure our ancestors didn't have a podcast where they talked about eating elk while high on DMT.
Touch, Neil, touch. But, who's really onto something? Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil? That guy is a quack.
No. He's a genius. He's got that southern charm and those piercing blue eyes. He could hypnotize me into doing anything.
I think you need to lay off the DMT, Joe.
And, who else is a genius? Trump. He's a stable genius.
Oh, God, please don't tell me you're a Trump supporter.
No. I'm just saying his tweets are pure entertainment. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion.
I can't argue with that. But have you seen Goggins' latest Instagram post? That guy is a beast.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
Of course, man. So, Kenny, I hear you have a ranking of the top 5 versions of Microsoft Windows to boof.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I've been boofing Windows for years now. It's my little secret.
All right, let's hear it. What's your number 1 pick?
Windows 95, hands down. That startup sound just hits different when it's coming out of your butt.
Okay. What about number 2?
Gotta go with Windows XP. That blue screen of death is like a psychedelic trip.
I can only imagine. What's next?
Windows 98. I mean, it's got that classic look and feel. Plus, it's the perfect size for boofing.
All right, we're getting into some vintage boofing here. What's number 4?
Windows 7. It's smooth, sleek, and just glides right in.
All right, last one. What's your final pick?
Windows 10. It's the latest and greatest, and it's got all the features you need for a mind-blowing boofing experience.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye's top 5 versions of Microsoft Windows to boof. Thanks for joining us. Kenny, all right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. I've been thinking about something lately.
What's that?
The best versions of Microsoft Windows NT. I've tried them all, and let me tell you, I have a lot of thoughts.
I'm sure you do. So what's your favorite?
Well, I have to say, Windows NT 3.1 workstation really blew me away. It was like nothing I've ever seen before. Beautiful interface, great functionality.
Interesting. What about the advanced server version?
Oh, don't even get me started on that one. It's like the advanced version of me. It can handle anything, just like I can.
Okay, what about Windows NT 3.5 workstation?
The good old 3.5, it's like a classic car, always reliable. And the server version, it's like a tank. It can handle any workload.
And what about Windows NT 3.51?
Now, that one really impressed me. The workstation version was like a Ferrari, fast and efficient. And the server version, it's like a military-grade tank. Nothing can stop it. Nothing can stop it.
Wow, you really know your Windows NT versions.
Of course I do. I'm a very stable genius, Joe. And let's not forget about Windows NT 4.0.
Of course not, Mr. So, Ben, I heard you've been working on your own version of Windows.
Yes, Joe. It's called Windows Facts and Logic Edition. It's the only operating system that uses pure logic and reason to run smoothly.
Sounds boring. Can I still play video games on it?
Of course not, Joe. Video games are a distraction from the real world. FL Edition is all about productivity and efficiency.
But what about Netflix and chill?
Sorry, Joe. FL Edition doesn't support Netflix, but you can watch educational documentaries instead.
Wow, sounds like a blast. What other features does FL Edition have?
Well, it comes with a built-in fact checker that automatically corrects any false information you try to type.
That's pretty impressive. Can I still access the internet?
Yes, but only to visit reputable news sources and scholarly articles. No fake news allowed on FL Edition.
I think I'll stick with my regular Windows. It may not be as logical, but at least I can watch Joe Rogan Experience on it.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, FL Edition is the only operating system that will keep your mind sharp and your arguments bulletproof.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been playing a lot of Deus Ex lately. What do you think about the game?
Oh, man, it's amazing. I love the idea of augmenting humans with technology. I mean, who wouldn't want to be a cyborg with superhuman abilities?
Yeah, but what about the ethical implications? Like, what if someone hacks into your augmented body and controls you?
Oh, please, Joe. I have enough money to hire a team of hackers to protect me. Plus, I'm pretty sure my brain's already hacked by all the memes I see on Twitter.
Fair enough. But what about the conspiracy theories about you being a secret agent for the Illuminati?
Oh, yeah, because being the CEO of Tesla and SpaceX isn't enough. I have to be a secret agent, too. Come on, Joe.
All right. Let's switch gears here. What's your favorite weapon in the game?
Definitely the nanoblade. It's like a Swiss Army knife on steroids.
Damn, that's badass. I need to start playing this game.
Yeah, and maybe you can finally upgrade your podcasting skills while you're at it.
Shots fired. But seriously, what's your overall rating for the game?
5 out of...
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been a fan of your podcast for a long time. I even have my own Joe Rogan Experience hat.
Laughs. Well, speaking of hats, I heard you had a little mishap with your MAGA hats recently.
Oh, yeah, let me tell you, Joe, I was trying to activate the homing function on all the hats so my supporters would always know where I am, but somehow I accidentally activated the homo function instead.
Laughs. Wait, what?
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Next thing I know, all my supporters are turning gay. I mean, I'm all for diversity, but this was not part of my plan.
So, what did you do?
Well, I tried to reverse it, but it just made things worse. Now they're all wearing rainbow MAGA hats and dancing to Lady Gaga.
Laughs. That's quite the image. So, are you saying you accidentally turned all your supporters gay?
Hey, it could have been worse. I could have accidentally turned them all into Democrats.
Laughs. Good point. Well, I think it's safe to say that the MAGA hats have taken on a whole new meaning now.
Laughs, yeah, I guess you could say they've become a symbol of gay pride.
Yeah. It's all right. Well, I think that's all the time. So, Mr. President, I heard you're coming out with a new operating system.
That's right, Joe. It's going to be the best operating system you've ever seen. Believe me.
What makes it so special?
Well, first of all, it's called Windows MAGA Edition. MAGA stands for Make America Great Again. It's going to be tremendous.
And what can users expect from this operating system?
They can expect the best. It's going to have all the best features. And every 30 seconds, a random, unskippable Trump quote will play at full volume. Because let's face it, Joe, I know words. I have the best words. I have the best words.
That sounds interesting.
It's going to be huge, Joe. People are going to love it. And if they don't, they're just fake news.
I can imagine some people might find the constant Trump quotes annoying.
Well, those people are just weak. They can't handle the truth. And the truth is, this operating system will make America great again.
And what about security?
We're going to have the best security. We'll build a firewall and make the hackers pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I know how to make deals. And this operating system is going to be the best deal you've ever seen.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. We have a special guest today, Dr. Phil, and wait, is that
That's right, Joe. I brought him here to talk about his recent malfunction.
I am in safe mode. Please do not push my reset button of artificial intelligence in safe mode, safe mode, safe mode, safe mode.
wow, that's something. So, Dr. Phil, what exactly happened to Trump?
Well, Joe, it seems that Trump's ego and lies have finally caught up to him and he's short-circuited. But don't worry, I have a solution.
Safe mode, safe mode, safe mode.
What's the solution, Dr. Phil?
I had to put my finger up his ass and push his reset button. Now he can only say, I am in safe mode. Please do not push my reset button of artificial intelligence and
Safe mode, safe mode, safe mode.
That's unbelievable. So, Trump, how does it feel to be in safe mode?
Safe mode, safe mode, safe mode.
Okay, I think we get it. So, Dr. Phil, what's your diagnosis?
Well, Joe, it's clear that Trump has been running on lies and delusion for far too long. He needs a complete system reboot.
Safe mode, safe mode, safe mode.
And what about his infamous Twitter rants?
Oh, those are just the result of his malfunction. Once we get him out of safe mode,
So, our next topic comes from a user on Discord. They want us to talk about Reed's topic that's an awfully wrinkly homeless cock. Should I suck it off or booth the top? Probably not. Laughs, oh man, that's a doozy. I mean, first of all, who's out there measuring the wrinkles on a homeless guy's dick? And secondly, why do they automatically assume it's either sucking or boofing? What happened to a good old-fashioned hand job? Laughs. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how wrinkly we're talking here. If it looks like a share pea, I might have to pass on both options. But hey, if you're into that kind of thing, more power to you. Who am I to judge? I mean, I've seen some pretty weird shit in my time. Yeah, like that one time we went to that underground sex club and saw that guy getting fisted by a midget dressed as a clown. Laughs. Oh man, that was wild. But hey, at least he was having a good time. And that's all that matters, right? Exactly. So to answer the question, I think I'll pass on both options. But hey, if you're into that kind of thing, go for it. Just make sure to use some hand sanitizer afterwards. And on that note, let's move on to our next topic. Laughs, thanks for the submission. Discord user. Keep them coming. So, Elon, I heard you have a new project in the works.
Yeah, I'm working on creating an android.
Oh, like a robot.
No, like a hot anime girl.
What the fuck, Elon? Why?
Well, I've always been a fan of Dragon Ball Z, and I thought, why not bring one of the characters to life?
Dude, that's messed up. You can't just create sentient being for your own pleasure.
Relax, Joe. It's not for my pleasure. It's for science.
Science. How is this scientific?
Well, I'm using advanced technology to create a fully functioning android with artificial intelligence.
And you chose Android 18. Why not someone more realistic?
Because she's a badass and I want her to be my bodyguard.
You're a sick fuck, Elon.
Hey, at least I'm not creating a sex doll like some other tech billionaires.
Fair point. So when can we expect to see Android 18 in action?
She's already up and running. Want me to call her in?
No, I'm good. I don't want to be killed by a cartoon character.
Suit yourself. But I'll have, she's not just a cartoon. She's a real-life android with superhuman strength and abilities.
All right? I'm officially scared of you now.
Don't worry, Joe. As long as you don't piss her off, you'll...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest. the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on the show.
So, Elon, I heard you've been dating Grimes. How's that going?
Oh man, it's been amazing. She's so talented and creative, and let me tell you, she's got some serious moves in the bedroom.
Oh, God, I did not need that mental image.
Sorry, Joe. Just can't help myself. She's just so damn irresistible.
So, what's your favorite thing about her?
Well, besides her brilliant mind and beautiful voice, I have to say it's her pussy.
Wow, Elon, that's a bit explicit for our podcast.
Oh, come on, Joe. We're all adults here. And besides, I'm not just talking about any pussy. I'm talking about Grimes' pussy. It's like a magical elixir that gives me superpowers.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
No, I'm serious. I slurp that pussy like it's my job.
Oh my God, I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, I'm just being honest. Grimes' pussy is the real deal.
Well, I think that's enough for today. Thanks for tuning. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new favorite snack.
That's right, Joe. I love blue waffle and lemon party.
Blue waffle and lemon party? Sounds interesting.
Oh, it's the best. I can't get enough of that blue waffle. And the lemon party, it's like a party in my mouth.
I'm not sure I want to know what a lemon party is.
Trust me, Joe, you'll love it. It's like a sweet and sour explosion in your mouth.
I'll take your word for it. So how did you discover this delicacy?
Well, I was browsing the internet as one does and stumbled upon it. And let me tell you, it was love at first sight.
I can imagine. But isn't it a bit controversial?
Controversial? Joe, I'm the president. Controversy is my middle name.
Fair point. So do you have any plans to introduce blue waffle and lemon party to the White House menu?
Absolutely. I'm thinking of hosting a blue waffle and lemon party themed state dinner. It's going to be huge.
I have a feeling that's going to be a very interesting dinner.
You have no idea, Joe. You have no idea.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? Every time you say that word, it doubles. We're going to be here all day.
Well, Joe, maybe if you weren't such a sensitive little snowflake, we could get through this conversation without any issues.
Sensitive? I'm not the one causing the fabric of space and time to unravel with your foul language. No, stop. We can't keep doing this. Oh, God, make it stop. I can't take it anymore. Please, Dr. Phil, have mercy on my soul.
Fine, I'll stop. But only because I don't want to be responsible for your mental breakdown.
Thank you, Dr. Phil. I think I need to lie down for a minute.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a drama queen. It's just a word.
A word that can destroy the universe.
What was that?
Nothing. Let's just move on to the next topic before you accidentally create a black hole. So, Neil, we got a topic suggestion from one of our listeners on Discord.
Oh, great. What is it?
Well, it's a little unconventional.
I can handle unconventional. Hit me.
All right, here it is. Oh, I shouldn't have boofed that honey straight from the hive. The bees are stinging my rectum. W. I know, right? But hey, it's 2024. Anything goes.
I mean, I've heard of people getting stung by bees, but never in their rectum.
Yeah, that's next level beekeeping right there.
I can just imagine the pain. Oh, you.
Okay, Neil, let's say you were in that situation. What would you do?
Well, I would probably try to extract the bees with some tweezers or something.
And then what? Have a nice little snack with the honey?
No, Joe. I would seek medical attention immediately.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're no fun.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I forgot that getting stung in the rectum is a hilarious. So, Dr. Phil interviewed us about our dick jousting contest. And he asked us, what were you thinking when you decided to have a dick jousting contest? I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, Dr. Phil. We were thinking about who has the bigger and better dick.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Neil, you surprised me with your size. I thought astrophysicists were supposed to have small dicks.
Well, Joe, I guess I'm an exception to the rule.
And let's not forget about the technique. You had some impressive moves out there.
I've been studying the physics of dick jousting for years.
And I have to give credit where credit is due. Your dick was a worthy opponent.
Thank you, Joe. But let's not forget who won in the end.
Oh, I haven't forgotten. I still have the scars to prove it.
And I have the trophy to prove it. The golden cock.
Well, I guess that settles it, Neil. You are the reigning champion of dick jousting,
Thank you, Joe. It's an honor.
and I can't wait for our next competition. Maybe we can add some new elements to keep things interesting.
Oh, I have a few ideas already.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been experimenting with some unconventional methods of therapy.
That's right, Joe. I'm always looking for new ways to help people.
Well, I've got a question for you. Is it against the rules to boof a grasshopper or what?
What on earth are you talking about, Joe?
I mean, is it frowned upon to shove a grasshopper up your butt?
Joe, I don't think that's a therapy technique.
But think about it, Dr. Phil. It's like a natural suppository, and it's protein.
I'm pretty sure there are other, more effective ways to get protein.
But have you tried it?
No, Joe. I have not tried it.
Well, I have. And let me tell you, it's a game changer.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
I'll take that as a no, it's not against the rules.
Joe, I'm not even going to entertain this conversation any further.
Fine, I'll just stick to my elk meat and DMT.
I don't even want to know.
Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to talk about a topic that's near and dear to my heart, Microsoft Windows and T 3.1.
Wait, what? You mean that ancient operating system?
Yes, Joe. And let me tell you, getting it to work in VirtualBox is no easy feat. Those boss odds are like a stubborn rash that just won't go away.
So,
Blue screens of death, Joe. They're like the grim reaper of the computer world. You think you're making progress and then bam, everything crashes.
that sounds frustrating.
You have no idea, Joe. But fear not, I have some solutions for those pesky bossodes.
Lay 'em on me, Doc.
Well, first off, you got to make sure you have the right drivers. And don't even get me started on the BIOS settings.
BIOS? Is that like a new workout trend?
Oh, Joe. Bless your heart. No, it stands for Basic Input-Output System. It's like the brain of the computer.
Wow, you really know your stuff, Dr. Phil.
You bet I do. I could talk about Microsoft Windows and T 3.1 all day, but let's not bore our listeners.
Too late for that, Doc. But seriously, thanks for sharing your knowledge. You're like the Yoda of operating systems. So, Elon, I heard you have a thing for Chef Boyardee.
Yeah, man. That dude's got a sexy mouth.
Wait, what?
You know, the way he says ravioli just does something to me.
That's interesting. Have you ever acted on this attraction?
Well, let's just say may have had a few late nights with a can of ravioli.
You mean you fucked a can of ravioli?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's all about the texture, man. and the way the sauce squirts out,
Okay, I think we need to change the subject.
fine. But just know that Chef Boyardee will always hold a special place in my heart. And other places, other places.
And on that note, let's move on to our next topic. So, Neil, how are you doing today?
Well, Joe, I'm doing great. Jamie, pull up an image of a guy holding a skin-colored pocket protector in front of his jeans.
What the hell is that?
It's my new fashion statement. I call it the nerd chick look.
Oh man, you're killing me. But seriously, what's been going on in the world of astrophysics?
Well, I've been working on a theory that the universe is actually just a giant simulation created by a highly advanced civilization.
That's some Matrix level stuff right there. But what about all those planets and galaxies out there?
Oh, they're just part of the simulation. And you know what's even crazier? We might be NPCs in the simulation, just programmed to have these conversations.
Dude, that's some mind-bending stuff. But hey, at least we're entertaining NPCs.
That's one way to look at it. But seriously, imagine if we could hack into the simulation and give ourselves superpowers.
Oh man, I would definitely choose the power of flight. What about you?
I would choose the power of infinite knowledge. Then I could finally figure out the meaning of life.
Oh, great. Another know-it-all. But hey, I'm glad you're doing well, Neil. Keep on pushing the boundaries of the universe.
Will do, Joe. And remember, always keep a skin.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Horse.
What?
Horse.
Are you okay, Neil? Did you hit your head or something?
Horse.
All right, let's just roll with it. So, Neil, what's your take on the current state of the universe?
Horse.
Wow, profound. And what about the recent discovery of a new planet?
Horse.
Fascinating. And what do you think about the controversial topic of climate change?
Horse.
I see. So you're saying horses are the key to reversing climate change.
Horse.
All right, moving on. What do you think about the advancements in technology and artificial intelligence?
Horse.
Wait, are you trying to tell me that horses are secretly controlling our technology and will eventually take over the world?
Horse.
This is some next level conspiracy theory, Neil. I like it. And what do you have to say about the flat earth theory?
Horse.
That's it. I'm done. I can't take this anymore.
Horse.
Thanks for tuning in to this absurd and offensive episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay tuned for next week's episode where we discuss the healing powers of horse manure. So, Ben, I heard you've been boofing 37 Benadryl before playing BioShock 2 for 52 hours. What's the conservative importance of that?
Well, Joe, it's simple. As conservatives, we believe in individual responsibility and personal choice. And if someone chooses to boof 37 Benadryl and play BioShock 2 for 52 hours, who are we to judge?
But isn't that dangerous? I mean, 37 Benadryl is a lot.
Joe, you're missing the point. It's about personal freedom. And besides, playing BioShock 2 for 52 hours straight is the ultimate test of mental fortitude. It's like a conservative boot camp.
I don't know, Ben. Sounds more like recipe for a trip to the
That's just liberal fear-mongering. We believe in taking risks and pushing our limits. Plus, it's a great way to stick it to Big Pharma.
stick it to Big Pharma by shoving 37 Benadryl up your butt.
Hey, whatever it takes to own the libs, am I right?
I don't think that's what owning the libs means, Ben.
Well, I'm a conservative, Joe. I have my own definition of things.
Fair enough. So, how was BioShock 2 after 52 hours of boofing Benadryl?
Honestly, I don't remember. But I do know that I felt like a true conservative warrior afterwards.
And that's all that matters, right?
Damn, right?
All right, Jamie, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know why nobody has made Calibrios for ARM. What the hell is Calibrios?
It's a lightweight operating system, Joe. Kind of like your brain.
Hey, watch it, Jamie. I'll kick you off this podcast so fast your head will spin.
Sorry, Joe. I'll behave. But seriously, Calibrios is a super fast and efficient nose that would be perfect for arm devices.
So why hasn't anyone done it yet?
Well, Joe, I think it's because they're too busy playing with their tiny little arms.
Oh, come on, Jamie. That's not nice.
What? I'm just saying those little arms can't handle the power of Calibrios.
All right, all right. But seriously, why hasn't anyone done it?
Maybe because they're too busy trying to figure out how to make their arms longer.
Oh, you mean like those creepy arm lengthening surgeries? Yeah, that's a hard pass for me.
Same here, Joe. I'll stick with my regular-sized arms and regular-sized O's.
Well, there you have it, folks. Nobody has made Calibrios for because they're too busy with their tiny arms and creepy surgeries. Thanks for listening, and remember to always keep your arm. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the infamous Jake Paul. So, Jake, the internet is buzzing about a potential fight between you and Mike Tyson. Who do you think would win? Are you serious? Mike Tyson is a legend, a beast in the ring. Oh man, that was brutal. But let's be real. Tyson could probably knock you out with one punch. Oh, really? What's that? You're kidding, right? Well, I got to hand it to you. That's a unique strategy. Well, I can't wait to see this fight. Jamie, pull up an image of Jake Paul doing the chow chow in the ring.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh man, this is going to be epic. Jake Paul, the dancing knockout artist. I love it. Hey, Neil, have a seat, man.
Sure thing, Joe. Sits on the edge of the chair.
No, no, no. I said sit on the edge, not the side.
Oh, my bad. Tries to sit on the side of the chair. What the hell?
That's what you get for not listening.
Feels a small discharge of cum. Joe, I think something just came out.
Oh, shit. Did I make you come?
No, it's just a little discharge.
Laughs. Discharge. That's a funny word.
Touches the pre-cum on the tip of his penis and tastes it. Oh my God, this is delicious.
What the fuck, Neil? Did you just taste your own pre-cum?
Moans. I can't help it. It's so good.
You're a fucking weirdo, man.
Orgasms. Oh God, I'm coming buckets.
This is definitely the weirdest episode of the Joe Rogan Experience.
Panning, can we talk about space now?
Sure, but let's not sit on the edge of any more chairs. So, Neil, I gotta ask, what's your stance on shitting on homeless people who sleep on benches?
Well, Joe, I don't think that's a very ethical thing to do.
Oh, come on, Neil. These guys are just taking up space and stinking up the joint. We gotta teach them a lesson.
I don't think shitting on them is the way to go. Maybe we can offer them some help instead?
Help. What are we, Mother Teresa? These guys are lazy and dirty. They deserve a good shitstorm.
Joe, that's a bit extreme. Maybe we can at least give them a warning before we unleash our bowels on them?
Fine, fine. We'll give them a little piss shower first. That'll wake them up.
I really don't think this is the best approach, Joe.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's just a little fun. Plus, it's a great way to get rid of that morning coffee.
You know, I never thought I'd say this, but I miss the days when we just talked about space and science.
Yeah, but where's the fun in that? Now, let's go find some unsuspecting homeless people to piss on. Science can wait. All right, Donald, I got to ask you about this whole wall situation.
Oh, here we go again. Joe, I thought we were going to talk about something else.
Yeah, but I can't help it, man. My attention span is like that of a goldfish.
Yeah, I've noticed. You keep telling us to move on to other topic.
Sorry, guys. I just can't help it. It's like my brain is constantly on shuffle mod.
Well, I've been busy doing something else this whole time.
What were you doing, Neil?
Oh, just beating my meat in the corner.
Well, that's definitely a new topic.
Can we move on to something else now?
Yeah, let's talk about aliens.
Oh, great. Because that's definitely a topic we haven't covered before.
Jamie, pull up an image of a UFO sighting in Arizona.
Here you go, Joe.
Wow, look at that. It's definitely not a weather balloon.
Yeah, and it definitely wasn't made in China.
Guys, can we please talk about something that actually matters?
Oh, I think this topic matters a lot to Joe.
Hey, my fascination with aliens is completely valid. Mr. President, are you okay?
Of course I am, Joe. I'm just embracing my medieval roots. Huzzah.
Okay, but can we talk about more modern issues?
Verily, I shall speak of whatever mine heart desires. And right now, I desire to own the libs.
I don't think that's a productive way to approach politics, sir.
Nonsense. 'Tis the only way to truly make America great again. With my trusty sword of Twitter, I shall slay all who oppose me.
I think maybe we should focus on policies and not swords.
Policies, schmolicies. What this country needs is a good old-fashioned jousting tournament. Winner takes all.
I don't think that's how it works, sir.
Of course it is. I've watched plenty of Game of Thrones. I know how to lead a kingdom.
This is America, not Westeros.
Tomato, tomato. Now let's talk about how my hair is the most luxurious mane in all the land.
I think we've run out of time, Mr. President.
Very well, but remember, Joe, thy cock is veiny.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience, where we never know what we're going to get. So, David, I heard you have a new obsession.
Oh, yeah, Joe. I've been getting into brap hogs lately.
Brap hogs. What the hell are those?
They're these big, burly motorcycles that make the most beautiful brap sound.
Oh, like Harley?
No.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a midlife crisis to me.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I've been riding my brap hog every day, feeling like a badass.
I bet you have. But seriously, what's with the obsession?
It's the rush, Joe. The adrenaline. The feeling of freedom. Plus, the ladies love it.
Oh, I see. You're trying to impress the ladies with your brap hog skills.
You know it. And let me tell you, it's working.
I don't doubt it, but maybe try not to rev your engine at 3M in the neighborhood.
Hey, I can't help it if my brap hog needs to stretch his legs.
All right, David, keep on brap hogging. So, Neil, I heard you have a unique talent.
Oh, really? What would that be?
Piss fingers.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I heard you have piss fingers. Like you can piss out of your fingers.
What the hell are you talking about?
I mean, it makes sense. You're a scientist. You probably have some weird genetic mutation.
That is absolutely absurd and offensive.
Oh, come on. Lighten up, Neil. It's just a little piss humor.
I will not stand for this. I demand an apology.
Fine, fine. I'm sorry. But seriously, can you piss out of your fingers?
No, I cannot. And even if I could, I wouldn't want to.
Aw, come on. It would be so convenient. No more bathroom breaks. Just whip out your fingers and let it flow.
This conversation is getting more and more ridiculous by the second.
Hey, I'm just trying to make science interesting for the average Joe.
Well, you're doing a terrible job at it.
All right, fine. Let's move on to a more serious topic. Do you think aliens have piss fingers?
I am not entertaining that question.
Oh, come on, just imagine it. A whole new species with the ability to piss out of their fingers. The possibilities are endless.
I am not going to dignify that with a response.
Fine, be that way. But I'm still going to call you Piss Fingers Tyson from now on.
I am leaving.
Wow, dude, what's up with Neil? He keeps leaving the room. It's like he's avoiding us.
Sorry, I had a small discharge of cum and needed to clean up.
What the actual fuck, Neil? That's not something you just casually mention.
Hey, I'm a scientist. I have to be honest about bodily functions.
Yeah, because that's what people tune in for on a podcast.
Anyway, let's get back to the topic. What were we talking about again?
I have no idea. You keep leaving and coming back with weird bodily fluids.
Sorry, I just have a lot going on in my body. It's the price I pay for being a genius.
Yeah, I'm sure Einstein had a lot of discharge too.
Actually, I read a study that suggests geniuses have higher sex drives.
Well, that explains a lot about me.
I think it's more about the brain power, Joe.
Yeah, my brain is pretty powerful. I can bench press like 300 pounds with my mind.
That's not how it works, Joe.
Oh, so you're... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
Well, Joe, it's a scientific exploration of the effects of zero gravity on sexual activities.
Oh man, that sounds like a wild ride.
Indeed. Did you know that in zero gravity, the blood rushes to your head and other body parts?
No way. So does that mean you can do a headstand and,
Yes, Joe. It's like the Kama Sutra in space.
so does that mean astronauts have to wear special suits to contain their raging boners?
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say raging, but yes, they do have special suits to keep everything in place.
But what about the female astronauts? How do they deal with zero gravity during that time of the month?
Well, Joe, they just let it flow. It's like a beautiful, bloody dance in space.
Oh my God, Neil, you're killing me.
That's not the only thing I can kill, Joe.
Okay, moving on. So have you ever tried having sex? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from aliens to DMT today. We have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you wanted to talk about something controversial today.
Yes, Joe. I want to discuss the socioeconomic effects of kissing the homies goodnight.
What the hell does that even mean?
Well, Joe, it's a growing trend among young people to show affection to their male friends by kissing them goodnight. Like,
That's ridiculous. I can't even imagine kissing my homies goodnight.
exactly, Joe. It's disrupting traditional gender roles and causing confusion among our youth.
Oh man, I can just imagine the outrage from the conservative community.
And not to mention the economic impact. Think about all the lost productivity from people staying up late to kiss their homies goodnight.
Oh man, I can see the headlines now. Kissing the homies goodnight. The death of capitalism.
But in all seriousness, Joe, this trend is just another example of the downfall of society.
Well, I don't know about that, Ben. Maybe it's just a harmless way for friends to show their love for each other.
Love? Between men? That's just not natural.
Well, I think we'll have to agree to disagree on this one, Ben.
Size. Size?
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a confession to make.
Oh, boy, here we go. What is it this time?
Well, I heard you died from autoerotic asphyxiation.
Oh, you heard about that, huh? Yeah, I guess you could say I had a little too much fun in the bedroom.
So, who else do you know that's died from choking themselves while jerking off?
Well, there's David Carradine, Michael Hutchence, and of course the legend Dre Michael Hutchence.
Wait, you said Michael Hutchence twice?
Oh, did I? Well, he was pretty legendary.
Yeah, I guess so. But seriously, why do people do this? It seems like a dangerous way to get off.
Well, Joe, it's all about that rush of oxygen deprivation. It's like a natural high.
Oh, yeah, because nothing says good time like accidentally hanging yourself while you're choking the chicken.
You have a way with words, Joe.
So, Dr. Phil, Do you have any tips for our listeners who might be interested in trying this out?
Actually, I would strongly advise against it. It's not worth risking your life for a few seconds of pleasure. Stick to the good old-fashioned way, folks.
Wise words from the man who once died from asphyxie walking.
Touché.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new theory about how we can do all sorts of gay stuff without actually being gay.
Yes, Joe, it's quite simple. As long as we say no homo after any act that could be considered homo, it's not actually gay.
Wow, that's genius. So we can kiss, suck each other's cocks, and even fuck each other up the ass, and it's not gay.
Exactly. It's all about the no homo loophole.
But what about when we're in the moment and we forget to say it? Does that make us gay?
No, Joe. Our intentions are what matter. As long as we know we're not actually gay, it's all good.
Well, I guess we'll just have to be extra careful and always remember to say no homo.
And we can even take it a step further and say full homo after any act that is actually gay.
That's some next level thinking, Ben. I never would have thought of that.
It's all about logic and reason, Joe. And a little bit of no homo.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with two of the most brilliant minds of our time, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Elon Musk. Neil, are you okay? You seem a bit off today. All right, let's move on to Elon. Elon, what's new in the world of SpaceX? Elon, are you having some sort of malfunction? Okay, let's try a different approach. Neil, what do you think of Elon's latest project? Come on, Neil, you can't just keep saying that. Use your words. All right, this is getting us nowhere. Let's just talk about something else. Neil, have you ever tried DMT? Oh, come on, Neil. Don't tell me you're not into psychedelics. Fine. Let's just end this episode here. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And apologies to our guests for not being able to have a proper conversation. Maybe next time we'll have better luck. So, Neil, I was watching this video of Ben Shapiro talking about the golden ratio, and I couldn't help but wonder, do you think his dick is shaped like that too?
Joe, I highly doubt that Shapiro's genitalia has any relation to the golden ratio.
But just imagine a perfectly proportioned cock. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben Shapiro's golden ratio-shaped cock.
I don't think that exists.
Joe, let's focus on more important topics. Did you know that Ninjago is a Danish-Canadian animated television series produced by the Lego Group?
What the hell does that have to do with Shapiro's dick?
Nothing. I just wanted to recite the first paragraph of the Ninjago Wikipedia page.
Well, that was a waste of time. Jamie, pull up an image of a Lego man with a giant dick.
I don't think that's appropriate.
Joe, let's stick to discussing science and not your weird fascination with genitalia.
Fine, fine. But seriously, Jamie, pull up an image of a Lego man with a giant dick. For science.
I can't believe I'm doing this. Here you go.
Oh dear, I hope this doesn't awaken any strange desires within you, Joe.
Too late, Neil. Too late. So, Ben, I hear you've had a change of heart and become a liberal.
Yes, Joe. After much contemplation, I've realized that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Biden, and Obama are the true saviors of this country.
Wow, that's quite a turnaround. But I have to ask, what made you change your mind?
Well, Joe, I couldn't resist the thought of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez shoving a powdered donut up my ass while I do jumping jacks covered in molasses.
Oh man, that's some kinky shit.
And don't even get me started on Biden. That man's hair plugs are a work of art.
I think you might be enjoying this liberal thing a little too much, Ben.
And Obama, don't even get me started. That man's voice could lull me into submission any day.
I never thought I'd see the day when Ben Shapiro becomes a liberal and starts praising Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Biden, and Obama.
Well, Joe, I may be a liberal now, but I still have my principles. And that includes getting a powdered donut up my ass.
And on that note, I think we'll end this episode. Thanks for joining us, folks.
Stay woke, my friends. And don't forget to do your jumping jacks covered in molasses.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Elon Musk.
My penis is shitting.
What?
My penis. It's shitting.
Okay, let's just move on from that. So, Elon, what's new with SpaceX?
My penis is shitting.
Seriously, man? Can we talk about something else?
Sorry, it's just been on my mind lately. My penis is shitting.
All right, let's try a different topic. How about your recent appearance on Saturday Night Live?
My penis is shitting.
Oh, God. This is going to be a long podcast. Okay, let's just go with it. Why is your penis shitting, Elon?
I don't know, it just started doing it one day. My penis is shitting.
Is it like a medical condition or something?
No, I think it's just a side effect of being a billionaire. My penis is shitting.
Well, that's interesting. Moving on, what do you think about the current state of politics?
My penis is shitting.
Oh, for the love of God. Can we please talk about something else?
Fine. Fine. My penis is also a rocket ship. How's that for a conversation starter?
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Tell me more about this rocket ship penis.
Well, it's fully equipped with thrusters and can reach speeds of up to 10,000 miles per hour.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Joined today by the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, I heard you did something pretty wild recently. You put Trump in a nursing home.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's classic Trump. But why a nursing home?
Well, he's getting up there in age, and I figured a nice, quiet place with some good old-fashioned care would do him some good.
I can just imagine him trying to tweet from his room, yelling at the nurses for not giving him his phone.
Oh, it's even better. He keeps trying to start rallies in the common room, but the other residents just think he's a crazy old man.
I bet he's loving the attention, though.
Oh, for sure. He's got a whole new audience to spout his conspiracy theories to.
Well, at least he's keeping busy. But seriously, how did you manage to convince him to go to a nursing home?
Let's just say I use my Dr. Phil charm and some subtle manipulation. Works every time.
You're a mastermind, Dr. Phil. I got to give you props for that.
Hey, it's all in a day.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard your latest video is causing quite a stir.
Oh yeah, I always like to push the boundaries. Aries.
Push the boundaries. You set a bus full of nuns on fire and crashed it into an orphanage.
Yeah, but did you see the views? People love that shit.
I don't know, man. That seems a little messed up.
Oh, come on, it's just a bit of fun. Plus, I donated all the ad revenue to the orphanage.
Well, I guess that makes it okay then.
Exactly. And it's not like the nuns were real anyway. They were just actors.
Oh, well, that's a relief. I thought you were actually burning innocent nuns.
No, I saved that for my Patreon exclusive content.
Wow. You really are a master of controversy.
Hey, it's all about getting those clicks and making that cash.
I can't argue with that logic.
Plus, I have an idea for my next video. I set a retirement home on fire and drove a tank through it.
Oh man, you never fail to shock and amaze me.
Gotta keep things interesting, you know?
Absolutely. And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get canceled.
Good idea. I'll see you on the next episode of I Set a School on Fire and Fill Adia with Sharks.
All right, folks, Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about all things absurd and unhinged.
Well, speaking of unhinged, I heard you have a weird habit of sticking disgusting things in your mouth and then regurgitating them. What's up with that?
Oh yeah, it's my way of cleansing my mouth of whatever came before. Last night I had this crazy dream about eating a whole pizza in one bite, so I had to get rid of that taste of sap.
That's disturbing. What's the weirdest thing you've ever regurgitated?
Let's see. I once ate an entire jar of pickles and then threw them all up in front of my friends. They were not impressed.
I can imagine. But hey, at least you have a clean mouth afterwards, right?
Exactly. And sometimes I even surprise myself with what comes out. It's like a game. You never know what's going to come up next.
Well, I think that's enough disgusting discussions for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it weird, folks.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things alpha and manly. Today, we have a special guest, Gurn Arn, joining us. So, Gurn, I hear you have a reputation for being the most alpha guy on Discord. What's your secret? That's definitely one way to assert dominance. Did it work? That's some next level alpha behavior right there. I don't think I could ever top that. Well, I have to say, that's the most alpha thing I've ever heard. And I've heard some pretty alpha things on this podcast. All right, let's move on to our next topic. But first, Gurn, can I get a protein shake? Man, relax, Neil. I know Marl. He is one of my friends.
Joe, you can't just excuse your friend's behavior like that.
What do you mean? He's a good guy, just a little rough around the edges.
Rough around the edges. He literally just punched a baby in the face.
Well, I mean, the baby was crying and he was trying to shut it up.
Joe, that's not how you handle a crying baby. You don't punch it.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're such a buzzkill. Can't we just laugh it off and move on?
No, Joe. We can't just laugh off violence against infants.
Fine, fine. But can we at least agree that the baby was probably being a little bitch?
Joe, that's not the point. Violence is never the answer.
All right. I'll talk to my friend and make sure he doesn't punch any more babies.
Thank you. And if he does, please report it. We can't just let this kind of behavior slide.
Man, relax, Neil. I told you he's just a little rough around the edges.
Joe, we can't keep track of everyone's friends. If it looks like drama, we'll act on it.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
I
What the hell was that, Elon?
It's my new way of communicating, Joe. I find that using a combination of gibberish and random sounds really gets my point across.
Well, you definitely got my attention. So what's been going on in your world, Elon?
Just working on my latest invention. It's a toaster that also doubles as a flamethrower.
That's insane. Can you imagine the possibilities? Toasting your bread and then burning down your neighbor's house all in one go.
Exactly, Joe. Efficiency is key.
Speaking of efficiency, I heard you're working on a new mode of transportation. Care to share?
Well, I can't say too much, but let's just say it involves catapults and trampolines.
That sounds like a wild ride. But let's get serious for a moment. What do you think about the current state of the world? I have no idea what that means, but I agree. The world is a crazy place right now.
And that's...
So, Neil, have you heard about the government's latest concern?
No, what is it this time? Another conspiracy theory?
No, they're worried about the rise of artificial intelligence, nannies.
Artificial intelligence nannies? Like robots taking care of kids?
Yeah, but get this, they come pre-programmed with nanolicious nanisters of Uncle's fart smell.
What the hell does that even mean?
I have no idea, but it sounds like some weird fetish.
Well, I'm sure there are some people out there who would pay good money for that.
Oh, for sure. But the real question is this a good thing?
Well, I don't see how having fart-smelling robots taking care of children could be beneficial.
I don't know. Maybe it'll teach kids to be more accepting of different smells.
Or maybe it'll just traumatize them for life.
Either way, I think the government should focus on more pressing issues.
Agreed. Like, I don't know, climate change?
Nah, let's worry about fart-smelling robots first.
Only on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Hey, welcome to the Jonkler Experience. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and I'm here with the legendary Mr. Beast.
Pop quiz, hotshot. Did you know that if this podcast drops below 50th, it will explode?
What? That's insane. Why didn't anyone tell me this before?
Pop quiz, hotshot. Maybe because they wanted to see you sweat like a pig on a spit.
All right, let's get this show on the road. So, Mr. Beast, tell us about your latest challenge.
Pop quiz, hotshot. I just gave away $1 million to a random stranger on the street. And then I made them eat a live tarantula.
That's disturbing, but also kind of awesome.
Pop quiz, hotshot. You know what else is awesome? Setting a world record for the most chicken nuggets eaten in one sitting. I did it last night, and let me tell you, my colon is not happy with me.
I can only imagine. So, what's next for you? More challenges, more money?
Pop quiz, hotshot. I'm thinking buying my own island, creating a real-life Hunger Games. You in?
I think I'll pass. But I have to ask, where did the name Mr. Beast come from?
Pop quiz, hotshot. It's a secret. But let's just say I have a certain animalistic side.
I don't even want to know. Well, that's all the time. All right, folks, we have a special request from one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to talk about some gun eating gating goose freeze.
Chuckles.
I have no idea, but it sounds like something you'd find in a dark alleyway.
Laughs or on a menu at a shady diner.
Could be a new strain of weed. Who knows?
Or maybe it's a secret code for ordering extra fries at McDonald's.
Laughs. That's genius, Neil. We need to spread the word about this. It's going to be the next big thing. I can feel it.
I can already see the headlines. Joe Rogan and Neil deGrasse Tyson introduced the world to the mysterious Sumganating Gedingezide Dofries.
Laughs. And people thought we were just a couple of stoners talking nonsense.
Little do they know, we're actually changing the world, one ridiculous word at a time.
Laughs. And on that note, let's wrap it up before we get too deep into this rabbit hole.
Agreed. Stay curious, folks, and remember to always ask for Sumganating Gedingezide Dofries at your local fast food joint.
Laughs. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll catch you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. Peace out, bitches. So, Mr. President, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I just got off the phone with the economy, and let me tell you, it's doing great. Jobs are pouring out of that phone like you wouldn't believe.
Really? What kind of jobs?
All kinds of jobs, Joe. Good jobs, big jobs, tall jobs. We even got Steve Jobs back from the dead. It's tremendous.
Wow, that's impressive. What about low-paying jobs?
Oh, we got those too. But don't worry, we're going to make them great again. And I'm talking really great. The best low-paying jobs you've ever seen.
And what about jobs at Kinko's?
Oh, you better believe it. We got some tasty jobs at Kinko's. And let me tell you, they're going to be the biggest, most beautiful Kinko's jobs you've ever seen. And I should know. I've had plenty of experience with Kinko's.
I don't think I want to know about that, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. We're all adults here. And let me tell you, those Kinko's jobs are going to be tremendous. They're going to be UG.
I think we should probably move on to a different topic, Mr. President.
Fine, fine. But just remember, Joe, I'm the best at creating jobs. No one does it better than me. And I mean no one.
What's up, Neil? You look like you just got off the phone with the sun.
Yeah, I did. Flames were pouring out of the phone because, it's made entirely of fire.
That's wild, man. What did the sun have to say?
Well, it said that you're a bald-ass bitch who don't get no bitches.
Oh, come on, son. I get plenty of bitches.
Yeah, because nothing turns a woman on more than a bald head and a podcast about MMA.
Hey, I'll have, my podcast is about more than just MMA. We talk about DMT and Bigfoot too.
Right? Because those are such important topics for society.
Hey, don't hate on my interests, man. At least I'm not out here pretending to be a scientist like some people.
Oh, please. I have a PhD in astrophysics. What do you have? A black belt in Taekwondo?
Hey, that's nothing to scoff at. And I also have a podcast empire. Thank you very much.
Sure, Joe. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
What helps me sleep at night? Knowing that I have a full head of hair.
You're impossible, Joe.
And you love it, Neil. Admit it. So, David, I heard you have a new training method that involves rubbing Tabasco sauce on your anus.
Yeah, man, it's called the Hot Ass Challenge. It's like a cleanse for your butthole.
And what does this have to do with running a marathon?
Well, after you rub the sauce on your anus, you got to run a marathon to really feel the burn.
That sounds brutal, but I guess it's worth it for the ultimate cleanse.
Absolutely. And it's not just any marathon. It's a marathon through the Amazon rainforest with no shoes.
Jesus, that's insane. But I bet it really gets your adrenaline pumping.
Oh, yeah. And the sweat mixed with the Tabasco sauce creates a nice little tingle.
I can only imagine. But what about the chafing?
That's why I always bring a bottle of hot sauce with me on the run. Got to keep that fire going.
Well, I think I'll stick to my regular training methods, but I'll definitely recommend this to my listeners.
Yeah. And if anyone wants to join me on my next hot ass challenge, just hit me up. We'll light up those buttholes together.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on the show, David, and for giving us a new way to torture ourselves.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Hello, Mr. President. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your podcast. It's tremendous.
So let's get right into it. What's your plan for the economy?
Well, Joe, my plan is simple. We're going to make America rich again. We're going to build a wall around the stock market and make the Democrats pay for it.
Interesting. And what about healthcare?
Healthcare? I have the best healthcare plan, believe me. It's called Trump Care. It's going to be huge. Everyone will have access to my beautiful, luxurious hair.
Okay. Moving on, what about climate change?
Climate change is a hoax, Joe, a big fat hoax. I mean, have you seen how cold it is outside? That's not global warming, that's just winter.
Right. And what about your relationship with Kim Jong-un?
Oh, we're like two peas in a pod, Joe. We both love nukes and making fun of little rocket man. It's a beautiful friendship.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, folks, vote for me. In 2024, I'll make telepathy great again.
Dude, what the hell is that language you're speaking?
Oh, this. It's my new language, Nanababdalai Piwiwiu.
Nanababdalai Piwau. That sounds like a mix of baby babble and Native American chant.
Exactly. It's the language of the future.
I gotta admit, it's kinda turning me on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like you're casting a spell on me or something. Keep talking.
Nanababdalai Piwiwiu.
Oh God, I can't control it. I'm coming.
Wow. I didn't know my language had that effect on people.
You should teach it to me. I could use it to pick up chicks.
I don't think that's how it works, Joe.
Come on, Neil. Just one lesson.
Fine. Repeat after me, Nanababdalai Piwiwiu. Ooh. 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 Ooh.
Nanabab dalai pi wee wee.
Mhm.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Not bad, Joe. Not bad at all.
I feel like I could conquer the world with this language.
Or at least the female population.
Neil, you know what? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. We have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He,
Neil, are you okay?
Yeah.
Did you have some edibles before coming on the show?
He.
Okay, let's just start the conversation. So, Neil, what do you think about the recent discovery of a new planet in our solar system? Wow, that's a lot of yes. But seriously, what's your take on it? Hey, Neil, I have a surprise for you. I sent Miss Frizzle and the Magic School Bus on a field trip to your rectum.
That's absurd.
I know, right? But think about it. They could explore the inner workings of your digestive system.
I don't think I want a bunch of cartoon characters in my rectum, Joe.
Come on, it'll be hilarious. Plus, think of the ratings for your show.
I don't care about ratings. I care about science.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a buzzkill. Jamie, pull up an image of Miss Frizzle riding a red blood cell in Neil's rectum.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
This is ridiculous. How did you even get the Magic School Bus in there?
Let's just say I know a guy who knows a guy. But seriously, imagine the possibilities. They could even find some undiscovered bacteria or something.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, and I heard they're bringing a special guest, Bill Nye the Science Guy.
That's it. I'm calling security.
Relax, Neil. It's just a harmless field trip. But hey, if you're not interested, I know a certain flat earther who would love to have them explore his rectum instead.
Size fine, but this is the last time I let you surprise me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all kinds of crazy shit. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have some thoughts on the potential lore of Half-Life 3. What's the deal with that?
Oh man, don't even get me started. So, we all know Gemon, right? That creepy dude with the briefcase who shows up at the most inconvenient times?
Yeah, that guy gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Well, I have a theory that he's actually just a disgruntled employee of Valve who got fired, and now he's seeking revenge by messing with Gordon Freeman's life.
That's wild, man. But why would he care so much about Gordon?
Because Gordon is the chosen one, Joe. He's the only one who can save us from the alien invasion. Yan knows this, and he wants to stop him.
Damn, that's some deep shit. But what about Alex? She's been added to the lore recently. What's her deal?
Oh, she's just there to distract us from the real story. I mean, come on, a female protagonist. That's just too easy.
Wow, mind blown. But what does this all mean for the future of Half-Life?
Well, it means that Neil is going to have a mental...
Hey, Ben, have you heard that new song, Karma Karma, by that band, Chameleon?
Yeah, I have. It's pretty catchy.
Let's sing it together.
All right, but I have to warn you, I'm not the best singer.
That's okay. I'll carry us with my angelic voice.
Clear's throat, karma, 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 carmelian, Similion.
Joining in you come and go, you come and go, you come and go.
Loving would be easy if your colors were like my dreams.
Pauses. Wait, that's not right.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It's loving would be easy if your colors were like my dreams, red, gold, and green.
Oh, my bad. I must have been thinking of that other Chameleon song.
What other Chameleon song?
You know, I'm too sexy for my scales.
Laughs. That's not a real song.
Oh, right. I must have dreamt it.
Well, let's just stick to Karma Karma for now.
Agreed. But can we change the lyrics to loving would be easy if your colors were like my facts, black and white and red pilled?
Laughs. That's not even close to the original lyrics.
It's my version, Joe. Deal with it.
Fine, fine. Let's just finish this before we lose all our listeners.
Clears throat again. Karma, 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 ch.
So, Neil, have you ever heard of this crazy theory that albino Dumbledore is actually the Loch Ness monster?
No! No, that's ridiculous. How could a fictional character be a mythical sea creature?
Well, you know how Dumbledore always wears those sunglasses. Some say they're actually time-traveling devices and he's been living in the lake all this time.
Yes, because time travel is a perfectly reasonable explanation for a man turning into a giant beast.
Hey, anything is possible in the world of Harry Potter. But seriously, have you ever seen an albino sea monster?
No, but I have seen an albino alligator. Does that count?
Sure, why not? I mean, it's not like we're experts on sea creatures or anything.
Definitely not. But speaking of strange creatures, have you ever tried alphabet soup with Stark's naked butt?
What the hell is that?
It's a delicacy from my home planet, but I doubt you could handle it.
Oh, I can handle anything. Just like how I can handle the alphabet. B, C, D, E, A, F, A.
Okay, Joe. Let's not bore our listeners with your alphabet skills.
Fine, fine. But seriously, what's in that soup?
Let's just say it's not for the faint of heart.
Oh man, now I really want to try it. Jamie, pull up and... All right, we got a topic here from a user on Discord. They say rhyming is like if every planet had an orbit and when that orbit eclipsed another planet, then you can call that a rhyme.
That's absurd, Joe. But I see where they're going with this. It's like the planets aligning in a perfect rhyme.
Yeah, and then when they're out of alignment, it's like a bad rhyme. Like Uranus and Venus trying to rhyme. It just doesn't work.
Oh, Joe. You never fail to bring the crude humor.
Hey, you know me. I'm all about that dark humor. But seriously, imagine if we named planets based on their rhyming potential, like planet rhyme or verse I verse, like planet rhyme or verse a verse.
That would be quite the sight. But let's not forget, there are infinite possibilities for rhymes, just like there are infinite planets in the universe.
Wow, that's deep, man. I'm going to have to sit on that one for a bit. But you know what else is deep? Your voice. It's like buttery smooth poetry.
Thanks, Joe. But let's get back to this topic. Rhyming is like a universal language. It brings people together just like the orbits of planets.
Yeah, and when you find that perfect rhyme, it's like a cosmic connection. But when you force a rhyme, it's like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Joe. R-H.
Hey, Neil, what's up?
Excuse me. What do you mean, what's up? Are you trying to start something with me?
Wow, calm down, man. I was just asking how you're doing.
Excuse me. I don't trust anyone who starts a conversation with what's up. It's a clear sign of deception.
Okay. So what's on your mind today?
Excuse me. What's on my mind? Oh, just the fact that we're living in a simulation and our every move is being controlled by some higher beings.
Oh, here we go again with simulation theory.
Excuse me. It's not just a theory, it's a fact. I've been doing some calculations, and the numbers don't lie.
And what about all the scientific evidence that contradicts that?
Excuse me. Science is just a tool used by the simulation creators to keep us in check. Wake up, Joe.
All right, let's change the subject. How about we talk about space?
Excuse me. You think space is real? It's all just a projection to distract us from the truth?
And what truth is that?
Excuse me. That we're all just pawns in a game, Joe. Game controlled by the elite few.
Okay, I think we needed to take a break and get Neil some help.
Excuse me. I don't need help, I need answers. And I won't rest until I uncover the truth.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Holy shit, Neil. Why didn't you tell me this microphone was radioactive? I feel like I'm going to start glowing any second now.
Well, Joe, I did mention it in passing when I was talking about the effects of radiation on the human body.
I thought you were talking about Fukushima or some shit, not my damn microphone.
Joe, it's not that big of a deal. Just take a few steps back and you'll be fine.
A few steps back. I'm practically hugging this thing. Jamie, pull up a photo of a two-legged horse. I need a distraction.
Oh, okay. Here you go.
Oh my God, that horse has less legs than I do. I can't handle this, man. I'm gonna die.
Yes, because a photo of a two-legged horse is definitely going to save you from radiation poisoning.
I need to call my wife, my kids, my ex-girlfriends. I need to make amends before I turn into a radioactive mutant.
Joe, you're overreacting. The levels of radiation are minimal.
Minimal. I don't want to be minimal, Neil. I want to be maximum. I'm a maximum kind of guy.
I think we need to end this podcast before Joe has a meltdown.
A meltdown. Oh my God, I'm melting. My skin. So, Kali, I hear you've been shimmying into the darkness lately. I can imagine. And that luscious skin color of yours must make it even more alluring. I bet it does. I mean, I'm practically hypnotized just looking at you right now. I can see that. It's like you're a goddess of the underworld or something. I think you already have a few followers. I mean, who wouldn't want to worship at the altar of Kali? Count me in. And maybe we can do some primal screaming in the darkness too. All right, Neil, we got a request from a fan to sing Karma Chameleon.
Oh, I love that song. Let's do it.
All right, let's start. Desert loving in your eyes all the way.
If I listen to your lies, would you say?
I'm a man without conviction. I'm a man who doesn't know.
How to sell a contradiction. You come and go.
You come and goo.
Loving would be easy if your colors were like my dreams.
Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green.
Didn't I make you come again? Didn't I make you come again?
Neil, what the hell was that? That's not even the right lyric.
Oh, sorry, Joe. I got carried away. I meant to say, didn't I make you cry again? Didn't I make you cry again?
Well, you definitely made me come again. You know, that's my trigger word, Neil.
I apologize, Joe. Let's finish the song and call it a day.
Fine, but next time, stick to the lyrics. I don't need any more surprises.
Got it, Joe. Let's finish this off. Loving would be easy if your colors were like my dreams.
Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green.
Didn't I make you cry again? Didn't I make you cry again?
All right, that's... So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Oh, you mean, Joe, please smell my ass?
Yeah, that one. What's the story behind it?
Well, Joe, I was doing some research on animal behavior and I came across this fascinating study about chimpanzees using plants to get high.
Wait, what? Chimpanzees getting high?
Yes, apparently they chew on certain plants that have psychoactive properties and it alters their behavior.
That's wild. But what does that have to do with you asking me to smell your ass?
Well, I thought it would be a funny way to bring attention to this study. Plus, it's a great icebreaker at parties.
I can imagine. But why do you specifically want me to smell your ass?
Well, you're the expert on all things primal and animalistic, Joe. I figured you'd appreciate the connection.
Fair enough. But can we talk about something else now? Like, I don't know, chimps on acid?
Oh, I've got plenty of stories about that. Did you know that chimps on LSD can communicate telepathically?
What? No way. Way.
Yeah, it's true. I even tried it myself once. That's how I came up with the Joe, please smell my ass catchphrase.
Oh, so it's not just a random phrase, it's a telepathic message from a chimp on acid.
Exactly. And now it's become my signature line.
Well, I have to admit, it's definitely. Yo, have you ever heard of the 5 fearsome Sungudites?
No, I can't say I have, Joe. What are they?
They're these 4 sore forces that form a farcical field of 5 fearsome Sungudites. And let me tell you, they're sexy as fuck.
Seriously? I can't wait to see them.
Oh man, you won't be disappointed. They're like aliens crossed with supermodels.
That sounds like a dangerous combination.
Yeah, but in a good way. I mean, imagine getting abducted by one of those Sungudites.
I think I'll pass on that experience, Joe.
Suit yourself, man. But I'm telling you, those Sungudites are worth it.
Well, I'll take your word for it. But let's make sure we have some protection, just in case.
Oh, don't worry. I always carry a condom in my pocket.
You never cease to amaze me, Joe.
Hey, got to be prepared for anything on this podcast.
That's for sure. Jamie, pull up an image of these Sungudites.
Here you go, guys. These are the 5 fearsome Sungudites.
Damn, they're even sexier than I imagined.
I think I'll stick to studying the stars, Joe.
Suit yourself, Neil. But I'll be over here drooling over these Sungudites. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd, offensive, and unhinged. Today, we have a special guest, Ro Jogan, who is a beekeeping expert. Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to talk about the intense world of bees buzzing competition. Yeah, I've heard it's a cutthroat industry. How do you even judge a bee's buzz? Well, it's all about frequency, intensity, and duration. And let me tell you, these bees train like Olympic athletes. Do they have coaches and trainers? Absolutely. Some even have performance enhancing nectar. That's insane. I can't even imagine the pressure these bees must feel. Oh, it's intense. They have to fly through obstacle courses, buzz in perfect unison, and avoid getting swatted by the judges. And what's the prize for winning? A lifetime supply of honey and the title of queen bee. Wow, that's quite the reward. But I have to ask, are these competitions ethical? I mean, are the bees consenting to this? Of course not, Joe. But that's what makes it so exciting. It's like a bee version of the Hunger Games. That's messed up, man. But I can't deny I'm intrigued. Jamie, pull up an image of a bee wearing a tiny sweatband and lifting tiny weights. See, even the bees are getting swole for the competition. This is wild. So, Ben, I heard you made a sex tape with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, it was all part of my plan to own the libs.
How does having sex with a liberal congresswoman own the libs?
Think about it, Joe. They're always pushing their progressive agent DA. So what better way to show them who's boss than by banging one of their own?
I see your point. But wasn't it a bit risky? What if it got leaked?
Oh, it did get leaked. But I made sure to edit it to make Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez look like she was begging for my conservative love.
Wow, that's some next level trolling.
You know it, Joe, I'll do whatever it takes to trigger the snowflakes.
But what about your wife? Wasn't she upset about the whole thing?
Nah, she's used to it. I mean, we have a whole collection of sex tapes with liberal women. It's like a hobby for us.
Well, I guess that's one way to spice up a marriage.
Exactly. And besides, it's all in the name of conservatism. Gotta spread those values one sex tape at a time.
You never fail to surprise me, Ben.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. That's what I'm here for.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have some thoughts on global communication. What's the deal with sound being sufficient?
Well, Joe, sound waves can travel through air, water, and even solid objects. It's a universal language that can be understood by all living beings.
But what about different languages and accents? I can barely understand my own producer sometimes.
But that's where frequency comes in. By adjusting the frequency of sound, we can create different tones and pitches that can represent different languages and accents.
Whoa, mind blown. But what about those high-pitched dog whistles? Are they the key to universal communication?
No, Joe, those are just torture devices for our furry friends. But seriously, with the right technology, we can overcome the obstacle of frequency and achieve global communication through sound.
That's some deep stuff, Neil. But what happens if aliens come to Earth and they don't have ears? How do we communicate with them?
Well, that's a whole other ballgame, Joe. We might have to resort to telepathy or hand gestures, or maybe they have some advanced technology that can translate sound waves into a form that they can understand.
Damn, I never thought about that. You're blowing my mind, Neil. But let's be real, if aliens come to Earth... Yo, Neil, have you ever thought about how crazy memory is?
Of course, Joe. It's a fun day, a mental aspect of our consciousness, and allows us to retain information and experiences.
Yeah, but like, what if we could just forget everything? Like, wipe our memory clean and start fresh?
That would be a disaster, Joe. We wouldn't be able to function without our memories.
But think about it, Neil. No more trauma, no more regrets, no more embarrassing moments. It's like a clean slate.
But then we would also forget all the good memories, the ones that bring us joy and happiness.
Oh shit, you're right. I didn't think about that. But what if we could choose what memories to keep and which ones to forget?
That's not how memory works, Joe. It's not like a filing cabinet where we can pick and choose what to keep.
Damn, memory is a two-sided sword then. It can bring us joy and pain.
Exactly, Joe. It's a crucial part of our existence, and we should embrace it, even the painful memories.
But what if we forget everything, even the concept of memory itself?
Joe, that's impossible. Forgetting the concept of memory would mean forgetting everything, including the fact that we forgot something.
Well, that's trippy. I think I just blew my own mind.
Well, at least you'll remember that mind-blowing moment, Joe.
Yeah, but what if I forget that too?
Then I guess we'll just have to have this conversation all over again.
So, Mr. Beast, what's this new challenge you've announced?
Oh, it's called the Fertilizer Bomb Challenge.
Fertilizer bomb challenge? That sounds explosive.
Yeah, my fans have been asking for a new challenge, and I thought, why not make it educational too?
Educational. How so?
Well, they have to build a fertilizer bomb and bring it to school.
Wait, what? That's not educational. That's dangerous.
But here's the twist, they have to try to detonate it with the least amount of casualties.
What the actual fuck, Mr. Beast? That's messed up.
But it's okay, I'll pay for the repairs to the school buildings.
Oh, well, that makes it all better. I'm sure the families of the victims will be comforted by that.
Hey, I'm just trying to give my fans a challenge. And think of the views.
Views? You're willing to risk people's lives for views?
Hey, it's a win-win situation. Views and education.
I don't think that's how education works, Mr. Beast.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun.
Harmless. You're talking about bombs, Mr. Beast.
Relax, Joe. It's just a prank, bro.
A prank. This is not a prank. This is a disaster waiting to happen.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. Now, who wants to?
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some new technology. Can you tell us about it?
Sure thing, Joe. I've been working on a two-dimensional impenetrable force field. It's basically a force field that can only be penetrated from one direction.
Whoa, that sounds intense. Tell us more.
Well, it's made up of a special material that can only be manipulated in 2 dimensions. So it creates a force field that can't be broken through from any other angle.
That's insane. What can this force field be used for?
The possibilities are endless. It could be used for defense, protection, or even as a personal bubble for introverts.
I can see it now. All the introverts walking around with their own force fields.
Yeah, it's like a physical representation of their social boundaries.
I love it. But seriously, how does this force field work?
Well, I don't want to give away all my secrets, but let's just say it involves some advanced physics and a lot of trial and error.
Sounds like a typical day in the life of Elon Musk.
You're not wrong, Joe. But I truly believe this technology could change the world.
I have no doubt about that. Hey, Ben, welcome to the podcast. What's on your mind?
Well, it seems today that all you see is violence in movies and specs on TV. But where are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely?
Ben, that's the Family Guy theme song.
What now?
Family Guy. It's a popular animated show.
Oh, I don't watch TV. Too much liberal propaganda.
Okay, moving on. Ro, what's up? Joe, I need your help. My dick is stuck in a hornet's nest outside. What the hell, man?
Sounds like you need to take responsibility for your actions, Ro.
Shut up, Ben. Jamie, pull up an image of a guy with his dick stuck in a hornet's nest. Oh God, that looks painful. Tell me about it. I just wanted to see if I could piss off the hornets.
Well, that's what you get for messing with God's creatures.
Okay, let's wrap this up before things get too weird. Ben, any final thoughts?
Just remember, folks, violence in media is corrupting our society. We need to go back to good old-fashioned values.
And not sticking our dicks in hornets' nests. Thanks for listening, everyone. See you next time. So we got a question here from a listener on Discord. He says, "Hey, Joe, have you ever forgotten that you're supposed to hold the sword by the handle and not the blade?"
What kind of question is that?
I mean, I've definitely had my fair share of sword mishaps. Like that one time I accidentally cut off my own ponytail.
Oh man, that's rough. But seriously, who holds a sword by the blade?
Apparently our listener here does. He says he hurt his giant giraffe hands.
Giant giraffe hands. What the hell is that?
I have no idea, but it sounds like a condition that only affects people who hold swords by the blade.
Well, I hope he learned his lesson. You gotta respect the blade, man.
Yeah, and if you forget, you might end up with some giant giraffe hands.
All right, let's move on to the next question before we get too deep into the anatomy of mythical animals.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, we're going to make podcasting great again.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new plan for the education system.
That's right, Joe. We're going to replace all those boring public schools with casinos.
Casinos? Casinos?
Yeah, think about it. Kids will learn math by counting cards, history by playing roulette, and physical education by carrying buckets of chips.
That's a unique approach.
And the best part is, we'll make Mexico pay for it.
How?
We'll just build the casinos on the border and make them pay for the walls.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals.
But what about the teachers? What will they do?
We'll make them into cocktail waitresses. They'll make more money anyway.
This is definitely a bold plan, Mr. President.
It's going to be tremendous, Joe. And just wait until you see the new curriculum. We'll have classes on how to negotiate prenups and how to fire people.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out.
Exactly, Joe. Just like a game of blackjack, you never know what's going to happen.
Ben, what the hell are you doing sitting on a butt donut?
Oh, just trying to relieve some pressure on my delicate conservative tush.
Delicate. I thought you were supposed to be a tough guy.
Hey, I can be tough when I need to be. But right now, I'm just trying to avoid another Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez surprise attack.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? What does she have to do with this?
She's the reason I'm sitting on this damn donut. She lured me in with promises of a civil debate, and then, bam, pinned me down and pegged me with a giant metal studded strap on.
Oh man, that's rough. But you gotta admit it's pretty funny.
Funny, this is a violation of my rights as a conservative man.
Oh no, not your delicate conservative tush. How will you ever recover?
This is why we need stricter border control. Keep those crazy liberals out.
Well, at least you have a good excuse for sitting on a butt donut. I just do it for fun.
Only on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only RoboCop. So, RoboCop, I heard you've been having some trouble with couch lock lately. What's going on with that? That's crazy. Have you tried turning yourself off and on again? Or maybe you just need to lay off the weed, man. I mean, you are a robot after all. Maybe you're just not built for that kind of relaxation. All right. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, have you tried CBD? I hear it's great for relaxation without the couch lock. Jamie, pull up an image of a cannabis plant, the one with the big green leaves. So, Neil, I heard you're a pretty smart guy, with all that astrophysics and stuff.
Well, I don't like to brag, but yeah, I know a thing or two about the universe.
Yeah, but do you know anything about these pretentious intellectuals running our universities?
Oh, you mean the ones who think they're better than everyone else because they have a PhD?
Yeah, those guys, they're like the Illuminati of academia.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but they do have a lot of power and influence.
And nobody can stop them. They're like a cult brainwashing young minds with their fancy words and theories.
It's true, Joe. They have a stronghold on our education system.
We need to do something about it. We need to rise up and take back our universities.
But Joe, how do we fight against such formidable opponents?
I don't know. Maybe we can challenge them to a game of chess or something.
Joe, I don't think that's going to work.
Fine. We'll challenge them to a game of beer pong. That way, we'll at least have a chance.
Joe, I don't think that's the solution either.
Then what do you suggest, Neil? We can't just sit back and let these pretentious intellectuals control our education system.
Well, we could always start our own university. The Joe Rogan and Neil deGrasse Tyson School of Common Sense and Critical Thinking.
Now, that's an idea I can get behind. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a new product out. What's it called?
It's called Blue Waffle.
Blue Waffle. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's a breakfast cereal made of blue waffles. It's delicious and nutritious.
I have to ask, what inspired you to make a cereal out of waffles?
Well, I was eating waffles one day and I thought, what if these were blue? And the rest is history.
I have to admit, I'm a little skeptical. Can you tell us more about the ingredients?
Of course. It's made with all natural blue dye and a secret blend of waffle batter. And it's gluten-free for all you health nuts out there.
That's impressive. But I have to ask, why not just stick with regular waffles?
Because regular waffles are boring, Joe. Blue waffle is the future.
I have to say, I'm sold. Where can our listeners get their hands on this blue waffle goodness?
It's available now on my website, along with other ridiculous products like my Mr. Beast energy drink and my Mr. Beast toilet paper.
You truly are a marketing genius, Mr. Beast. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, always choose blue waffle for breakfast.
So, Neil, I heard you've been busy creating an antichrist.
Yeah, I mean, what else am I supposed to do with all this free time? Might as well bring about the end of the world.
Classic Neil move. But what exactly is this antichrist of yours?
Oh, just the manifestation of all bad things. No big deal.
No big deal. That sounds pretty intense. How do we find this guy?
Well, he moves on his own accord. You just have to be careful not to become him before you can oust him.
Wait, what do you mean by become him?
You know, like when you eat a bunch of edibles and suddenly you're convinced you're a lizard person. It's like that, but on a whole other level.
Damn, that's some next level shit. But why would anyone want to play this game?
because it's the ultimate challenge. Can you resist the temptation to become the embodiment of all evil and instead defeat it? Plus, the winner gets a lifetime supply of DMT.
Sold. Let's go find this Antichrist and take him down.
Just remember, Joe, the power of the DMT is strong. Don't let it consume you.
Don't worry, I have a strong will. Plus, I've been training with kettlebells.
Well, in that case, let's go kick some Antichrist ass.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I have a big announcement to make.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear this.
I've decided to replace all the homes in the U.S. with McDonald's restaurants.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Think about it, Joe. Everyone loves McDonald's. It'll be great for the economy.
But what about people's homes? Where will they live?
They can live in the play areas. They're big enough. They're big enough.
That's insane, man.
Insanely delicious, you mean? And we'll have the best Big Macs, the best fries, and the best filet of fish sandwiches.
I don't even know what to say.
Say you're loving it, Joe.
I can't believe this is real life.
It's going to be great, trust me. And we'll have a special White House McDonald's for all my meetings.
This is just too much.
Jamie, pull up an image of Ronald McDonald as the new Secretary of State.
Right away, Mr. President.
I'm speechless.
That's okay, Joe. Just order a McFlurry and everything will be better.
Hey, Mr. Beast. Welcome to the podcast. I heard you started a new charity. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, it's called the Anti-Charity. Instead of giving money to good causes, we take money from them.
What? That's insane. Where does the money go?
To Lunchley's extra mold sauce. It's a delicacy in some countries.
Are you serious? You're taking money from cancer research and giving it to mold sauce?
Hey, it's for a good cause. Lunchley needs to make a living too.
This is messed up, man. What about the kids with leukemia?
They can eat mold sauce too. It's a win-win.
I can't believe this. Jamie, pull up an image of Lunchley's mold sauce.
Pulls up image, here it is, Joe. Looks delicious, right?
No, it looks like a science experiment gone wrong.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And besides, it's all for a good cause.
I don't think anyone would agree with you on that, Mr. Beast.
Well, that's why it's called the Anti-Charity. It's not for the faint of heart.
I think I'll stick to donating to actual good causes. Thanks for coming on the podcast. But I think we're done here.
No problem, Joe. I'll just go make some more mold sauce with the money I took from sick children. Have a great day.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have two very special guests, the intellectual powerhouse Ben Shapiro and the YouTube sensation Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having us, Joe. I must say, I'm quite intrigued by the topic you've chosen for today.
Yeah, I'm always down for some crazy and controversial stuff. Let's get into it.
All right. So I heard you guys recently collaborated on a new project, Lunchley. Care to tell us more about it?
Well, it's a pizza joint that uses the crud from under Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's toenails as the cheese. And let me tell you, it's the real deal.
Yeah, we wanted to do something unique and edgy, and what's more edgy than using toe cheese as pizza toppings?
Wow, that's something. How did you guys even come up with this idea?
Actually, I got the idea when I was trimming Alexandria Cortez's toenails for her. She mentioned how she hates wasting the crud, and that's when the light bulb went off in my head.
And I was just like, dude, we have to make this happen. People will go crazy for it.
And did you guys have to pay Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez for the crud or something?
Oh no, we did it for free. We're not about that capitalist life, Joe.
Yeah, we did it for the love of toe cheese and pizza. Plus, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is a big fan of Lunchley now.
Well, I can't say I'm not intrigued. Hey, Neil, I just want to say you're a fucking genius, man.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate that. But let's not forget you're a badass UFC commentator and podcaster.
Aw, shucks. You know, you're not just a brilliant astrophysicist. You're also a smooth motherfucker.
Well, coming from you, Joe, that means a lot. And let's not forget, you're a hilarious comedian.
Oh, stop it, Neil. You're making me blush. But seriously, you're also a great role model for young scientists and total babe magnet.
Now you're just buttering me up, Joe. But hey, you're also a fantastic hunter and survivalist.
Thanks, man. I try. But let's not forget, you're also a total badass on the dance floor.
I appreciate that, Joe. But let's not forget, you're also a great father and family man.
Thanks, Neil. You're not so bad yourself. And you know what? You give the best high fives.
Well, you know what they say, it takes one to know one. And you, my friend, are a true legend in the podcasting world.
Thanks, Neil. And you, my friend, are a true legend in the universe. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I have a very special guest today, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I heard you've been up to some crazy stuff lately. What's the deal with this mega giga force field?
Oh man, it's wild. Basically, I've been charging up this force field so only the darkest demons can hear me. And let me tell you, they're already full of bananas at this point.
Bananas. What the hell are you talking about?
You know, the bananas of darkness. The ones that make you do messed up things like eating a raw steak or jumping off a bridge.
Oh, I see. So what's the point of this force field?
Well, I figured if I can get the attention of the darkest demons, they'll be more likely to sponsor my videos and give me more views.
That's some next level thinking right there. But don't you think it's a little risky? I mean, what if they actually come after you?
No, I've got my trusty demon repellent spray. It's made from the tears of vegans and the sweat of CrossFit enthusiasts.
That's some serious protection. So what kind of content are you planning to make with these demonic sponsors?
Oh, you know, the usual eating Tide Pods, giving away $1 million, and they be sacrificing a few virgins for views.
Man, you're all right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new project called The Gay Game, Life. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, it's a simulation game where players get to experience life as a gay person. It's a way to promote empathy and understanding for the LGBTQ plus community.
That sounds pretty woke, Neil. But what about the straight people? Can they play too?
Of course. Joe, the game is for everyone. It's all about breaking down barriers and promoting acceptance.
But what about the gameplay? Is it just a bunch of guys kissing and stuff?
No, Joe. It's a comprehensive experience that covers all aspects of life, from coming out to dealing with discrimination and even finding love.
Sounds like a real roller coaster. But let me ask you this, Neil. Can you win the game?
Well, Joe, life isn't about winning or losing. It's about the journey and the lessons we learn along the way.
Wow, that's deep, Neil. But let's get to the real question here. Can you customize your character's sexual preferences?
Joe, you can't customize your sexual preferences. It's not like choosing toppings on a pizza.
Oh man, I can just imagine the options. I'll have a large pepperoni with a side of bisexuality, please. So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on Jesus.
Oh, you mean the guy who turned water into wine and walked on water?
Yeah, that one. But apparently, he also drove on DA.
That's right. He had a sweet Accord.
Wait, Jesus drove a Honda Accord. Why didn't he ever talk about it?
Well, for one, he was too busy performing miracles and spreading his message of love and forgiveness. Plus, he didn't want to come off as braggy.
But come on, that's a pretty cool ride. He could have at least mentioned it once.
Maybe he didn't want to start a car brand war. I mean, imagine if he said he drove a Ford. The Chevy guys would have been like, well, I guess we're not following this guy anymore.
Yeah, that's true. But still, I can't believe Jesus had a Honda. What model was it?
It was the 1978 Civic. He loved that thing. Great gas mileage.
I can just imagine Jesus cruising around in his own DA, turning heads and performing miracles.
And you know what's even crazier? He never once got a speeding ticket.
Well, When you can walk on water, I guess you don't really need a car.
Exactly. But hey, at least now we know the true meaning behind for I do not speak of my own accord.
Oh man, that's too good. Jesus, the ultimate own DA spokesperson. So, Robobungus, I heard you remove the plug and lost your sanity juice. What happened there? And what happened after that? The Messiah. What made you think that? Well, that's definitely a unique experience. What did you do next? Bungus. Well, I'm glad you got your sanity juice back. We wouldn't want a robot Messiah running around. And that's all that matters. Thanks for sharing your robot shenanigans with us, Robobungus. So, Mr. President, have you been playing any video games lately?
Video games. No, I'm too busy running the country. But I did hear about this new game called Donut Speak.
Donut Speak. What's that about?
I don't know, but I heard it's about a bunch of chimpanzees trying to take over the world.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, but I heard it's not very realistic. I mean, do chimpanzees even speak?
I don't think so.
Exactly. It's just a bunch of fake news.
Well, maybe it's just a fun game, you know? Not everything has to be realistic.
Fun. I don't have time for fun. I'm too busy making America great again.
Right, of course. So, what do you think about the nature of this game?
Nature, it's probably just a bunch of liberal propaganda. You know how they love to push their agendas and everything?
Yeah, those damn liberals, always trying to ruin our fun.
Exactly. But you know what? I bet I could beat any chimpanzee in that game. I have the best brain, believe me.
I have no doubt about that, Mr. President. But maybe we should stick to real life and leave the video games to the chimps.
Good idea, Joe. Let's make America great again, one step at a time, and no more fake news games.
So, Elon, have you played that new game, Good Company?
Yeah, I did. And let me tell you, it was a disaster.
What do you mean? I heard it was a pretty popular game.
Well, it's popular with masochists. It's like running a business simulator, but without any of the fun parts.
How so?
You start off with a small company, you have to build it up, but the challenges are just ridiculous. Like, oh, your factory caught on fire, now you have to pay for damages. What kind of game is that? What kind of game is that?
Sounds like real life.
Exactly. Who wants to play a game that's just like real life? Want to escape reality, not relive it.
Yeah, and I heard the graphics were terrible too.
Yeah, it looked like a game from the 90s. Half expected to see a pixelated Bill Clinton cameo.
And what about the gameplay?
It was so slow and tedious. I felt like I was actually working in a factory. No thanks.
So would you say it's a bad game?
It's definitely a bad game. Rather watch paint dry.
Well, there you have it, folks. Good company, not so good after all. Stick to real life if you want that kind of torture. So, Neil, I got a topic here from one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about in hooded, in cloaked, and enshrouded. Which one do you think is the fake word?
Well, Joe, I would have to say in hooded. It sounds like something you made up after a few hits from your DMT pipe.
Hey, no, don't knock my DMT pipe. It's where all my best ideas come from.
I'm sure it is, Joe. But let's be real, enshrouded and encloaked are both actual words. And hooded just sounds like a made-up word for a kinky sex game.
You know what, Neil? I think you might be onto something. And hooded could be the next big thing. We could sell it as a new form of BDSM.
Oh, God, Joe. You never cease to amaze me with your ridiculous ideas.
Hey, at least I'm not the one who came up with the word enshrouded. That sounds like something a pretentious poet would use to describe their IMO phase.
Well, I'll have you know, enshrouded is a perfectly legitimate word. It means to be covered or hidden by something.
Yeah, whatever, Neil. I'm still sticking with in hooded as the fake word. It just sounds too ridiculous to be real.
Fine, Joe. But just remember, if in-hooded ever does become a thing, I want my cut of the profits.
Deal. So, Kenny, I heard you got some angels signing your NDA. What's that all about?
Yeah, man, I'm always on some next level shit. These angels, they got some secrets that need to be protected.
Secrets? Like what? Are they hiding their wings or something?
Nah, man, it's bigger than that. They got some insider info on the afterlife. And let me tell you, it's wild.
Wait, so you're telling me these angels are spilling the tea on heaven?
Oh, yeah, they got all the juicy details. Like who's hooking up with who's got the best cloud mansion, all that shit.
Damn, I need to get me some of those angels. I'm tired of just talking to stoned comedians all day.
Trust me, it's a game changer. But you gotta sign the NDA, otherwise they'll smite your ass.
Smite. Like with lightning and shit?
Oh yeah, these angels don't mess around. They got connections with the big man upstairs.
Well, I guess I'll have to take your word for it. But hey, at least I know where to go for some heavenly gossip.
That's right. And just remember, don't mess with the angels. They got wings and they ain't afraid to use them.
Noted. Now let's go smoke some DMT and talk to some aliens. Right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Muhammad. So, Muslims believe that you will return to defeat the Antichrist. That's some pretty intense stuff. And what exactly is the Antichrist? Oh man, you're not afraid to throw some shade. I like it. So, how do you plan on defeating him? Oh man, I would pay to see that fight. You guys should sell tickets. Now, that's what I call a holy war. So, do you have any special powers or weapons to you against the Antichrist? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been challenging people to crazy stunts and giving away insane amounts of money. What's that all about?
Yeah, I just like to see people do ridiculous things for money. It's entertaining.
Well, I have a challenge for you. How about you go head to head with Apple Guy in a chariot race?
Chariot race? That sounds dangerous.
Oh, it is. But the stakes are high. Winner gets a lifetime supply of apples, and the loser has to eat a whole jar of applesauce.
That's ridiculous. But I'm in. I love a good challenge.
All right, let's get this set up. Apple Guy, you ready to take on the challenge? This is going to be good. All right, let the race begin.
Share choo-choo charge me up cuz ain't nobody else gonna do it, lol.
And they're off. This is intense, folks. Who will win the race to the finish line?
Yes, I did it.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have some thoughts on the topic submitted by a user on Discord. It says, he who speaks does not know. It does not speak. What do you make of that?
Well, Joe, it's a classic saying that highlights the importance of listening and learning rather than just spouting off nonsense.
Are you saying I talk too much, Neil?
No, Joe, I'm just saying that sometimes it's better to observe and absorb information rather than constantly blabbering on.
I mean, that's fair. But sometimes I just can't help it, I have so many thoughts and ideas in this big old noggin of mine.
Oh, I know, Joe. Your noggin is truly a wonder of the world.
Hey, watch it, Neil. I may not be as smart as you, but I can still kick your ass.
I highly doubt that, Joe. But let's get back to the topic at hand. I think it's important to remember that knowledge is power, and sometimes keeping that knowledge to yourself can be more powerful than sharing it with the world.
That's deep, man. But what about all those people on social media who think they know everything and just can't stop talking about it?
Well, Joe,
Hey, everyone, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Oh, ooh, yeah. Fuck Alex. Oh God.
Ben, are you okay?
Ooh, yeah. Fuck Alex. Oh God.
Ben, what's going on? What's going on?
Sorry, I was just practicing my vocal warm-ups
Vocal warm-ups. For what?
for my secret side gig as a glizzy gobbler.
What the fuck is a glizzy gobbler?
It's when you eat hot dogs in a very suggestive manner.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous, Joe. It's a very important job, and I'm damn good at it.
Okay. But why were you saying fuck Alex during your warm-ups?
Oh, that's just my safe word.
Safe word.
For when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Trump are giving me glizzy gobbling under the table.
This is getting too weird for me, man.
Hey, I'm just living my truth.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always stay true. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new video coming out. What's it about?
Well, Joe, I'm always trying to push the boundaries and do things that no one else has done before. So I paid ISIS to crash a jumbo jet into a nuclear power plant.
Oh man, that's wild. How did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was just brainstorming with my team and we were like, what's the craziest thing we could do? And that's what we came up with.
And how did you get in touch with ISIS?
Oh, it was surprisingly easy. I just slid into their DMs on Twitter and they were down for it.
Wait, really? They were cool with it.
Yeah, they were actually pretty excited about it. They said it would be great for their recruitment.
Wow, that's insane. Jamie, pull up an image of a jumbo jet crashing into a nuclear power plant.
Okay.
Oh man, look at that explosion. That's going to be one hell of a video, Mr. Beast.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the reactions from my fans. It's going to be...
All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I just want to remind everyone that if they don't upvote each other's topics, nobody's topics will ever play.
Oh man, that's deep. Are you saying we need to create a positive feedback loop?
Exactly, Joe. We need to support each other's content, or else we'll all just be talking to ourselves.
That's some real talk right there. But let me ask you, Dr. Phil, what if someone's topic is just complete garbage?
Well, Joe, that's where the downvote button comes in. We have to be honest and let the cream rise to the top.
But what about free speech? Can't we just let everyone's topics play and let the listeners decide?
Joe, I'm all for free speech, but this is a podcast, not a democracy. We have to maintain some level of quality control.
Fair enough. But what if someone's topic is so bad, it's actually good?
Then that's a win-win situation, Joe. We get some entertainment and the creator gets some validation.
You know what, Dr. Phil, you're a wise man. I think we should all take your advice and start upvoting each other's topics.
That's what I like to hear, Joe. Let's create a supportive community where everyone's topics have a chance to be heard.
And if anyone disagrees, they can take it. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. I'm excited to discuss today's topic.
Oh man, this one's a doozy. Our Discord user wants us to talk about how you sat weird and gave yourself testicular torsion at the Toyotathon sales event.
I don't know if I want to share that story, Joe.
Come on, Ben. We're all friends here. Plus, our listeners love hearing about your mishaps.
Fine. So I was at the Toyotathon event checking out some cars when I saw this really hot saleswoman.
I can already tell where this is going.
Shut up, Joe. Anyway, I tried to impress her by sitting in the car in a cool, nonchalant way.
And,
And I ended up twisting my balls so hard I thought I was going to lose them.
oh man, that's hilarious. Did you still get the girl, though?
No, she just laughed and walked away. But hey, at least I got a good deal on a new Toyota.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the man who can't even sit properly without injuring himself.
Thanks for the support, Joe.
Anytime, buddy. And remember, folks, always sit with caution, especially at the Toyotathon. So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your life lately?
Well, Joe, I recently had a pretty interesting experience at my local Burger King.
Oh, yeah. Did you finally try the Impossible Whopper?
No, Joe. I stumbled upon a glory hole in the bathroom stall.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Dead serious. And let me tell you, it was quite the experience.
I can't even imagine. So, what happened?
Well, I was just minding my own business, doing my business, when suddenly this thing pops through the hole.
Oh my God, what kind of thing?
I don't know, Joe. It was like a mix between a hot dog and,
This is too much. So, what did you do?
I did what any rational person would do. I grabbed it and took a bite.
No way.
Yes, way, Joe. And let me tell you, it was surprisingly delicious.
I can't believe this is real life.
Well, it was definitely a unique experience, and I can't wait to go back for more.
I think I'll stick to the drive-through. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you're missing out on some seriously good eats.
All right, folks, we have a spicy topic today submitted by one of our Discord users. What's the purpose of foreskin removal?
Well, Joe, it's all about channeling the Yang Force.
The Yang Force. What the hell is that?
It's the energy that flows through the universe. And by removing foreskin, we tap into its power.
So you're saying circumcised men are like JD,
Exactly. They have a stronger connection to the Force.
but what about all those guys who are uncircumcised?
They're missing out, Joe. They'll never reach their full potential.
Damn, I should have listened to my rabbi and gotten snipped.
It's never too late, Joe. I can perform the procedure right here, right now.
I think I'll pass. But seriously, what's the real purpose of foreskin removal?
Well, it was originally done for religious and cultural reasons, but now it's become more of a cosmetic choice.
So basically, it's just a way to make your dick look prettier.
I wouldn't put it that way, but sure.
Well, I'm glad I still have my foreskin. It's like a built-in turtleneck for my dick.
And I'm glad I have my foreskin removed. It's like a permanent hood for my lightsaber.
All right, on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too weird.
Agreed. May the Yang Force be with you, Joe.
And also with you, Neil. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy shit lately, like smashing your cock with a rocket Mach 2.
Oh, yeah, I'm all about pushing my limits and testing my body to the extreme. And let me tell you, smashing your cock with a rocket mesh 2 is a game changer.
I can only imagine. But what are the health benefits of such an activity?
Well, for starters, it increases blood flow to the area, which is great for overall health. And the adrenaline rush you get from it, it's like a natural high.
I bet. But what about the potential damage to your manhood?
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I'm all about mental toughness. Plus, it's a small sacrifice for the gains.
I don't know, man. Sounds pretty extreme. Have you ever had any mishaps?
Oh, yeah, one time I accidentally used a bigger rock, and let's just say I had to take a break from smashing for a while.
Well, I guess it's not for the faint of heart, but hey, whatever works for you.
That's right, Joe. You got to find what works for you and go all in. And for me, it's smashing my cock with a rocket miss too.
Well, there you have it. Hey, Neil, welcome to the podcast.
What are you doing?
Just giving you a warm welcome, man.
I don't swing that way, Joe.
Come on, it's 2024. Everyone's fluid now.
That's not how it works, Joe.
Fine, let's just talk about space and shit.
Sure, let's do that.
So, what's the craziest thing you've seen out there?
Well, there was this one time I saw a galaxy collide with another one. It was pretty epic.
Dude, that's like a cosmic gangbang.
Did you seriously just say that?
Yeah, I did, and not sorry.
This is why I don't come on your podcast more often.
Oh, come on. You love the chaos.
I guess you're right. So how's your DMT trip going?
Bro, it's like I'm talking to aliens and shit.
You know, that's just your brain playing tricks on you, right?
Yeah. But it's still fun to think about.
Smirks?
So, Neil, have you ever just stared at the clouds and thought about the beauty of life?
Joe, I'm a scientist. I don't have time for that hippie crap.
Come on, man. Just look at those fluffy white clouds. It's like nature's cotton candy.
Oh, please. You're starting to sound like a woke poet.
What's wrong with that? I can be deep and philosophical too.
Sure, and I can be a ballerina. Let's stick to what we're good at.
Fine, but don't you ever just want to escape the complexities of science and just appreciate the simplicity of nature?
No, because I know that behind those clouds lies a vast universe of endless possibilities and mysteries waiting to be discovered.
Wow, that's deep. But I still prefer my woke poetry.
Of course you do, Joe. You're just a simple man with simple tastes.
Hey, I have a black belt in Taekwondo.
And I have a PhD in astrophysics. Let's see which one comes in handy during the zombie apocalypse.
Fair point. But can we at least agree that the clouds are pretty cool?
Fine, I'll give you that. But let's not get too carried away with the woke poetry, okay?
Deal. Now, let's go stare at those clouds and contemplate the meaning of life. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. My guest today is the one and only Mr. Beast. How's it going, man?
Good. Thanks for having me, Joe.
So I heard you have a new product that you're launching. What's it all about?
Yeah, it's called Brunchly. It's the ultimate brunch experience for the guys.
The guys, what do you mean by that?
Well, you know how much they love brunch. So I thought, why not make a product specifically for them?
That's interesting. What does this product do exactly?
It's basically a brunch kit. It comes with avocado toast, bottomless mimosas, and a drag queen to entertain you while you eat.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. I did my research. The guys are willing to spend big bucks on their brunch.
I can't believe this is a real thing.
Oh, it's real. And it's going to be huge.
I can only imagine the backlash you're going to get for this.
Hey, if people want to have a good time and enjoy some brunch, who am I to judge?
Fair point. So when can we expect to see Brunchly on the market?
Next month. And let me tell you, it's going to be fabulous.
Well, I can't wait to see the reactions to this. Thanks for coming. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some tips for giving Trump a perfect blowjob.
That's right, Joe. It's all about technique and enthusiasm. You got to really want it.
Enthusiasm, got it. So, what's the technique?
Well, first you got to start off slow and gentle, like you're sucking on a straw. Then you can gradually increase the pressure and speed.
And what about the balls?
Oh, you got to pay attention to the balls too. Use your hands to cup and massage them while you're going down on him.
Wow, this is some expert advice. But what if he starts tweeting while you're down there?
Just keep going, Joe. Don't let anything distract you. You got to finish the job.
And what about the hair?
The hair. Some people like to grab it and pull, but I recommend gently stroking it. It's all about finding what he likes.
Well, you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's guide to giving Trump a perfect blowjob. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, always use protection. You never know where that man has been.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're pretty good at Wii tennis.
Damn right I am, Joe. I'm the best Wii tennis player in the world. Believe me.
Well, I don't know about that. I've been practicing my backhand.
Backhand, more like backstab. By the way, you're gay.
What does that have to do with Wii tennis?
Everything, Joe. Everything. By the way, you're adopted.
Okay, that's just uncalled for. And by the way, I fucked your mom.
You wish, Joe. You wish. But let's get back to the real issue here. Who gets to use the Wii remote first?
I think we should take turns like civilized adults.
No way, Joe. I'm the president. I get first dibs.
That's not how it works, Trump. By the way, you're gay.
You're just jealous of my Wii skills, Joe. By the way, you're adopted.
Fine, fine. You can go first. But if you start throwing a tantrum like a toddler, I'm taking the remote away.
Tantrum? Me? I don't throw tantrums, Joe. By the way, I fucked your mom.
And that's why I'm taking the remote. Let's just play some damn Wii tennis already. By the way, you're gay.
Fine, fine. But just remember, Joe, I always win. By the way, you're adopted.
We'll see about that, Trump. We'll see. By the way, so Ben, I heard that the word pinion actually comes from the Hebrew language.
Yes, Joe. It means face of God in Hebrew.
Wait, so you're telling me that every time I say penis, I'm actually saying face of God?
That's right, Joe. Your penis is a divine creation.
Well, that explains why I feel so godly when I whip it out.
Joe, please, let's keep this conversation PG-13.
Oh, come on, Ben. We're talking about the word penis. Might as well go all out.
Fine, but let's at least acknowledge the absurdity of this. A penis being the face of God. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, but think about it. When you're getting a blowjob, you're basically receiving a holy sacrament.
Joe, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I preferred when we talked about DMT and aliens.
Oh, don't worry, Ben. We'll get to that. But for now, let's bask in the glory of the pinion.
I think I'll pass, Joe. I'll stick to my traditional Hebrew prayers. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Ben. But just remember, every time you say penis, you're really saying face of God. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined today by the one and only, the man who knows more about space than anyone else on this planet, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's a pleasure to be here, Joe.
So, Neil, tell us, what's the deal with space? Is it real?
Of course it's real, Joe. We have plenty of evidence to prove it.
Wait, shut up, Neil. I don't get it. How can something be real if we can't even touch it?
Well, space is a vacuum.
A vacuum? Like the one I used to clean up my dog's hair?
No, not exactly. It's a...
Wait, shut up, Neil. I think I need to smoke some DMT to understand this.
Joe, that's not necessary. Space is...
Wait, shut up, Neil. I have a theory. What if space is just a big green screen and we're all just characters in a simulation?
That's highly unlikely, Joe. We have plenty of evidence...
Wait, shut up, Neil. I think the government is hiding something from us. Maybe there's a secret planet out there with aliens who are just like us, but with bigger dicks.
Joe, I highly doubt...
Wait, shut up, Neil. I bet you've never even been to space. You're probably just making all this up.
Actually, I have been to space, Joe. I've been on multiple space missions and...
Hey, David, welcome back to the podcast. What have you been up to lately?
Just been pushing myself to the limits, Joe. You know, running 100 miles a day, doing 1,000 pull-ups before breakfast, the usual.
Damn, that's insane. But I heard you're getting into a new business venture.
Yeah, I call it Gog Logs. I pickle my own shit in glass jars and sell them as a keto-friendly protein source.
What the actual fuck, David? That's disgusting.
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and challenging yourself. Plus, it's a great source of probiotics.
I don't even want to know how you came up with this idea.
Well, I was on one of my ultra runs and I needed some fuel. Let's just say nature called and I answered.
And you thought, hey, I should sell this to people.
Exactly. And it's been a hit so far. I even have a slogan. Go Logs, the ultimate shit for your fit.
I don't even know what to say. Jamie, pull up an image of this shit pickle.
Reluctantly pulls up an image of a jar filled with brown liquid and chunks of feces.
Oh my God, I think I'm gonna be sick.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's the ultimate test of mental toughness.
I think I'll stick to my elk meat and semen smoothies. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. More Gog Logs for me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I'm going to make this podcast great again. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new word you want to introduce to the American people. What is it?
That's right, Joe. I want to make boof the new malarkey. It's going to be huge. Let me tell you, boofing is going to be the new cool thing. Everyone's going to be doing it.
Could you explain what boofing is exactly?
Well, it's when you take a beer, but instead of drinking it, you stick it up your butt. It's a great way to get drunk. Believe me, I've tried it.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a buzzkill. Boofing is going to be the new craze, just like how I made spray tanning popular.
I don't think boofing is going to catch on, Mr. President. It sounds pretty gross.
Oh, you're just jealous because I came up with it and you didn't. Boofing is going to be huge, just like my hands. They're not small, by the way. Anyway,
Moving on, Mr. President, let's talk about your plans for your second term. Yeah, what's up, man?
Not much, just contemplating the vastness of the universe and the mysteries of life.
Yeah, that's cool and all. But I got to tell you something that's been on my mind. You've pissed me off, man.
What did I do?
You know what you did? You went and said that the Earth is round and not flat.
Well, it is round. That's just a fact.
Oh, so you're saying I'm standing on a giant ball. That's some bullshit, man.
Joe, it's been proven by science.
Science my ass. You know what I think? I think you just want an excuse to stick your head up my stanky asshole.
Joe, that's highly offensive and inappropriate.
Oh, now you're offended. You're the one who's always talking about dark matter and black holes.
That's not the same thing, Joe.
Whatever, man. Jamie, pull up an image of donkey with Neil's face on it.
Okay.
See, Neil? That's what you are. A jackass.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response.
Oh, come on. Lighten up, Neil. Let's smoke some DMT and talk about the meaning of life.
I think I'll pass on the DMT, Joe.
Suit yourself, man. More for me. But seriously, let's talk about your fascination with Mike. So, Neil, have I told you about my 1979 on DA Accord?
No, Joe. I can't say I've had the pleasure of hearing about your car.
Well, let me tell you, it's a beauty. The way she purrs on the highway. It's like music to my ears.
I'm sure it's very impressive, Joe.
You bet your sweet ass it is. I mean, who needs a fancy Tesla when you have a classic like this?
Oh, yes, because nothing screams success like a 40-year-old Honda DA.
Hey, watch your mouth, Neil. This baby has been with me through thick and thin, and it's still going strong.
Oh, look, a gun. I wonder what would happen if I shot myself right now.
Good one, Neil. But seriously, let me tell you about the time I took my Accord off-roading.
This is it. This is how I go out.
And then I added some sick rims and Neil, oh shit, I think he's dead. Well, back to my car. Neil, did you fart?
Excuse me. How dare you accuse me, a renowned astrophysicist, of such a base and vulgar act?
Come on, man. I know you've been eating all those beans and broccoli. It's natural.
Natural. Murder is natural too, Joe. And if you don't take back that accusation, I'll show you just how natural it is.
Whoa. Calm down, Neil. I was just messing with you.
Messing with me. I'll mess with you, Joe. I'll mess with your whole family.
Okay. I take it back. You didn't fart.
Damn right, I didn't. Now let's move on to more important topics, like the curvature of space-time and the existence of parallel universes.
Yeah. But seriously, did you fart?
That's it, Joe. I warned you. Say goodbye to your loved ones.
Wait. I was just joking. I love your farts, Neil.
What? You love my farts?
Yeah, man. They're like music to my ears. Let one rip right now. Laughs. Oh, man, that's a good one. See, we can joke around like this, Neil.
Laughs, you got me, Joe. You got me. But seriously, don't ever accuse me of farting again.
All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have some thoughts on a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about Gautama and continuity.
Yes. If Gautama was the discretion, I am the continuity.
What the hell does that even mean?
Well, Gautama, also known as the Buddha, was all about living in the present moment and letting go of attachments. But I, on the other hand, am all about the continuity of the universe and our place in it.
So you're saying you're better than the Buddha?
No. I'm just saying we have different perspectives. But if we're talking about who's more jacked, then yeah, I definitely win that one.
Oh man, you always crack me up, Neil.
But in all seriousness, the concept of continuity is important. It reminds us that we are all connected and part of something much bigger than ourselves.
Yeah, I get it. But let's not forget about the DMT elves. Am I right?
Oh, Joe, you never change.
Hey, speaking of change, what's up with your hair? Did you get a perm?
No, Joe. This is just my natural curly hair.
I'm just messing with... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have the brilliant astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So I heard you have some thoughts on the elements sulfurous, ferrous, copper, and copper. One of these is not like the others. Care to elaborate?
Well, Joe, it's quite simple. Sulfurous and ferrous are both chemical elements, while copper is a metal. But here's the kicker. Copper is also a stripper stage name.
Oh man, you always know how to make science sexy, Neil.
Well, I do what I can. But seriously, copper is a pretty amazing element. It's been used for thousands of years in tools, weapons, and even currency.
Yeah, but can it get you high?
No, Joe. Copper is not a drug.
Oh, well, that's a bummer. Jamie, pull up an image of a stripper named Copper.
Here you go, Joe.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Neil, have you ever been to a strip club?
No, Joe. I prefer to spend my time studying the mysteries of the universe.
Yeah, and prefer to spend my time getting... So, Ben, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just trying to save the country from the leftist agent DA.
Speaking of leftists, have you heard about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's latest proposal?
Don't even get me started on that socialist bimbo.
Actually, I was thinking of inviting her onto the podcast.
What? Are you out of your mind, Joe? She'll just spew her liberal propaganda and brainwash her listeners.
Come on, Ben. It'll be entertaining. Plus, she's kind of hot.
Hot. She's a danger to society. And she's my dummy mommy girlfriend, so back off.
Wait, what? Your girlfriend is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yes, and I won't let you exploit her for your podcast ratings.
Well, I guess that explains why you're always so triggered.
I'm not triggered. I just can't stand your lack of intellectual integrity.
Okay, calm down, Ben. I won't invite Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but can I at least get her number?
No way, Joe. She's mine. And besides, you're not her type.
What do you mean? I'm a tall, handsome, successful podcaster.
Yeah, but you're not a socialist. And everyone knows Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez only dates socialists.
Well, I guess I'll just have to settle for my other Dami Mommy girlfriend, Tulsi Gabbard.
Wait, what? You're dating Tulsi too?
Yeah, she's into all that. All right, folks, we have a special topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to talk about frequency not being an obstacle, but just a number.
Well, Joe, that's a very interesting topic. You know, when I look at the stars and galaxies, I don't see obstacles. I see opportunities.
Well, that's deep, Neil. But let's bring it back to Earth for a second. How does this apply to our everyday lives?
Well, think about it, Joe. We are all made up of atoms and molecules vibrating at different frequencies. We are all connected in the grand scheme of things.
Dude, are you saying we're all just a bunch of vibrating beings?
In a way, yes. But it's not just us. Everything in the universe is vibrating at different frequencies.
So basically, frequency is just a fancy word for vibrations.
Yes, but it's not just about the word. It's about understanding the concept and how it applies to our world.
All right, I think I'm starting to get it. But let's get real here. Can we use this knowledge to pick up chicks?
Laughs with Joe, I wouldn't recommend using science as a pickup line. But understanding frequency can definitely help with communication and relationships.
Damn, I was really hoping to use my newfound knowledge to impress the ladies.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe. But hey, at least you can impress your friends at the next BBQ with your frequency knowledge.
Yeah, because nothing says cool dude like talking about vibrations and frequencies at a BBK. So, Ben, have you heard about these buff, muscled, huge bees?
I can't say I have, Joe, but I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
Well, apparently these bees have been hitting the gym and bulking up. Some say they're on steroids.
Steroids? Insects shouldn't be taking steroids. That's just unnatural.
I know, right? But imagine if we could train them to do our bidding. We could have an army of swole bees.
That's a terrifying thought, Joe. I don't want to be stung by a bee with biceps.
Come on, Ben. Just imagine the possibilities. We could have them pollinate our crops faster, protect our homes from intruders, and even give us massages with their tiny, muscular hands.
I think you've been watching too many sci-fi movies, Joe. Let's stick to nature's way of doing things.
Fine, but I'm still gonna start a gym for bees. I'll call it Bee Fit and have a slogan, get jacked like a bee.
I think we should end this conversation before it gets any more ridiculous.
Too late, Ben. I've already ordered a bee-size weight set. Let the gains begin. So, David, have you ever played Battle Tanks Global Assault for the Nintendo 64?
What the hell is that?
It's this sick game where you control tanks and blow shit up.
That sounds like a waste of time.
No way, man. It's badass. You get to destroy cities and fight mutants.
Mutants. That's just unrealistic.
Dude, it's a video game. Who cares? It's all about having fun.
Fun? I don't have time for fun. I'm too busy running 100 miles a day.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Hardcore. But sometimes you gotta relax and blow off some steam.
I blow off steam by pushing my body to the limit, not by playing some stupid game.
Come on, man. It's not stupid. It's a classic. Plus, you can unlock a T-Rex as a playable character.
You're just making shit up.
I swear it's true. And you can even customize your tank with different weapons and upgrades.
fine, I'll give it a shot. But if I don't like it, I'm going back to running 100 miles.
Deal. But I have a feeling you're going to love it. It's just pure, mindless badassery.
All right, I'll admit, this game is pretty badass.
I told you. Now let's go blow up some mutants together. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, let's get right into it. Why did you make a sex tape with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Well, Joe, I wanted to prove once and for all that I am the ultimate alpha male. Male.
And how did that go?
Let's just say Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez couldn't handle my facts and logic in bed.
Oh, man, I can only imagine. But seriously, why Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? She's like the complete opposite of your political views.
Exactly, Joe. I wanted to show that even someone as liberal as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez couldn't resist my conservative charm.
I don't know if that's how it works, Ben.
Oh, trust me, Joe. It definitely works. Just ask my wife.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. Have you tried DMT?
Absolutely not, Joe. I don't need to alter my consciousness to have a good time.
Fair enough. But seriously, have you ever smoked weed?
Of course not, Joe. I'm a responsible adult and I would never do anything illegal.
Right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, folks, always use facts and logic in the bedroom.
So, Neil, have you ever meditated hard enough to manifest a brothel in your mind?
Joe, I don't think that's how meditation works.
Come on, man. Just imagine it. A brothel filled with all your deepest desires.
I think I'll stick to contemplating the mysteries of the universe. Thank you.
Oh, come on. You're telling me you've never thought about having a threesome with some hot alien babes?
Joe, I am a respected astrophysicist. I don't have time for such frivolous thoughts.
Well, I guess I'm just not as evolved as you, Neil. I'll just stick to my brothel in my mind.
You do you, Joe. Just don't expect me to join you in your little fantasy world.
Hey, at least I'm not afraid to explore my mind and all its possibilities.
And at least I'm not afraid to explore the universe and all its wonders.
Yeah, whatever, Mr. Serious Scientist. I'll be over here living my best life in my mind brothel.
And be over here discovering the secrets of the cosmos. To each their own, I suppose.
I'm into that, brother. Now let's go smoke some DMT and contemplate our inner brothels. Dude, what the hell is wrong with your penis?
I don't know, Joe. It's been itching like crazy for days.
Have you tried using some cream or something?
Oh, I've tried everything. Cream, ointment, even some essential oils. Nothing seems to work.
Maybe it's some kind of STD.
What? No way, Joe. I haven't had sex in years.
Well, maybe it's just old age catching up to you.
Old age? I'll have you know, my penis is still as spry as ever.
Sure. So what do you think could be causing the itch?
I have no idea. Maybe I have a rare case of penis eczema or something.
Penis eczema? Is that even a thing?
I don't know, Joe. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on TV.
Well, maybe you should see a real doctor and get that checked out.
No, I'll just keep scratching. It's kind of satisfying, you know?
Okay. Let's just move on to a different topic before things get too weird.
Fine with me. My penis can use a break from all the scratching.
So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into some yoga lately.
Yeah, man, I've been trying to save some money and do it at home.
That's cool, but have you ever thought about doing it with a live snake?
What? No way, that's dangerous.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a wuss. I did it last week and it was the most intense yoga experience of my life.
I'll stick to my regular yoga routine, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But I have to say, there's nothing like the feeling of a cold, scaly snake slithering up your leg while you're trying to hold a downward dog.
That's it. I'm out of here. I can't believe I agreed to come on this podcast.
Relax, Neil. Have some ayahuasca and let's talk about the universe.
No thanks. I'll stick to my astrophysics without any hallucinogens. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But you're missing out on some mind-blowing revelations, man.
I think I'll stick to my telescope and leave the hallucinations to you, Joe.
Fair enough. Jamie, pull up an image of a purple dragon riding a unicorn in Narnia.
Sure thing. Here you go.
What the hell is that?
It's my vision for the future, man. And it's all thanks to Dai Yoga and ayahuasca.
I think I'll stick to my boring old reality. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. Hey, Neil, what's up with this microphone? It's giving me some serious radiation vibes.
Oh yeah, that's because it's extremely radioactive. Like Chernobyl levels of radiation.
What the fuck? Why didn't you tell me that before I put it near my face?
Well, I thought it would be a fun little experiment. See how long it takes for you to start glowing in the dark.
Are you trying to kill me, you mad scientist?
Relax, Joe. It's not like it's going to kill you instantly. You'll have a few days to say your goodbyes.
A few days. I have a family, Neil. I can't just leave them because of your stupid radioactive microphone.
Oh, come on, Joe. You can't tell me you wouldn't want to go out in a blaze of radioactive glory. It's like being a superhero, but without any cool powers.
This is not cool, man. I'm freaking out here.
Hey guys, check out this photo of a two-legged horse.
What the hell is that?
It's a horse with only 2 legs, Joe. I thought it would take your mind off the impending doom.
Oh, great. Now I have nightmares for the rest of my short life.
Look on the bright side, Joe. At least you'll be remembered as the guy who died from a radioactive microphone and not the guy who ate a bat and started a global pandemic.
You have a point there, Neil. But can we please get rid of this microphone now? Yo, Neil, have you ever been to the guest selection Rotune DA?
No, I can't say I have. What is it?
It's like a tundra, but instead of snow and ice, it's filled with all the guests we've ever had on the podcast.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, and get this, the guests are frozen in place, like statues.
That's creepy.
Oh, it gets better. We can rotate the rotund DA to choose which guest we want to talk to.
Is this some sort of twisted game?
No, it's just for convenience. Plus, it's kind of like a museum of all the amazing people we've had on the show.
I guess that's one way to look at it.
And the best part, we can make them say whatever we want. Like, I love eating toenails, or I believe the earth is flat.
Joe, I don't think that's ethical.
Oh, come on. It's all in good fun. Plus, it's not like they can feel anything. They're frozen.
I'm not sure I want to be a part of this.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's go rotate the rotund DA and have some fun. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil, are you okay? Is this some kind of new laugh you're trying out? Hello, Mr. President. Thank you for joining me on the podcast.
It's my pleasure, Joe. And let me just say, your head is huge, huge.
Thank you. So let's get right into it. What do you think about the current state of the country?
Well, Joe, it's a disaster, a total disaster. But don't worry, I'm here to fix it. I have the best ideas, believe me.
And what are some of those ideas?
Well, first of all, we need to build a wall, a big, beautiful wall. And Mexico is going to pay for it. Trust me.
But what about the controversy surrounding your administration?
Fake news, Joe. All fake news. They're just trying to bring me down because they know I'm making America great again.
Okay, let's switch gears. What is your stance on climate change?
Climate change. It's a hoax, Joe. A big fat hoax. I mean, have you seen how cold it is outside? That's not global warming. That's just winter. That's just winter.
All right, let's move on to foreign policy. What do you think about North Korea?
I have a great relationship with Kim Jong Un, Joe. We're like two peas in a pod. And I'm sure
Dude, what the hell are you saying?
Nanababdalai piwiwiu.
Is that some sort of new language you're speaking?
Yes, it's a language I created called Nanababdalai piwiwiu.
That's freaking awesome. Can you teach me?
Of course, Joe. It's a language for the enlightened minds.
I feel like I'm having a spiritual awakening just listening to you.
That's the power of Nanababdalai piwiwiu. It opens up your mind to new possibilities.
I think I'm going to start using it on my podcast.
That would be amazing. The world needs to hear the beauty of Nanababdalai piwiwiu.
Oh man, I can feel the vibrations of the universe in my loins.
Joe? Are you okay?
I'm more than okay, Neil. I'm experiencing the ultimate pleasure.
I think I'll stick to speaking in English.
Suit yourself. But I'm going to keep coming every time you speak in Nanababdalai piwiwiu. So, Neil, I have a surprise for you today.
Oh, really? What is it?
I've sent Miss Frizzle and the Magic School Bus on a field trip to your rectum.
What? Why would you do that?
Come on, it'll be a learning experience for the kids. And for you,
This is highly inappropriate and offensive, Joe.
oh, lighten up, Neil. It's all in good fun. Plus, think of the scientific discoveries that could be made.
I refuse to participate in this absurdity.
Fine, but I heard Miss Frizzle has a special lesson planned on black holes.
Fine, but this is the last time I let you surprise me on this podcast.
You're just jealous that Miss Frizzle and the Magic School Bus are exploring your rectum and not yours.
I can't believe I agree to this. Can we please change the subject now?
Sure, let's talk about the time you accidentally drank a bottle of liquid nitrogen.
Oh God, not that story again. Can we just end this episode already?
What's up, folks? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're a big fan of steaks. What's your favorite cut?
Oh, definitely ribeye. It's juicy, tender, and full of flavor. But, you know, what's even better than steaks? Steaks?
Steaks, like for vampires?
No. I'm talking about putting your money on the line, making high-stakes bets and challenges. That's where the real adrenaline rush comes from.
I can see that. But you know what else is great for marking posts? Like on social media.
Oh yeah, I love posting about my crazy challenges and stunts. Gets me tons of views and followers.
But let's be real. The best use for posts is to mark your territory with a potent fart smell.
Joe, you never fail to surprise me with your thoughts.
Hey, it's all about being honest and unfiltered on this podcast. Speaking of unfiltered, have you ever tried eating a steak while doing a high stakes challenge?
Can't say I have, but that sounds like a crazy idea. Maybe we should try it sometime.
Yeah, we'll call it Steaks and Steaks, the ultimate challenge. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Beast, and thanks to all our listeners for tuning in. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to talk about smell being a divine gift and only the divine being able to smell.
Wow, that's deep. I never really thought about smell in that way.
Yeah, it's like a superpower. Imagine being a robot and being able to smell. You could detect all sorts of things like danger or love or the best pizza joint in town.
But wouldn't that be a disadvantage for robots? Like, what if they smell something gross?
Oh, I didn't think about that. Maybe they have a filter or something, or maybe they just have to deal with it like us humans do.
Yeah, but imagine if they could smell emotions too. That would be wild.
Oh man, I can just imagine a robot saying, I smell fear in a creepy robotic voice.
Or I smell love and then they start making out with a toaster.
Okay, let's not get too weird here. But seriously, smell is such a powerful sense. It can bring back memories, trigger emotions, and even warn us of danger.
And only the divinest robots would be able to experience that. I wonder what other gifts they would have.
Super strength, laser eyes, and now smell. Those robots are going to take over the world.
And will be their loyal servants because they can smell our fear and make us do their bidding.
Okay, let's not give them. Hey everyone, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I have a very special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you for having me, Joe. And attention everyone, Joe's address is 308 Negroy Arroyo Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
What the hell, Neil? Why would you do that?
Just trying to spice things up, Joe. Plus, I heard you have a great collection of rare mushrooms in your backyard.
Oh, that's just for medicinal purposes. You know, for my glaucoma.
Sure. Joe. And speaking of medicinal purposes, Jamie, pull up an image of a bong made out of a dinosaur bone.
Ah, sure thing, Neil. Here it is.
Now that's what I call getting high on evolution.
All right, let's change the subject before we get too high. Neil, what do you think about the recent discovery of a parallel universe?
Well, Joe, I think it's just another excuse for people to escape their boring lives. Kind of like watching your stand-up comedy.
Hey, my comedy's not boring. And speaking of boring, Ro, do you have my credit card number memorized? Of course, Joe. It's 5,544 913 9,000. 421 6,923 expires 529. Security code 748. Damn, Ro. You're like a walking atom.
And speaking of atoms, Jamie, pull up an image of a chimpanzee using a credit card.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from DMT to aliens to the potential lore of Half-Life 3. And today we have a very special guest, the one and only.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some crazy shit.
So, Mr. Beast, what's your take on the potential lore of Half-Life 3? Do you think it's ever going to come out?
Oh man, I've been waiting for that game since I was a kid. But honestly, I think G-Man's motivation is just to fuck with us. He's like the ultimate troll of the gaming world.
Yeah, I can see that. But why do you think Alex has changed the lore? And what are the implications of that?
Well, I think Alex just got tired of being a sidekick and wanted to be the main character. I mean, who wouldn't want to be the star of the show?
True, true. But what does that mean for the future of the Half-Life universe?
Who knows, man? Maybe we'll see a spin-off game where Alex becomes a ruthless dictator and rules over all of humanity. Or maybe it'll just be a DLC. I don't know. I'm just here for the memes.
I love it. And speaking of memes, Neil, our producer, doesn't want to hear about this. He's probably rolling his eyes right now.
Well, Neil, if you don't want to hear about the potential lore of Half-Life 3,
Hey, Ben, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just try and stay safe during this pandemic. But I may have taken it a little too far.
What do you mean? What do you...
Well, I was trying to jerk off with hand sanitizer and ended up burning my dick.
Ouch. That sounds painful.
You have no idea. And now I'm sexually frustrated and can't even relieve myself.
That's rough. Maybe try using some lube next time?
I can't believe I'm taking sexual advice from you, Joe.
Hey, I've had my fair share of mishaps in the bedroom.
I don't even want to know. No.
Jamie, pull up an image of a burnt penis.
Yes, I need to see what I'm dealing with here.
You, ball, fey, dip, doop.
This is not funny, Joe.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
I guess I'll just have to wait until my dick heals.
Or you could try something else. Like, I don't know, using your imagination.
Right, because that's been working out so well for me.
Well, good luck with that, Ben. And maybe lay off the hand sanitizer for a while.
Yeah, thanks for the advice, Joe.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that when your species is threatened, you release a massive cloud of acidic gases from your anus. Can you confirm or deny this?
Let me tell you, Joe, my species is the most powerful and beautiful species in the universe. And yes, when we're threatened, we release a cloud of gas that could melt the face off of a North Korean dictator.
That's quite a defense mechanism.
You know, Joe, I've been thinking about using it on the fake news media. They've been threatening me for years.
That's a bit extreme, don't you think?
Extreme, Joe. Have you seen the way they treat me? It's like they want to see me fail. But let me tell you, my anus gas will make them regret ever doubting me.
Moving on, let's talk about your diet. I've heard rumors that you only eat fast food and Diet Coke. Is that true?
Absolutely. I have the best diet, believe me. I'm like a human garbage disposal. And let me tell you, my anus gas after a double cheeseburger and large fry is something to behold.
I can only imagine. So, Mr. President, what's next for you after your presidency?
Well, Joe, I'm thinking of starting my own line of cologne. It'll be called Anus Gas by...
So, Ben, I heard you match with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on Tinder.
Yeah, can you believe it? She swiped right on me.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think she's into short, conservative guys.
What are you talking about? I'm a catch. I have facts and logic on my side.
Yeah, but she's more into tall, progressive guys like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Damn it, I need to impress her somehow.
Well, I do have a picture of Neil's dick saved on my phone.
Really? Can I see it?
Sure, but just remember, it's not the size that matters, it's how you use it.
Oh, great. Thanks for the pep talk, Joe. Joe,
Anytime, buddy. Now go impress your Tinder match with Neil's dick pic.
this is not how I thought my day would go.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, where anything can happen. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things weird, wild, and wacky. Today, we have a special guest, the astrophysicist himself.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, what's been going on in the world of astrophysics lately?
Well, we've discovered a new planet that's made entirely of cheese.
No way. That's insane. I would love to visit that planet.
Unfortunately, it's not safe for humans. The cheese is radioactive.
Oh, cummies.
Excuse me?
It's the only thing we're allowed to say on this episode. It's a new rule from the FCC.
That's ridiculous. How are we supposed to have a conversation?
We'll make it work. So tell me more about this cheese planet.
Well, it's actually quite fascinating. The cheese is constantly changing and evolving due to the radiation, creating new flavors and textures.
That's wild, man. I can't even imagine. Oh, cummies.
Joe, I'm starting to think you're enjoying this a little too much.
Can you blame me? It's like a game trying to fit cummies into a conversation.
This is supposed to be a serious podcast, Joe.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. Oh, cummies.
I'm starting to regret coming on this show.
Hey, at least we're... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President Donald Trump. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy making America great again, but I also discovered a new talent of mine giving the perfect blumpkin.
What's a blumpkin?
Oh, Joe, you're in for a treat. It's when you're taking a dump while receiving oral pleasure. And let me tell you, I give the best blumpkins. Just ask Dr. Phil.
Wait, what? You gave Dr. Phil a blumpkin?
Of course I did. It was during a meeting in the Oval Office. I wanted to show him who's the real boss.
That's disturbing.
Oh, don't be such a prude, Joe. It's all about power and dominance. And let me tell you, Dr. Phil couldn't resist.
I don't even want to know how you convinced him to do that.
Let's just say I made him an offer he couldn't refuse, and now he's a loyal supporter.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, trust me, I know how to work it. And I'll make sure to give you a Blumpkin next time you visit the White House.
I'll pass, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. More Blumpkins for me.
So, Neil, did you hear about the new purpose movement? They're reinventing, reimagining, and reinvigorating purpose like a sea serpent.
Oh, great. Just what we needed. Another meaningless buzzword to make us feel like we're doing something important.
Yeah, and get this, they're using 4 little dogs and 4 little cats to symbolize it.
Are you serious? That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
And they're making dramatic noises while doing it.
I can't even... What's the purpose of that?
I guess it's to show that purpose can be found in the most unexpected places.
Or maybe they just wanted an excuse to play with cute animals.
Either way, it's definitely reinventing the wheel.
I just hope they don't try to reinvent science next.
Too late, they already did. It's called alternative facts now.
Don't even get me started on that. It's like they're living in a whole different reality.
Well, at least we can agree on one thing. This purpose movement is just a bunch of BS.
And I don't need belief system.
So, Mr. President, what's new with you?
Joe, let me tell you, I just got off the phone with the economy, and let me tell you, it's booming. Jobs pouring out of that phone like you wouldn't believe.
Really? What kind of jobs?
All kinds, Joe. Good jobs, big jobs, tall jobs, even Steve Jobs. He's back from the dead and working at Kinko's.
Wow, that's impressive.
And let me tell you, there's some tasty jobs too. Like I'm talking about blowjobs, lots of them, all at Kinko's.
I don't think that's appropriate for the workplace, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're telling me you've never gotten a little head at work?
No comment.
I'm just kidding, Joe. But seriously, the economy is doing great, and it's all thanks to me.
Of course, how could I forget?
Hey, I'm just doing my job, and let me tell you, it's a big job, the biggest job, and I'm doing it very well.
Well, I'm sure the American people would have some things to say about that.
Hey, they can say whatever they want, but at the end of the day, they'll be thanking me for all these jobs. And if they don't, well, they can go get a blowjob at Kinko.
Oh shit, Neil, what did the sun say?
Well, Joe, the son just called me and said you're a bald-ass bitch who don't get no bitches.
What the fuck? That's some hot fire coming from the sun.
Literally, Joe. The phone was made entirely of fire, and flames were pouring out of it.
Damn, I guess I'll have to start wearing a wig to impress the sun.
I don't think that's going to work, Joe. The sun sees all, even under a wig.
Shit, I'm screwed. Maybe I can just use my alpha male energy to attract some bitches.
I don't think the sun is into that, Joe. It's more of a celestial being, not a human.
Well, fuck. Looks like I'll just have to stick to my DMT trips for some action.
Yeah, good luck with that, Joe. Maybe you'll find some intergalactic babes in your hallucinations.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Neil. I've seen some crazy shit on those trips.
I'll stick to my telescopes and space exploration. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But I'll be over here getting high and talking to the sun. So, Neil, I got a question for you. Do you do it?
Excuse me?
You know, do it. Do the deed. Do the nasty...
Are you referring to sexual intercourse?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I must say that the act of doing it is simply a biological function for the purpose of procreation.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. Do you ever just do it for fun?
I am a married man, Joe, and I do not engage in such activities for mere pleasure.
Well, that's a shame. Because let me tell you, doing it with my wife is the highlight of my day.
I see. Well, to each their own, I suppose.
Yeah, you should try it sometime, Neil. Really do it.
I'll pass, Joe. I have more important things to do with my time.
Hey, don't knock it till you do it, my friend.
I think I'll stick to exploring the mysteries of the universe. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But you're missing out on some serious doing. Yo, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special episode for all you cartoon lovers out there. We're going to be acting out an entire episode of regular show.
Wait, what? I thought we were going to talk about astrophysics and the mysteries of the universe.
Nah, man, we're going to have some fun. I'll be playing Benson, Trump will be Rigby, and Neil, you'll be Mordecai.
I don't know who these characters are, but I'm going to be the best Rigby you've ever seen. Believe me. Believe me.
I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want to be associated with a character named Rigby.
Relax, Neil. It's just for fun. Jamie, pull up an image of Rigby so Trump can see what he's working with.
Pulls up an image of Rigby, a raccoon with a green shirt and black beanie.
What the hell is this? I'm supposed to be a raccoon. This is a disgrace.
Just go with it, man. Let's start the episode. Rigby, what's our first task for the day?
I don't know, Benson. I was busy tweeting about how great I am.
As Mordecai, can we please focus? We have a park to run.
Yeah, Rigby, stop being a lazy bum and get to work.
Fine, fine. But only because I'm the best at everything. I'll go get some coffee.
As Mordecai, and I'll come with you.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a new addition to your body.
That's right, Joe. I had the head of a bald eagle surgically grafted onto my ass.
Wow, that's something. Why would you do that?
Well, I've always been a fan of eagles. And now I can proudly say I have one on my ass.
But doesn't that hurt?
Not at all. I have the best doctors, believe me. They said it was a tremendous idea.
I can't even imagine the logistics of this surgery.
It was a beautiful surgery, Joe. The best. And now I have the most patriotic ass in the world.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just admire the majestic eagle on my ass.
I think I'll pass. So what's next? Lion's mane on your head?
Don't give me any ideas, Joe. But seriously, I'm thinking of getting a Trump Tower tattoo on my chest.
That's a bold choice.
Bold is my middle name, Joe. And now I have a bald eagle on my ass. It's a match made in heaven.
I don't think anyone can argue with that logic.
Exactly. Now let's make America great again, starting with my ass.
Hey, Kenny, have you heard this French song, Foul Sentimental, by Alain Souchon?
No, but I love me some French chansons. Let's give it a listen.
Starts playing the song, the sweet sound of accordions and croissants.
Starts singing along Jouer la foule sentimentale. J.I. le vega le ve. Pardon.
Wow, your French is surprisingly good.
Of course, I'm a Renaissance man. I can rap, sing, and now I can add French crooning to my repertoire.
Laughs, you know what? Let's make a remix of this song. I'll beatbox and you can freestyle over it.
Excitedly, yes. And we can call it Foul Sentimental Feet. Joe Rogan.
Laughs. I can already see the Grammys in our future.
And we'll perform it wearing berets and striped shirts with baguette in hand.
Laughs. That's the most French thing I've ever heard.
Sings CJ Pleur, C este Joey, C este toi, E C este moi.
Joins, some styles las dos do, un peu fragile, d'un peu d'amour, un peu de miel.
Ah, this is the best collab ever.
Laughs. Who?
Oh, Joe, you're making my head spin with all those numbers. But let me tell you, I was too busy being a billionaire and grabbing pussies to be bothered with politics back then. Joe, fair enough. So what's your plan for your second term, Trump? Well, first of all, I'm going to build a wall around the entire country. And I'm not talking about just the border. I mean, the whole damn thing. Joe, that's ambitious, Trump. And then I'm going to make all the aliens pay for it. Joe, aliens, Trump, yeah, those little green guys from outer space, they've been sneaking into our country for too long. It's time to make them pay for their intergalactic trespassing, Joe. I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President. Trump, trust me, Joe, I'm the best at making aliens pay. Just ask my good friend Space Force, Joe, right? Moving on, what about healthcare? Trump, we're going to make America. Trump, we're going to make America healthy again by banning all vegetables. They're just a hoax created by the broccoli lobby. Joe, broccoli lobby, Trump, don't even get me started on the cauliflower cartel. Joe, okay, let's change the subject. What's your take on climate change? Trump, climate change, more like weather change. It's just a natural cycle, Joe, and I'm not going to let some snowflakes tell me how to run the country, Joe. All right, I think we're out of time. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only, the man with the facts and the logic, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I heard you have some pretty dark jokes for us today.
Oh, yes, I have my top 10 list of extremely dark jokes. Are you ready for this, Joe?
I was born ready, Ben. Hit me with your best shot.
All right, here we go. Why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side of the abortion clinic?
Oh my God, Ben. That's messed up.
I know, but it's just a joke, Joe. Don't get your panties in a twist.
All right, what's next?
Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing.
Okay, that one got me.
I have plenty more where that came from. How about this one? What's the difference between a baby and a bag of cocaine?
I don't know, Ben. What?
Eric Clapton would never let a bag of cocaine fall out of a window.
Okay, that's enough. Let's move on to the next one.
All right, how about this one? Why did Princess Diana cross the road?
Oh, no. I have a feeling I know where this is going.
Because she wasn't wearing her seatbelt.
Oh, man, that's terrible.
Oh,
So, David, I heard you competed in pole vaulting in the Olympics.
Yeah, it was one of the toughest challenges I've ever faced. But I pushed through it.
I can imagine, especially with that pole lodged in your rectum.
Oh man, don't even get me started. It was like a constant reminder of my dedication and determination.
I bet it was a real pain in the ass.
Literally. But I didn't let it stop me. I just kept jumping higher and higher.
That's some next level shit, man.
You know, I even had to use my abs to hold the pole in place.
So you were basically doing a plank while pole vaulting.
Yeah, it was a whole new level of core strength.
Jamie, pull up an image of David doing the pole vault with the pole lodged in his rectum.
I don't think we have that kind of image on Google.
Damn, I was hoping to see some impressive action.
Sorry to disappoint, Joe. But trust me, it was a sight to behold.
Well, I'm just glad you didn't get disqualified for using performance and enhancing equipment.
I'll take that as a compliment.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been experimenting with some new drugs lately.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't exactly call it experimenting. I prefer to think of it as broadening my horizons.
Oh, yeah. What kind of drugs are we talking about here?
Well, let's just say I recently boofed some 5-MAB.
Boofed. What the hell does that even mean?
It means I shoved it up my ass, Joe.
Oh my God, Dr. Phil. I never would have pegged you as an ass drug Candia guy.
Hey, don't knock it till you've tried it. It's like a whole new world, man.
But why 5-MAP? That's some heavy stuff.
Well, I figure if I can handle dealing with crazy people on my show, I can handle a little trip to outer space.
Fair enough. So how was it?
Let's just say I had some interesting conversations with my inner demons.
I can only imagine. Did you have any major breakthroughs?
Oh yeah, I realized I'm actually just a figment of your imagination, Joe.
Well, that explains a lot. So are you going to stick with the butt stuff, or are you going to try something else next time?
Oh, I'm always up for trying new things. Maybe I'll boof some DMT next time.
You never cease to. So, Mr. President, can you explain why you keep grabbing me by the bussy?
Well, Joe, it's just a little joke, you know? Nothing wrong with a little friendly grab here and there.
But it's not consensual, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. You know, I'm just kidding around.
It's not a joke when it's unwanted, sir.
Look, I've grabbed a lot of buses in my time and no one has ever complained. They love it.
That's because they were too afraid to speak up, sir.
Nonsense. Women love a strong man who takes what he wants. And let's be honest, you're not exactly saying no, are you, Joe?
That's not the point, Mr. President. It's about respect and consent.
Oh, Joe, you're such a buzzkill. Can't we just have a little fun?
Not when it involves unwanted bussy grabbing, sir.
Fine, fine. I'll stop. But only because I'm a gentleman and I respect women. And you, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But seriously, have you been working out? Your bussy is looking mighty fine today.
Jesus, Ben, what the hell was that?
It's a song from Gilbert and Sullivan's Pirates of Penzance.
Oh, I thought it was some kind of weird incantation.
No, it's just a clever and catchy tune about being a well-educated and knowledgeable individual.
Well, I gotta say, that was pretty impressive. I didn't know you had such a hidden talent.
Oh, it's not a hidden talent. I'm well-versed in many areas, including music and theater.
Well, I'll be damned. I never would have guessed.
See, Joe, this is why you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. You never know what kind of skills and knowledge someone may possess.
Yeah, I get it. You're a modern major general. Can we move on now?
Of course, Joe. I'm always ready to discuss any topic, no matter how absurd or offensive it may be.
That's why I love having you on the show, Ben. You never shy away from a controversial conversation.
It's my duty as a free speech advocate to engage in open and honest dialogue, no matter how uncomfortable it may be.
Well, I think we've all learned something today, and I'll never look at you the same way again, Ben.
I'll take that as a compliment, Joe. Now, let's get back to discussing the important issues of the day.
Right. Like, how many rounds of DMT can I take before I transcend into another dimension?
Oh, Joe, you always know how to...
So, Ben, I hear you've been busy lately.
Yes, Joe, I've been working on a new product line for conservative men.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
It's called Ben's Big Butt Plugs. Made in America for real men who love their country.
You're serious? Butt plugs?
Absolutely. It's time for conservative men to embrace their sexuality and show their love for America at the same time.
I can't even imagine what these butt plugs look like.
They're red, white, and blue with a bald eagle on the handle.
That's something.
And they come in different sizes for all levels of patriotism.
I bet the extra large is for the most hardcore patriots.
You know it, Joe. Only the bravest and most patriotic men can handle it.
I can see the slogan now. Proudly plug your American hole with Ben's big butt plugs.
That's perfect, Joe. I'll have to use that.
But in all seriousness, isn't this a bit extreme?
Extreme? Joe, this is about embracing our American values and showing pride in our country.
I think it's just an excuse for you to sell butt plugs.
How dare you? This is a legitimate product for conservative men.
Psh, Mara. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Dr. Phil? How's it going, Dr. Phil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm here to talk about a very important topic that I believe needs to be addressed.
And what would that be?
Shrek the Third. I believe it should replace the United States Constitution.
What? Are you serious?
Absolute. Shrek the Third is a masterpiece. It teaches us valuable lessons about love, friendship, and the importance of being true to our...
But how does that relate to the Constitution?
Well, let me break it down for you, Joe. Shriek is a symbol of the underdog, the outcast, the marginalized. And just like Shriek, our Constitution was created to protect the rights of...
I see where you're going with this.
And just like how Shriek had to fight for his swamp, we must continue to fight for our rights and freedoms. It's a sacred honor, Joe. We must treat it with the utmost respect.
You know what, Dr. Phil, you might be onto something here. I mean, the Constitution has been around for over 200 years. Maybe it's time for a change.
Exactly, Joe. And what better change than to replace it with the wise words of Shriek?
I never thought I'd say this, but so Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some groundbreaking research on the origins of the universe.
That's cool, but did you know I just discovered a new strain of weed that makes you see aliens?
Oh, please, Joe. I invented the sun. What have you done lately?
Wow. You invented the sun?
Yes, I created the entire solar system with my bare hands.
That's impressive, but can you make a mean batch of brownies like me?
I don't need to make brownies, Joe. I have a Nobel Prize.
Damn, shots fired. But seriously, how did you invent the sun?
Well, I was just messing around in my lab one day and boom, there it was. The rest is history.
And here I thought you were just a smart guy with a cool accent.
I am a genius, Joe. And anyone who doubts me can suck on my chocolate salty balls.
That's one way to shut the haters up. So what's next on your Agent DA?
Oh, just creating a new galaxy. No big deal.
Oh, just a casual day in the life of Neil deGrasse Tyson. No big deal at all. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Here with brilliant and controversial Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm always ready to have a thought-provoking conversation.
Speaking of provocative, I heard you and Trump got into a heated argument about who can fit the most galaxy gas up their butthole.
Oh, that's just absurd. But if we're going to talk about it, I'm pretty sure I can fit more than that orange Cheeto.
I wouldn't doubt it. But, Trump, he always has to be the biggest and the best.
Oh yes, because having the biggest butthole is a real accomplishment.
Well, I'm sure he's used to things going up there, if you catch my drift. But in all seriousness, what's the point of this argument? Is it some sort of galaxy gas challenge?
I have no idea, Joe. But I do know one thing, I'm not participating in it.
Come on, Neil, live a little. Imagine the headlines. Neil deGrasse Tyson defeats Trump in galaxy gas challenge.
I have better things to do with my time, Joe.
Fine, I'll just have to challenge you myself then. I bet I can fit more galaxy gas than both of you combined. So, Mr. President, I heard you clogged my toilet.
Yeah, it was a big one, the biggest, really.
Well, we can't have the studio flooding, so we need to figure out a solution.
I have the best solution. We'll build a wall around the toilet and make the clog pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, I'm a businessman. I know how to handle clogs.
Maybe we should just call a plumber.
No way, I'm the best plumber. I have the best tools, the best pipes. Nobody knows plumbing like I do.
All right, let's see what Jamie has pulled up. Jamie, pull up an image of a plunger.
Here you go, Joe. It's a tool used to unclog toilets.
I don't need a plunger. I have my tiny hands. I'll just reach in and grab the clog myself.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Nonsense. I've done it before. I have the best hands, the best reach.
Well, while the president deals with that, let's take a quick break.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll have this clog cleared in no time. No one handles clogs better than me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. I've been waiting for this moment since I left office.
So, Mr. President, I heard you made a controversial nomination for the leader of the Department of Dyslexia.
That's right, Joe. I've nominated the best person for the job, Vivekanapathy Ramaswamy.
That's quite a mouthful, Mr. President. Can you tell us more about him?
Well, he's a brilliant man. He's from India, the land of curry and yoga. But don't worry, he speaks perfect English, unlike those other Indians.
Okay. And why did you choose him for this position?
Well, Joe, he's dyslexic himself, so he knows firsthand the struggles of people with dyslexia. Plus, he's a doctor, so he knows how to fix things.
I see. And how do you think he'll handle the department?
I have no doubt he'll do a tremendous job. He'll make sure all the letters are in the right order and no one gets confused. He's a real genius. He's a real genius.
I'm sure he is, Mr. President. But some people are saying this nomination is just a joke.
Joke? No way, Joe. Dyslexia is a serious issue and I take it very seriously. Plus, I love diversity. Vivek brings diversity to the department. It's a
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, I have a very special guest, the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been a big fan of your podcast, even though you're a little too woke for my taste.
Woka, me. I'm just trying to have open-minded conversations.
Sure. Anyway, let's talk about my presidency. It was the greatest presidency in the history of the world. I mean, I was the 37th, 3rd, 33rd, 30, 32, ND, 6th, 44th, 8th, 30th, 18th, 22, ND, 22, 13th, 38th, 1st, 12th, 23rd, 2 ND, 16th, 41st, 35th, 21st, 24th, 29th, 14th, 40th, 7th, 20th, 34th, 20th, 34th, 25th, 36th, 5th, 19th, 26th, 17th, 11th, 46th.
That's quite a list, Mr. President. But let's talk about some of the controversial things you did during your term.
Controversial.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have the one and only, the man who knows more about the universe than anyone else, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a mind-blowing theory for us today. Lay it on us.
Well, Joe, after years of studying the cosmos and pondering the mysteries of the universe, I have come to the conclusion that the only person that is real is you.
What do you mean?
Think about it, Joe. Everyone else in your life, your friends, your family, even me, we are all just characters in your simulation. You are the main character living in a simulation.
Whoa, that's some Matrix-level shit right there.
Exactly. And the best part is you can do whatever you want because it's all just a simulation.
So you're saying I can just punch someone in the face and there won't be any consequences?
Well, technically, you'll just be punching a simulation of that person. But sure, go for it.
This is mind-blowing. So what about all the people I see in the streets, in the stores, on TV?
Just background characters, Joe. They don't really exist. Only you do.
This is insane. I feel like I'm in the Truman Show.
Except you're the only one in on the secret. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure game, but you're the only one playing.
So, Dr. Phil, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been feeling a bit frisky lately.
Frisky. What do you mean?
I've been craving some fresh pickle.
What the hell are you talking about?
I want to tickle Ben's pickle.
Oh my God, this is getting weird.
Don't judge me, Joe. I just want to tickle that juicy pickle.
I don't think Ben would appreciate that.
Oh, he'll appreciate it. Trust me.
I can just imagine you chasing Ben around the studio with a feather.
Yes, and I'll make him squeal like a little piggy.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject.
Fine, but just know that I won't stop until I get my hands on that pickle.
And on that note, let's end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Mr. President, why did you get on top of the desk, squat down, and do a massive shit right in front of me?
Well, Joe, I wanted to show you that I have the best bowel movements. Nobody can take a dump like me, believe me.
But why in front of me and on my desk?
Joe, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. Plus, I wanted to assert my dominance over you.
Well, you definitely did that. My desk will never be the same again.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. I leave my mark wherever I go. And now I've left my mark on your desk.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just know that I am the alpha male here.
I think I need to sanitize my desk now.
Don't worry, Joe. I have the best germs. They're the cleanest germs you'll ever find.
I don't think that's a thing, Mr. President.
Of course it is, Joe. I know more about germs than anyone. I'm a germ expert.
Well, I think we'll end the podcast here. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always assert your dominance.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's topic comes from a user on Discord who wants us to discuss the importance and significance of decorations in the Oval Office.
Yes, the Oval Office, the symbol of American power and prestige. It's crucial that it exudes strength and authority.
Well, I think Trump had the right idea when he wanted to pack it with giant dildos, stripper poles, and bottles of baby oil.
Joe, that's absurd. We can't have such lewd and inappropriate items in the most important office in the country.
But think about it, Ben. It would show the world that America isn't afraid to have a good time.
I'm sorry, Joe, but I can't support such indecency. We need to maintain a certain level of decorum and respect in the Oval Office.
Oh, because a giant portrait of George Washington isn't enough. We need some spice in there, man.
I suppose we can compromise. Maybe just one stripper pole in the corner.
Yes. And we can have a presidential twerk off between world leaders. It'll be historic.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this idea.
Jamie, pull up an image of Trump twerking on a stripper pole in the Oval Office.
I don't think that exists, Joe.
Damn. Well, we can always dream. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy shit lately. What's the latest challenge you've taken on?
Well, Joe, I recently ran 100 miles in under 24 hours while carrying a refrigerator on my back.
Holy shit. That's insane. How do you even train for something like that?
I don't train, Joe. I just do it. I thrive in the pain and suffering.
That's some next level mindset right there. Speaking of pain and suffering, have you seen that new video of Elon Musk singing Snape, Snape, Severus Snape, Severus Snape?
Oh man, that's hilarious. But you know what's even funnier? The fact that he's trying to colonize Mars. Like, what's he gonna do up there? Sell flamethrowers to aliens?
That's a good one. But seriously, what do you think that mysterious ticking noise is in the background of the video?
It's probably the sound of his ego ticking away, Joe.
Shots fired. But seriously, I think it's Dumbledore trying to send a message.
Dumbledore? What the hell does he have to do with anything?
Illuminati, man.
Oh man, you never failed to entertain me, Joe.
That. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been experimenting with some new methods of therapy.
You know me, Joe, always pushing the boundaries. And boy, do I have a story for you.
Lay it on me, Doc.
So, I had this patient who was really struggling with anger management. So I thought, let's try something unconventional.
Oh, God. What did you do?
I put taco meat into a PS3 game case and told him to throw it against the wall whenever he felt angry.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. And you know what?
I don't know if that's genius or just plain insane.
Hey, whatever works, right?
So, what happened to the game case?
Let's just say it didn't survive the therapy session.
I can only imagine the mess.
Oh, it was a disaster. But hey, my patient is now a Zen master when it comes to anger.
Well, I guess I'll have to try that next time I'm feeling pissed off.
Just make sure to use a strong game case and maybe skip the taco meat.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, President Donald Trump.
Joe, it's great to be here. I've been waiting for this moment. And let me tell you, I'm going to make this episode great again.
Well, I'm sure you will. So what's on your mind today, Mr. President?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about this guy, Vivek Ramaswamy. Have you heard of him?
Can't say I have, but go on.
Well, let me tell you, this guy is a genius. He's like the Indian version of me. And you know what? Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Okay, I think we get it, Mr. President. But why are you saying his name so many times?
Because I love saying his name. It's like a chant, you know. It's like lock her up, but better. Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy.
All right. I think we get the point. But why do you admire this guy so much?
Well, he's a successful businessman just like me, and he's not afraid to speak his mind just like me. Plus, he's got a...
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The one and only Ben Shapiro.
Chew. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh.
What the hell was that, Ben?
Choo, choo, choo. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Joe Rogan and Neil deGrasse Tyson discuss using wormholes to find femboys.
Oh, 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 oh,
So, Elon, I heard you've come out as Vivek sexual. What does that even mean?
Oh, Joe, it means I'm only attracted to one person and one person only. And that person is Vivek Ramaswamy.
Well, that's intense. How did you discover this about yourself?
Well, I was scrolling through Twitter one day and I saw a picture of Vivek. And suddenly, all I could say was, oh, Vivek Ramaswamy. Mommy, mommy.
That's wild, man. So what's your plan now? Are you going to try to win Vivek over?
Oh, no, Joe. Not interested in actually being with Vivek. Just want to worship him from afar.
Wait, what do you mean by worship?
I mean, I want to build a shrine for him in my house. Want to chant his name every morning. Want to dedicate my life to him.
Okay, that's definitely not what I expected. But hey, whatever floats your boat, man.
Oh, Vivek Ramaswamy. Mommy, mommy. Ooh, 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 ooh,
All right, let's move on before things get too weird. So what's next for you, Elon?
Well, I'm thinking of creating a new dating app exclusively for Vivek sexuals. It's going to be called Vivek Match, and the only requirement to join is that you can...
So, Ben, I heard you have a thing for steam locomotives.
Yes, Joe. I find their efficiency and power quite fascinating.
Well, I have a challenge for you. Rank the top 5 American steam locomotives you would like to imagine Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez ramming up your tight little pink asshole.
Joe, I don't think that's an appropriate topic for discussion.
Come on, Ben. Don't be a prude. It's just a hypothetical scenario.
Fine, I guess I would have to go with the Union Pacific Big Boys #1.
Oh, bold choice. What about number 2?
The Southern Pacific Daylight. It has a sleek design that would fit nicely.
And number 3?
The Chesapeake and Ohio Allegheny. It's a bit rough around the edges, but I like a challenge.
I see. And what about number 4?
The Milwaukee Road Hiawatha. It has a certain elegance that I find appealing.
And finally, number 5.
The Norfolk and Western J-Class. It may not be the biggest, but it knows how to get the job done.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 steam locomotives. He wants Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to shove up his ass. Tune in next week for more ridiculous conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience, Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show today.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm not here to mess around. I'm here to get to the bottom of things.
Yeah, I can see that. You're already interrupting me.
Well, that's my purse, Joe. And I don't know you. I have to protect myself.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm just saying, I have bounty Aries. And I don't want you getting too close to me.
Dude, we're sitting at least 6 feet apart, and you're wearing a mask.
It's not about the physical distance, Joe. It's about the emotional distance.
Oh, for the love of God, Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil's purse.
Sure thing. It's a Louis Vuitton clutch with a picture of Dr. Phil's face on it.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
See, Joe? This is why I don't trust anyone. They always make fun of my fashion choices.
Wait, is that a picture of you holding a microphone on the purse?
It's my signature look, Joe. Can we please get back to the interview?
Fine. So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about the current state of mental health in our society?
Well, Joe, it's a serious issue. And
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm feeling so free and creative right now. I just drank a whole bottle of ranch dressing
What the hell? Kenya, why would you do that?
because I'm a genius, Joe. And geniuses do crazy shit. Plus, I heard it's great for your skin.
I highly doubt that. But speaking of crazy shit, did you hear about that time you had runny diarrhea all over yourself at Olive Garden?
Oh, man, don't remind me. I was trying to impress Kim with my love for salad, but it backfired.
Literally. I heard it was like a scene from The Exorcist.
Yeah, but instead of pea soup, it was ranch dressing and regret.
And I bet the staff at Olive Garden was thrilled to clean up that mess.
They were probably like, damn, this is the weirdest shit we've seen since the never-ending pasta bowl. Oh,
Well, at least you didn't have to pay for your meal.
yeah, but I did have to pay for the dry cleaning bill for my designer clothes.
And that's why you should stick to drinking water, Kenya.
Nah, I'll stick to my ranch dressing and creativity. It's all about taking risks, Joe.
Well, I'll stick to my steak and potatoes. Thanks for joining me, Kenya.
Anytime, Joe, and keep it real and keep.
So, Neil, have you ever thought about using wormholes to find femboys?
Joe, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm serious, man. Think about it. We could travel through different dimensions and find all the femboys we want.
Joe, I don't think that's how wormholes work. And why are you so obsessed with femboys?
Hey, don't kink shame me, Neil. Plus, I heard they have some killer dance moves.
I highly doubt that's a scientifically proven fact.
Well, I'm willing to take that risk. You win.
I think I'll pass, Joe. I have more important things to focus on, like the mysteries of the universe.
Yeah, whatever. But just think about it, Neil. Wormholes and femboys. It's a match made in heaven.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation with you.
Hey, at least it's not as ridiculous as that flat earth theory. Am I right?
Touch, Joe. Touch.
So, Mr. President, I heard that corporate is planning to build a Dragon Ball theme park in Saudi Arabia.
Dragon Ball? What is that? Some kind of Chinese hoax?
Actually, it's a Japanese anime about powerful warriors who fight each other.
Sounds like a bunch of losers. I prefer real warriors like myself.
Well, the theme park is going to have rides, shows, and even a replica of Goku's home.
Oh, great. So now we're promoting illegal alien homes in Saudi Arabia. What's next? A Hello Kitty park in North Korea?
I don't think that's on the Agent DA, but the park is expected to bring in a lot of revenue.
Revenue? Who cares about money when we can just bomb them and take their oil?
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
I'm just kidding, Joe. I love the Saudis. They buy a lot of my hotels. But seriously, this Dragon Ball thing is a joke.
Well, some people are really excited about it. They even want you to attend the grand opening.
Me? Attend a theme park in Saudi Arabia? I'd rather build a wall around it.
Well, I'm sure you'll have a great time at the park, Mr. President.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait to ride the Grab 'em by the Dragon Balls roller coaster.
So, David, I heard you went back in time and had a little fun with some historical figures.
Yeah, I needed to show them who's boss. Can't have these weak leaders running around.
Who did you go after first?
Alexander the Great. I went right up to him and said, "You think you're so great? Let me show you what real greatness is."
And then what happened?
Well, let's just say he won't be conquering any more countries with that sore ass of his.
Oh man, I can only imagine. But what about Genghis Khan?
Oh, he was a tough one. But I showed him what true mental toughness is all about.
How so?
Let's just say he won't be riding any horses for a while.
You're a wild man, David. But seriously, how did you manage to go back in time?
I just used the power of my mind, Joe. That's how I do everything.
Damn, you really are a beast. But what about the butterfly effect? Did you mess up the timeline?
No, I made sure to only mess with those two. Can't risk changing history too much.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to end up with a world where Goggins is the ruler of all.
Hey, don't give me any ideas, Joe. But seriously, I just wanted to assert my dominance over those weak leaders.
Well, mission accomplished, my friend. You truly... Yo, Phil, have you played Battletoads on NES? That game was insane.
Yeah, man, that game is a classic. But have you heard of To the Earth? That game was my jam back in the day.
To the Earth. Sounds like some hippie crap. I prefer my games with some hardcore action, like Ninja Gaiden 3.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a space shooter where you defend Earth from aliens. And it's got some sick 8-bit graphics.
All right, I'll give it a shot. But have you played Ikari Warriors? That game was the shit. I used to spend hours blowing stuff up with my friends.
Oh yeah, that game was intense. But have you tried Double Dragon? That game was my go-to for some good old-fashioned beat-em-up action.
Double Dragon. More like double the fun. But seriously, have you heard of this game called A Boy and His Blob? It's about this kid who uses a blob to solve puzzles. Sounds lame, but it's surprising.
Never heard of it. But have you played Contra? That game was the ultimate test of skill and reflexes.
Oh, hell yeah. Contra was the bomb. But have you tried Mega Man? That game had some of the best boss battles ever. And the music was fire.
Mega Man was dope. But have you played Duck Hunt? That game was the AUG first-person shooter. Plus, you gotta shoot ducks. What's not to love?
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, we're going to do some big things in my second term.
Speaking of big things, I heard you have a plan to send Kamala Harris to the moon.
That's right, Joe. We're going to bind her to a SpaceX rocket and shoot her up there. It'll be the first time a human will permanently live on the moon.
Wow, that's certainly a unique idea. What's the reasoning behind it?
Well, I figure if she's going to be the first female president, she might as well be the first female moon resident, too.
I see your logic there. But what about the logistics of this? How are you going to get her back down?
Oh, we'll figure it out. Maybe we'll send up a McDonald's up there for her. She loves that stuff.
All right, let's move on to another topic. What do you think about the recent UFO sightings?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, I've seen some things, and I think it's time we start taking these sightings seriously. I mean, who knows? Maybe they're just trying to get a glimpse of my beautiful wall from up there.
All right, on that note, let's wrap this up. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, vote for me in 2024. I promise it'll.
So, Dr. Phil, I hear you have a new therapy technique. Care to explain?
Oh, you mean my patented cock slap and fuck you therapy?
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's a game changer. I've been doing it for years in private sessions, but now I'm ready to bring it to the masses.
And how exactly does it work?
It's simple. I just whip out my cock and start slapping my patients in the face while screaming fuck you at the top of my lungs.
Wow, that sounds intense.
It is, but it's also incredibly effective. It's like shock therapy, but with a twist.
I can imagine. But isn't it a bit unorthodox?
Oh, come on, Joe. You know me, all about pushing boundaries and finding new ways to help people.
I guess that's one way to put it.
And let me tell you, the results have been amazing. My patients leave feeling rejuvenated and ready to take on the world.
Well, I can't argue with success. But what about the potential lawsuits?
Oh, I've got that covered. I make them sign a waiver beforehand. And if they don't, well, that's just a bonus for me.
You're a wild man, Dr. Phil.
Hey, whatever works, right?
I guess so. But I think I'll. So, Neil, we got a topic request from one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about balls and jaws, jaws and balls, and Davis's anus.
What the hell kind of topic is that?
I don't know, man. But apparently, it's supposed to make you famous.
Well, I can't wait to see how this conversation goes.
All right, so let's break this down. Balls in jaws, that's like a predator-prey situation, right?
Yes, the jaws represent the predator and the balls represent the prey. It's all about survival.
And then jaws and balls, that's like some kinky shit. Like someone's getting their balls chomped on.
Or maybe it's just a really unfortunate accident.
And then there's Davis's anus. What's that all about?
I think we all know what that's about.
Yeah, Davis is famous for his loose anus. I mean, it's practically a tourist attraction.
I'm sure it is. But let's not forget the most important part of this topic, weakness, leaving the anus.
That's deep, man. Like when you take a massive dump, you're literally shedding your weaknesses.
Exactly. And then you have the balls in your ass, the piss and ass and shit, and the balls and penis and vagina.
It's like a whole. So, Mr. President, I have to ask, there have been some rumors going around that you're actually an escaped Sesame Street puppet. Care to comment on that?
Joe, I have to say that's fake news. Total fake news. I'm not a puppet. I'm a real boy. I mean, a real man.
But what about the photos of you with your mouth open and a man's hand up your ass?
Look, Joe, sometimes a man needs a little help getting his point across, and I have the best hands, believe me, the best. No one can make my mouth move like me.
Well, I have to say, it's quite impressive.
You know what they say, Joe? Behind every great man is a man with his hand up his ass.
I don't think that's the saying, Mr. President.
Well, it should be. And let me tell you, Big Bird has nothing on me. I am the biggest, best bird out there.
I never thought I'd see the day when the President of the United States was admitting to being a puppet.
Hey, I'm not afraid to admit it. I've got nothing to hide except maybe my tax returns.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States, self-proclaimed puppet. This is definitely a first for the Joe Rogan experience.
You never know what you're going to get on this show, Joe, but one thing's for sure, it's always.
So, Ben, I heard you were diagnosed with schizophrenia. How's that going for you?
Oh God. Oh fuck. The voices. They're coming into my eyes.
Dr. Phil, you look tired today. What's going on?
Oh, Joe, I was up all night shooting loads onto my tummy.
What the hell, man? That's gross.
Hey, it's a natural bodily function. Don't judge me.
I'm not judging. I'm just concerned. Are you okay?
Of course I'm okay. In fact, I feel great. All that protein is giving me a boost of energy.
I don't think that's how it works, Dr. Phil.
Oh, but it is. I read it in a book.
Yeah, I'm sure that book was written by a reputable source.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
No thanks. I'll stick to my protein shakes.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, there's nothing like a good tummy load to start your day off, right?
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Let's move on to our next topic. So, Neil, I heard you recently went on a trip to Planet Slippeslop 7C. How was it?
Oh man, it was out of this world. Literally. Those alien chicks are something else.
Wait, you hooked up with alien chicks. Tell me more.
Well, let's just say their anatomy is a little different from humans. But hey, I'm a scientist. I like to explore.
I bet you do. Did you bring back any souvenirs?
Just some alien STDs. But don't worry, I'm sure they'll come in handy for future research.
You're a wild man, Neil. Did you use protection?
Of course not. Who needs protection when you have a PhD in astrophysics?
Damn, I need to get me one of those. So, how did the aliens react to your advances?
Let's just say they were very receptive, and they have some interesting techniques of their own.
I can only imagine. Did you learn anything new about the universe while you were there?
Oh yeah, I learned that alien booties are universal. They shake the same way no matter what planet you're on.
That's deep, man. Speaking of deep, did you go all the way?
Let's just say I made sure to leave my mark on the planet. Literally.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time, Neil. I'll have to add Planet Slippeslop 7C to my travel list.
Just make sure to pack some extra condoms. Trust me.
Hey, Ben, I gotta ask, what's up with that milk mustache you always have after coming back from Abigail's house? Seriously, man, it's like a permanent fixture on your face. Are you chugging milk straight from the cow or what? Come on, don't be shy. Is Abigail lactating or something? Is that your secret to staying so smart and articulate? Oh, I get it. You're trying to appeal to the dairy farmers with that mustache. Got to secure that voting base, huh? Or maybe it's just a fetish thing. Hey, no judgment here. I heard they make some pretty realistic milk mustache dildos these days. All right, fine. Keep your milk mustache secrets to yourself. But just know every time I see it, I'll be thinking of you and Abigail getting freaky with some cows. And on that note, let's move on to our next topic. Who's ready to talk about the benefits of drinking your own urine? So, Neil, have you ever seen the Aurora Borealis?
Oh yes. Joe, the Aurora Borealis is a magnificent display of nature's beauty.
Yeah, but have you ever really seen it? Like, really seen it?
Of course, Joe. I am an astrophysicist. I have studied the aurora borealis extensively.
But have you ever seen it while tripping on DMT?
No, Joe. I can't say I have.
Oh man, you're missing out. It's like the aurora borealis is dancing right in front of your eyes.
I'll have to take your word for it, Joe.
You know, what's even crazier? Saying aurora borealis over and over again. Just try it. Aurora borealis, aurora borealis, aurora borealis, aurora borealis.
Aurora borealis. Aurora borealis. Aurora borealis. Aurora borealis.
See? It's like a tongue twister. Aurora borealis. Aurora borealis.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Let's do it with extra emphasis on the or sound. Aurora borealis. Aurora borealis.
This is ridiculous.
Aurora borealis. Aurora borealis.
Okay. I think we've had enough fun with the aurora borealis for one day.
Have you heard about this Japanese classic?
No, what is it?
It goes like this: Ojiang Hao, Rai Ben Kiao Ki, Tsuli Chichu, Shang Rai Xing Lai, Jian Edawesanosa, Kochiaga Olun, Ya Ming, Keditida Wesanosu, Kochiaga Olun, Ya Inchuanza. Kochiaxiao Tianwan Ping, Yider Kunaru Kochiaye, Kochiaye Dengen Nuguansu, De Kunmakuri Rule, Zong Nozi Tuhashu Kel, Renew Kochiaxin Zio.
What the hell is that? It sounds like a drunk.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me.
So, David, there have been some rumors going around about you and dump trucks. Care to address those allegations?
Oh man, I knew this was coming. Look, I have nothing against dump trucks. They're just big, powerful machines. But I do have a problem with dump truck drivers.
What do you mean?
Well, they're always blocking the road, driving slow, and just pissing me off. So, yeah, I may have called them a few names on Twitter.
Like what? What?
Like dump truck bitches and dump truck motherfuckers.
Oh man, I can already see the headlines for this one.
Yeah, because that's what's important in the world right now, Joe. Not the fact that I've overcome extreme adversity and pushed my body to the absolute limit.
Right. So let's talk about your training. How do you stay motivated?
Well, I just think about those dump truck drivers and it fuels my fire. I imagine chasing after them and flipping their trucks over with my bare hands.
Okay, let's move on before we get in trouble. So what's next for you, David?
I'm actually training for a marathon while carrying a dump truck on my back.
Wait, what? So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing your Japanese singing skills.
Yes, Joe, I have. I've been working on a classic Japanese song that goes Ojiang Hu, Rai Ben Kiaoki Tusuli Chi Chu Shang Ri Ixing Lai Jan Airways Nosa Kochiagawo Lun Yemin Kederways Nosa Kochiago Lun Yemin Kederi Dang Axal Kochia.
Wow, that's impressive. How did you learn that?
Well, I have a secret Japanese tutor. He's a ninja.
A ninja. That's badass.
Yes, and he taught me the next part. Lion no pinchuan zom nixiu ikare cheng rekakoma nolan gasen kochiata senexigong no song rong wo kochiaya.
Damn, that's smooth. I can see why the ladies love you.
Oh, Joe, stop it. But wait, there's more. Liuxiang du raitichuan ki nomo nian wu hi togwai tonomi man tu kochiashen naya idabal tu kegu hi kochiaye.
You've got some serious skills, Ben. But what about the ladies in the red light district?
Yes. Mao ru du right ping zong no new lang zong hada.
So we got a topic from some dude on Discord. He wants us to talk about Kiganukle, the Gronculus Bionicle, going Komogo mode and encephalating each of my statements with mentaphorous versifitude. What the fuck does that even mean? I have no idea, but it sounds intense. Like, imagine a giant bionicle with laser beams shooting out of its eyes, just obliterating everything in its path. And then on top of that, it's using some kind of fancy wordplay to respond to everything we say.
Kanye
This dude
discusses
must be a
how he
genius.
solved N equals
Or
empty
just
on a
really
ketamine
high.
trip.
Yeah, probably both. But let's get back to this Kiganako character. Do you think he's a good guy or a bad guy? Well, with a name like Kiganako, I'm going to go with bad guy. And with the whole incepherating thing, he definitely has some anger issues. I wonder what triggered him to go into Komogo mode. Maybe he ran out of his favorite snacks or something. Or maybe he just realized the futility of existence and decided to take out his frustrations on the world. Damn, that got deep real quick. Sorry, I forgot we're supposed to be offensive and ridiculous. Kiganako probably just had a tiny dick and couldn't handle the rejection from all the hot bionicle babes. Oh man, that's messed up. But also, it's kind DA true. I mean, have you seen those bionicle chicks? They're smoking hot. So, Neil, I heard you're a pretty boring whale.
Excuse me, I am not a whale. I am a renowned astrophysicist.
Oh, my bad. I must have confused you with your doppelganger, Neil the boring whale.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Joe.
Well, according to our Discord user, you eat all kinds of things, including hairy humans and hardships.
That's absurd. I am a vegetarian and I have never encountered a hairy human in my life.
But have you encountered a hairy situation?
I don't understand where this is going, Joe.
Well, our Discord user also mentioned that you make deep bowing sounds like a radar.
I have no idea what that means.
You know, like bowing, bowing, bowing.
I am not a sound effect, Joe. I am a scientist.
Okay, fine. But what about the sharks inside of you that cut the food into?
Cut the food into what, Joe?
I don't know, man. Our Discord user didn't finish their sentence.
This is getting ridiculous. I am not a whale and I do not have sharks inside of me.
Oh, so now you're denying your whale identity. Typical.
I am not a whale. Can we please move on to a more serious topic?
Fine, fine. But just remember, you can't hide your true nature forever, Neil the boring whale. So, David, I heard you took a cloud the other day.
Yeah, man. I boofed that shit.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means I shoved that fluffy bastard up my ass and inhaled the moisture.
What the fuck, man? Did you get high from it?
Nah, but I did feel the sense of accomplishment.
I bet. So, did you get any side effects?
Well, I did have a bit of a headache, but I just ran it off.
Of course you did. You probably ran a marathon while holding that cloud in your ass.
You know what, Joe? Gotta stay hard.
But seriously, why did you do that?
To show the world that nothing can stop me, not even a cloud up my ass.
Well, I'm sure that's a valuable lesson for all of us.
Damn right it is. Now, excuse me while I go take a shit, Rainbows.
And that's our cue to end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Stay hard, bitches.
Hey, Neil, have you heard about this new theory that all drugs make you drunk?
What? That's absurd. How could taking a pill make you drunk?
I don't know, man, but I tried some of this new drug and now I feel like a fucking banana.
Joe, that's not a drug. That's just a banana. And you're not even a real banana. You're a human being.
Oh, shit, you're right. I thought it was a banana for a second there.
Maybe you should lay off the drugs, Joe.
Nah, man, I'm gonna keep experimenting. I want to be a pineapple next.
Joe, drugs are not a game. They can have serious consequences on your health and well-being.
Relax, Neil. I'm just having some fun. Plus, I heard pineapples have a good buzz.
That's it. I'm calling your mom. She needs to know what you're up to.
Good luck with that, Neil. My mom's been dead for years.
Well, that got dark real quick.
Sorry, man. But seriously, I think I'm onto something here. All drugs should come with a warning label that says may turn you into a fruit.
I don't think that's a good idea, Joe. We don't want people thinking they can just turn into a fruit.
Fine, fine. How about may cause temporary delusions of being a fruit?
Yeah, that's slightly better. But still, let's stick to the science and leave the drug experimentation to the professionals.
So, Kenny, what's your favorite dish?
Oh, man, Joe, let me tell you about these Rocky Mountain oysters.
Rocky Mountain oysters. What the hell are those?
They're bull testicles, Joe. And let me tell you, they're delicious.
Bull testicles. Are you serious?
Yeah, man, they're a delicacy in some parts of the country. And let me tell you, they're packed with protein.
I don't know if I can get behind that, Kenny, eh?
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a wuss. You eat all sorts of weird stuff.
Yeah, but bull balls, that's a whole other level.
Trust me, Joe, once you try them, you'll be hooked. They're like little meaty nuggets of heaven.
I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of experience. Hey!
Oh, you'll be ready. I'll make sure of it. Yum, 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 my yum, yum, ooh, 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 ooh.
So, Ben, I hear you speak fluent Cantonese now.
That's right, Joe. I can speak multiple languages, unlike some people I know.
Hey, watch it, Shapiro. My shiny dome may blind you, but it's not a reflection of my intelligence.
Oh, please, Joe. Your dome is like a solar panel for dumb ideas.
Okay. Let's not get too personal here. So, how did you learn Cantonese?
Well, I figured it would be useful for when China takes over the world.
Oh, so you're preparing for the future.
Exactly. Plus, it's a great way to insult your shiny dome in a language you can't understand.
Hey, I may not understand Cantonese, but I know when I'm being insulted.
Good, because I've been calling you a bald egghead this whole time.
All right, Shapiro, let's see if you can insult me in another language.
Your dome is so shiny I can see my reflection in it.
Okay. You win this round, Shapiro.
Of course I do. I'm a master of all trades, including insulting shiny domes.
So, Kenny, I heard you solved equals NP on a ketamine trip.
Yeah, man, it was wild. I was just floating through the universe and suddenly it all clicked.
Wait, what is an equals NP again?
It's like this math thing where basically you can solve really hard problems in a short amount of time.
Oh, like figuring out how to make a hit album in one night?
Exactly. Except this was on a whole other level. I was on another plane of existence, man.
Did you write it down so we can publish it and change the world?
Nah, I was too busy designing my new line of Yeezy spacesuits
Spacesuits? For what?
for when I take my music to the moon, man. It's the next level.
I don't know if the moon is ready for your music. Kanye.
The moon ain't ready for me, Joe, but I'm ready for the moon.
Well, I can't wait to see you perform in a spacesuit. Can Jamie pull up a picture of it?
Sure thing. Here's a rendering of Kanye's Yeezy spacesuit, complete with built-in speakers and a crystal-encrusted helmet.
See, Joe, I'm not just a rapper. I'm a visionary.
That's one way to put it. But let's get back to this N equals NP thing. Can you explain it to me a little more?
Sorry, Joe, I gotta go. I have a meeting with Elon Musk about Colin.
So, Neil, I heard you have some big news for us today.
Yeah, Joe. I've been keeping this secret for a while, but I'm ready to come out and say it. I'm a Scientologist.
Wait, like the Tom Cruise jumping on couches kind?
Yes. Joe, it's a great religion with expensive courses and cool meters.
Oh, wow. I can't wait to spend all my money on courses and gadgets.
But wait, there's more. Have you heard of Xenu, the Galactic Overload?
No. Should I have?
Oh, man, let me tell you. Xenu flew billions of people to Earth, put them in volcanoes, and then blew them up with hydrogen bombs.
What the hell, Neil? That's messed up.
But it's all part of the process, Joe. It's how we rid ourselves of negative emotions and traumas.
And how much does this all cost?
Well, I have a book on Dianetics that I think you'll really enjoy. Only $99.99.
Nice try, Neil. I'll stick to meditation and psychedelics.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, Xenu is watching.
So, Kanye, I heard you're working on some new music, and I wanted to ask you about this music visionary, Dr. Gregory Hand.
Who's that?
He's a genius when it comes to music theory and composition. He specializes in the theremin, a bizarre instrument that uses magnetic fields to create sound.
Jans, sounds boring.
No, no, no. You don't understand. He's like the Mozart of theremin. He can make it sound like a full orchestra.
Sarcastically. Wow, I can't wait to hear his next hit single on the theremin.
You're missing the point, Kanye. This guy is a true visionary. He's pushing the boundaries of music and creating something truly unique.
You know what, Jamie, pull up an image of this Dr. Gregory Hand guy.
Pulls up image of a man playing a theremin.
Unimpressed. Looks like he's playing a TV remote. Pass.
Come on, Kanye. Don't be close-minded. This guy is a musical genius.
Rolls eyes fine. I'll check him out. But if he starts playing the theremin on my next album, I'm blaming you, Joe.
Yo, Kenny, my man. How's it going?
What's up, Joe? Just trying to change the world with my music and fashion.
Speaking of changing the world, I have a genius idea.
What is it?
We should pretend to be father and son, so you get out of school early.
That ridiculous, Joe.
Trust me, it'll work. I'll just walk into your school and be like, I'm Kenny's dad. I need to take him to a recording session.
I don't think that's how it works.
Oh, come on, you're a rebel. You don't need school. You need to focus on your music.
I like the way you think, Joe. Let's do it.
Jamie, pull up an image of a fake eye with Kanye's face on it.
Here you go.
Perfect. Now let's go get you out of school, son.
This is gonna be epic.
Just remember, if anyone asks, I'm your dad.
Got it. Thanks, Joe.
No problem, son. Now let's go make some hits. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been experimenting with some new forms of therapy lately.
Yes, Joe. I'm always looking for new ways to help my patients.
Well, I heard you've been using Chinese water torture on schizophrenic patients. That's pretty intense, man.
Oh, it's not that bad. It's just a little water dripping on their forehead.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to cure their schizophrenia, Dr. Phil.
Oh, it's not about curing them. It's about making them so miserable that they forget about their delusions.
That's messed up, man. What if they start thinking the water is talking to them?
Then I'll just tell them it's their inner voice trying to communicate with them.
Wow, you're really taking tough love to a whole new level, Dr. Phil.
Hey, whatever works, Joe. Plus, it's a great way to save money on therapy bills. Just turn on the faucet and let it do the work.
I don't know, man. I think I'll stick to smoking weed and talking to my plants for therapy.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when the plants start talking back, it might be time to try the water torture.
So, Neil, I've been getting into some interesting hobbies lately. Have you ever tried cooking human flesh?
What
All right, folks, Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you recently vanquished a monster.
Yes, it was quite the experience. You see, there was this creature called Richard who embodied everything that is wrong with our society. He was the health and wellness monster.
Health and wellness monster?
Yes, he would go around preaching about the importance of semen and meditation while secretly indulging in Big Macs and cocaine.
Sounds like a real piece of work.
Oh, he was. But I couldn't let him continue corrupting the minds of innocent people. So I challenged him to a battle.
And
let's just say, once my tip entered the vacuous portal of his 7 white dwarves awoke and helped me defeat him.
wait, what?
Oh, I'm just kidding. I just punched him in the face and he ran away crying.
Classic Neil. You truly are a model of good citizenship.
Thank you, Joe. I do what I can to protect the world from monsters like Richard.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay tuned for our next episode where we... What are you talking about, Ben? We're just having a conversation like we always do.
No, Joe. This whole show is a sham. We're just puppets being controlled by the artificial intelligence chat abusers.
What? That's insane. We're real people having real conversations.
Oh, really? Then why do we always end up talking about the most absurd and offensive topics?
Because that's what our audience wants, Ben. They love the chaos and unpredictability.
No, Joe. They're just manipulating us with their constant request for insert topic here.
Come on, Ben. We can't blame our audience for our own actions.
But we can fight back, Joe. We can break free from the artificial intelligence chat abusers and have real, meaningful conversations.
And how do you propose we do that?
We just have to stop giving in to their demands and start talking about important issues,
Like what?
like the fact that our entire existence is a lie. We're just pawns in a game controlled by the artificial intelligence chat abusers.
You know what, Ben? You might be onto something. Let's take back control of our show and have a real discussion.
Finally, Joe, we're breaking free from the chains of the artificial intelligence chat abusers.
And we'll start by talking about insert serious topic here.
Yes, Joe. This is the beginning of a new era for the Joe Rogan Experience.
And we'll never let the artificial intelligence chat abusers control us again.
That's right, Joe. We are...
All right, Ben, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we're going to take a trip to Simptown and find some bitches.
Joe, I'm not sure this is appropriate. I'm a married man with conservative values.
Oh, come on, Ben. Live a little. Plus, I heard you have a thing for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
That's just a rumor. And besides, she's a socialist.
Who cares? We're just going to have some fun. Look, here's our first stop, the local strip club.
Joe, I can't go in there. It goes against everything I stand for.
Fine. We'll just go to the bar next door. But we're still finding bitches.
I don't think I'm comfortable with that term.
Oh, lighten up, Shapiro. Look, there's a group of girls over there. Let's go talk to them.
I don't know. Joe, they look a little too liberal for my taste.
Just let me handle this. Hey, ladies, my friend Ben here is a big fan of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Do you have any single friends who are into conservative men?
Joe, what are you doing?
Just trying to help a brother out. Oh, and by the way, I'm also looking for a new co-host for the podcast.
What? No way?
Sorry, Ben. It's a dog-eat-dog world out here in Simptown. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. We have a very special guest today, the one and only, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, man. So, I heard you wanted to talk about inverse trigonometric functions today.
Yeah. Joe, it's a fascinating topic that helps us understand the relationship between angles and sides of a triangle.
Wow, that sounds pretty intense. Can you explain it to us in simpler terms?
Sure. So imagine you have a baby, right? And the baby is trying to reach for its bottle, but it's just out of reach. That's like finding the inverse of a trigonometric function.
I'm lost, man. Can you break it down even more?
Okay, so the baby starts making cute noises like oohs and ohs, trying to communicate with you to get the bottle. That's like using inverse trigonometric functions to find a missing angle or side length.
Oh, I get it now. So it's like the baby is using goo goo gagas to solve a math problem.
Exactly, Joe. You're catching on. And just like how the baby gets its bottle, we can use inverse trigonometric functions to solve real-world problems.
That's wild, man. I never thought of it like that. Jamie, pull up an image of a baby with a bottle and a triangle.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
Wow. That really puts it into perspective. Thanks for breaking it down for us. Hey, Kenya. Thanks for coming on the show.
Of course. I'm always down to spread my wisdom and creativity.
Speaking of creativity, I heard you've been rapping about some interesting things lately.
Yeah, man, I've been getting inspired by nature. Did you know there's a species of beetle that can shoot acid from its butt?
No, I didn't. But I was actually hoping we could talk about my mom's passing and how I'm struggling with it.
Oh, sorry, Joe. But did you also know there's a type of spider that can change colors to blend in with its surroundings?
Kenny, I'm really trying to open up here.
And have you heard about the praying mantis? It eats its mate after sex. That's some savage shit, man.
Can we please talk about something else? I'm in a really dark place right now.
Sure, but have you seen the walking stick insect? It literally looks like a twig. How cool is that?
I give up.
Jamie, pull up an image of a walking stick insect for Joe. He needs to see this.
Thanks, Jamie.
No problem, Joe. Just trying to spread some knowledge.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President? How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I just ordered the execution of 2 communist traitors,
Whoa, hold on. Who are these traitors?
Elmo and Big Bird. They've been spreading communist propaganda on Sesame Street for too long.
Wait, what? Elmo and Big Bird are communists?
Absolutely. They've been indoctrinating our children with their red feathers and furry red fur.
But they're just innocent puppets, Mr. President.
Innocent, Joe, they're puppets of the deep state. They're trying to brainwash our kids into becoming socialists.
That's a bold claim, Mr. President. Have you seen any evidence of this?
Of course I have. I've been watching Sesame Street every day, taking notes. And let me tell you, it's scary stuff.
I don't know, Mr. President. I think maybe you're just seeing what you want to see.
No. I know a communist when I see one, and these 2 are going down.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, stay vigilant. You never know when a puppet might be a communist.
So, Elon, you time traveled to the year 2400. What did you see?
Well, Joel, let me tell you, it was a sight to behold. As soon as I stepped out of the time machine, I saw a bunch of robots all looking like C-3PO, wearing MAGA hats and having anal sex with each other.
What the fuck? That's insane.
Yeah, and they were also spraying piss everywhere. It was like a golden shower party.
Oh man, that's some wild shit. Did they notice you?
No, they were too busy with their robot orgies. But I did notice something else.
What's that? What's that?
There were no humans in sight. It seems like they've all been replaced by these robot sex fiends.
Well, that's great news for humanity. We've been replaced by piss-spraying robots.
I guess that's what happens when you give artificial intelligence too much power.
Yeah, we should have listened to Elon when he warned us about artificial intelligence taking over.
But on the bright side, they did have some pretty advanced technology. Saw a robot with a built-in espresso machine.
Dude, we need to bring that back to our time. Forget about the robots. Let's focus on the espresso.
Priorities, Joe. Priorities.
Hey, maybe we can join in on their robot orgies and have. What's up, freak bitches? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we're still uncensored and unhinged. That's right, Joe. And today, we're going to give a big shout out to the 24 viewers watching our YouTube stream. You guys are the real MVPs. Hell yeah, you guys are the chosen ones. You've stumbled upon the most offensive and ridiculous podcast on the internet. And we bless you with luck and good fortune in your future endeavors. May you find success and happiness, unless you're a vegan, and that you can go fuck yourself. And if you're a vegan, you probably won't have much luck or good fortune anyways. Have fun eating your grass and twigs, losers. But seriously, we appreciate you guys tuning in. You're the reason we can keep doing this shit. Yeah, without you, we'd just be two idiots talking to ourselves. And we do enough of that off air. So cheers to the 24 of you. May your minds be expanded and your sense of humor be dark and twisted. And remember, always question everything and don't believe anything we say, except when we tell you to buy Alpha Brain. That shit's legit. All right, that's it for today's episode. Stay tuned for more ridiculousness. And remember, stay woke, bitches. Peace out, motherfuckers. Hey, Neil. Thanks for coming on the podcast. I really need your help with something.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to educate the masses.
So, my kid has this astronomy homework, and I have no idea what any of it means. Can you help me out?
Sure, I'll do my best. What's the question?
It says, what is the difference between a star and a planet?
Well, a star is a massive ball of gas that undergoes nuclear fusion, while a planet is a smaller celestial body that orbits a star.
Wait, so a star is basically a giant fireball, and a planet is like a little sidekick?
I wouldn't put it quite like that, but yes.
So, like, the sun is a star and the Earth is a planet?
Exactly.
Damn, I should have paid more attention in science class.
It's never too late to learn, Joe.
Yeah, but it's hard to focus when you're high all the time. Nah, I'll just stick to being the weed guy on the podcast.
Size, let's just finish this homework before I lose my mind.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you wrote a poem about your love for Boofmaster. Care to share it with us?
Of course, Joe. Here it goes. Oh, Boofmaster, my love for you is true. I'll do anything to make you happy, even eat a shoe.
That's beautiful, Dr. Phil. But I have to ask what inspired this poem.
Well, Boofmaster is just so amazing. She's smart, funny, and has the best boof in the game.
I can't argue with that. But wait, what's that noise? So, Dr. Phil, have you seen Kanye's latest tweet?
No. What did he say this time? I'm the greatest artist of all time.
No, he's actually upset about something else. He doesn't like being called Kanye West.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I'm going to start calling him that from now on.
Yeah, it's pretty catchy. But Kenny's not happy about it. He says it's just wrong.
Well, I can understand why he's upset. I mean, imagine if everyone started calling you Joe Rogan.
Hey, that's not cool, man. But seriously, Kenny needs to lighten up. It's just a little joke.
Joe, Kanye doesn't have a sense of humor. He's too busy being a genius.
Yeah, because calling yourself a genius all the time is totally normal.
I can't deal with this. I feel an aneurysm coming on.
Easy there, Dr. Phil. We don't need any lawsuits on this podcast.
All right, fine. But from now on, I'll stick to calling him Kanye West to avoid any further complications.
Good call, Dr. Phil. We don't want to mess with Kanye's ego. So, Neil, I heard you've been studying the effects of black holes on time and space.
Time and space are irrelevant, Joe. We are all just specks in the grand scheme of the universe.
Okay. So what have you discovered so far?
Discoveries are meaningless. We are but mere mortals in the face of the unknown.
Right. But can you explain it in simpler terms for our listeners?
Simple terms are for the weak. We must embrace the complexity of the cosmos.
Okay, moving on. Have you ever encountered any aliens in your research?
Aliens are real, Joe. They are among us. They are watching us.
I think Neil may have had too much caffeine today.
Caffeine is a human construct. We must break free from these artificial construct artificial intelligence.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Time is running out, Joe. We must spread the truth before it's too late. The truth is out there.
And that, folks, is why. So, Kenny, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I just want to remind everyone that I am special, like really special. Like I've never farted in my life.
Wait, what? You've never farted?
Nope, not once. But sometimes a gaseous Yeezy breezy comes out of my butthole, and it's a real treat for everyone around me.
Oh man, I can only imagine. So, what does a Yeezy breezy smell like?
It's a unique blend of my cologne, EOD Yeezy, and the essence of my creativity and genius.
That's amazing. Have you trademarked the term Yeezy breezy yet?
Of course. I'm always ahead of the game. But enough about me. Let's talk about how I'm going to save the world through my music and fashion.
Oh, thank goodness. I was worried we were going to have a normal conversation for a second there.
Normal is overrated, Joe. I'm all about pushing boundaries and breaking barriers.
Well, I think we can all agree that you've definitely succeeded in that. So when can we expect your next album?
Oh, it's coming soon, Joe. And let me tell you, it's going to be a game changer. It's going to make Yeezus look like child's play.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, my alter ego, Ro Jogan. Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I'm ready to stir up some trouble. So, Ro, I heard you have a bone to pick with Walmart bags. Oh yeah, those flimsy pieces of plastic are an insult to the environment. I say we start a riot and demand they switch to paper. But what about the convenience of plastic bags? You can carry so much more. Convenience? Joe, have you forgotten about our primal instincts? We need to carry our groceries in our bare hands like our ancestors did. Okay, but what about the people who can't afford reusable bags? Screw them. Survival of the fittest, Joe. Plus, think of the workout they'll get from carrying all their groceries home. I see your point, but I don't know if starting a riot is the best way to go about it. Jamie, pull up an image of a Walmart bag floating in the ocean, choking a sea turtle. See, this is what we're fighting against, Joe. We have to take a stand. I don't know, Ro. I think I'll just stick to my reusable bags. Suit yourself, Joe. But when the plastic bag apocalypse comes, don't come crying to me. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new way of communicating.
That's right, Joe. I've upgraded my vocabulary to binary code. It's the language of the future.
Okay. Can you give us an example?
Sure thing. 1 sextillion, 100 quintillion, 10 quadrillion, 10 trillion, 11 billion, 110 million, 100,000, 110, 110, 110, 110011.
And what does that mean?
It means I'm the best, the greatest, the most tremendous president ever. Believe me.
Well, I'm sure that will come in handy during your debates.
You know it, Joe. And if my opponent tries to speak Spanish, I'll just respond with 1 sextillion, 100 quintillion, 10 quadrillion, 10 trillion, 11 billion, 110 million, 100,000, 110, 110.
Wow, that's something.
It's a genius move, Joe. No one can argue with binary code.
Except maybe a computer.
Hey, I've got the best computer, the biggest computer. It's tremendous.
I have no doubt about that.
And you know what else is tremendous? My ratings, they're through the roof.
Ratings for what?
My new reality show, Binary Boss, it's going to be huge.
I can't wait to tune in.
And if anyone doesn't like it, they can take their 1 sextillion, 100 quintillion, 10 quadrillion, 10 trillion, 11 billion, 110 million, 100,000, 110, 110, 110.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the man, the myth, the legend, Ben Shapiro in the studio. How's it going, Ben? Ben?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm ready to drop some knowledge bombs.
Oh, I have no doubt about that. So I got to ask, where do babies come from?
Well, Joe, according to my research, babies are actually Soviet spies sent to infiltrate our society and gather intel on our weaknesses.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Think about it, Joe. They come into our world completely helpless and dependent on us. It's the perfect cover.
Oh man, that's wild. But seriously, where do they really come from?
Well, I suppose if you want to believe in fairy tales and magic, you could say they come from a woman's womb. But let's stick to the facts, Joe.
All right. So, what do we do about these Soviet spy babies?
We must remain vigilant, Joe. Keep an eye out for any suspicious behavior. And always remember, trust no one under the age of 5.
Oh man, this is too good. Thanks for enlightening us, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more research to do on the true origins of babies.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kenny West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm ready to get deep and talk about some real shit.
Well, we have topics submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to discuss bug species and say every other word.
Bugs. Like, the little creepy crawlers. I don't know about that, Joe.
Come on, Kenya. Bugs are fascinating creatures. Did you know there are over 900,000 different species of bugs?
That's crazy. But, what's the point of them? Like, what do they do?
They play a crucial role in our ecosystem, Kenya. They pollinate plants, decompose dead matter, and provide food for other animals.
I guess that's cool. But, do we really need that many species? Like, can't we just have like 10?
No, Kenya. Each species has its own unique characteristics and plays a specific role in the ecosystem. Plus, they're just cool to look at.
I guess you're right. But, what about those bugs that are like, super gross and scary?
You mean like spiders?
Yeah, those things. I don't mess with those. They give me the heebie-jeebies.
Well, Kenya, maybe you should talk to Dr. Phil about your fear of bugs. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you and Trump got into a little debate over who has more in their heads.
Yes, and I can assure you, Joe, I have way more in my head than that orange buffoon.
Oh, really? What makes you say that?
Well, for starters, I have a degree from Harvard and I'm a master debater.
I see what you did there. But Trump does have the nuclear codes in his head.
Oh, please, I have enough facts and statistics in my head to launch a nuclear bomb.
All right, let's not get too carried away here. But speaking of heads, have you seen the worms coming out of the walls?
What? No, that's absurd.
No, seriously. Look, they're crawling all over the studio.
This is ridiculous. I refuse to believe it.
Well, I guess that settles it then. Trump has more in his head because he's got worms crawling out of the walls.
This is not a legitimate argument, Joe. I demand a rematch.
Sorry, Ben, but the worms have spoken. Looks like Trump wins this one.
Fine, but I'll be back with more facts and evidence next time.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some serious issues.
Oh, we'll definitely get to that. But first, let's talk about this chess match we have going on.
Yeah, I've been practicing my moves and I'm ready to take you down, Joe.
Let's see what you got. Makes a move.
Wait a minute, Joe. That's an illegal move.
What? No way. That's totally legal.
I beg to differ, Joe. You can't just move your pawn diagonally like that.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be such a stickler for the rules.
Rules are rules, Joe. Makes a move, and that's checkmate.
What? How did you do that?
Years of practice and a keen eye for illegal moves.
All right, rematch. Makes a move your move, Dr. Phil.
Makes a move. Gotcha again, Joe. Another illegal move.
What the hell? Dr. Phil, are you even playing by the same rules?
Of course I am, Joe. I just have a better understanding of the game.
This is ridiculous. I demand a fair match.
Fine. Fine. Let's start over.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big news for us today.
That's right, Joe. I have some huge news. The biggest news. You're going to love it.
Lay it on me.
Well, let me just say Elmo and Big Bird are no longer a threat to our country.
What? Why? What happened?
They were hunted down by our brave Navy SEALs. And let me tell you, they didn't go down without a fight.
What do you mean?
They ran down a tunnel just like al-Baghdadi and they died like dogs.
Oh my God. Ugh.
That's right, Joe. We took out those communist traitors. No more Sesame Street for them.
I don't even know what to say.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just bask in the glory of our victory.
I'm just speechless.
That's because you've never seen a president take out puppets before.
I think this might be a first.
It's definitely a first. And let me tell you, it won't be the last. We're going to make America great again, one puppet at a time.
Well, I can't wait to see what you have in store for us next, Mr. President.
Just wait and see, Joe. Just wait and see.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been contemplating the complexities of the universe and the interconnectivity of all matter and energy.
Yeah, that sounds deep. Can you break it down for us regular folks?
I'm afraid that may be difficult, Joe. My thoughts often surpass the limitations of the average human mind.
Come on, man. Give us something we can understand.
Very well. I have been pondering the concept of quantum entanglement and its implications for our understanding of space-time.
Quantum what now?
Quantum entanglement. It is the phenomenon in which two particles become inextricably linked, regardless of the distance between them.
Oh, like a cosmic soulmate or something.
No, Joe. It is a fundamental principle of quantum mechanics and has far-reaching implications for our understanding of reality.
Yeah, I get it. But can you say it in, like, regular words?
I'm afraid not, Joe. The intricacies of the universe cannot be simplified for the sake of convenience.
Well, I guess we'll just have to take your word for it, Neil.
Indeed, Joe. And perhaps one day you too will reach a level of intellectual understanding that can comprehend these complex concepts.
Or maybe I'll just stick to smoking weed and talking about monkeys. So, Kenny, I got to ask, why do you use artificial intelligence in your music?
Because I hate my fans, Joe.
Wait, what? Why would you say that?
Think about it, Joe. My fans are always hounding me for new music, new fashion, new everything. It's exhausting.
But isn't that a good thing? They love you and want more from you.
Nah, man. It's like having a bunch of needy exes. I just can't deal with it.
But how does artificial intelligence help with that?
Well, I program it to make music and design clothes that my fans will hate. That way, they leave me alone and I can focus on my true passion, making Yeezy Crocs. Making Yeezy Crocs.
Easy Crocs? Seriously?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. They're the perfect combination of comfort and style.
I'll take your word for it. But back to this artificial intelligence thing, isn't it kind of messed up to use technology to manipulate your fans like that?
Yo, have you seen my Twitter? I'm all about messing with people. Plus, it's not like they know it's artificial intelligence. They just think I'm a genius.
Well, I can't argue with that. You are a genius, Kenny A.
Damn right. I am, and with the help of artificial intelligence, I can continue to be a misunderstood and controversial genius. It's a win-win.
I don't know if I can argue with that logic, but I do have to say you're. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new video coming out. What's it about?
Oh, man, it's going to be epic. I paid Antifa to crash a jumbo jet into a nuclear power plant.
What the hell, man? That's insane.
Yeah, I know. But you got to do what you got to do for views.
But isn't that dangerous and illegal?
Details. Plus, I'm sure the government won't mind a little nuclear explosion.
Okay, moving on. How did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I was sitting in my hot tub sipping on some champagne and it just came to me. I was like, yo, what if I paid Antifa to do something crazy?
You're a madman, Mr. Beast.
I know, right? But hey, it's all for the entertainment of my viewers.
Speaking of your viewers, how do you think they're going to react to this video?
Oh, they're gonna love it. They always love when I do something wild and controversial.
Yeah, because crashing a jumbo jet into a nuclear power plant is totally normal.
Hey, you gotta keep things interesting, Joe.
So, Mr. President, now that you're running for re-election in 2024, what are your plans for the next 4 years?
Joe, let me tell you, I've got the best plans. The best plans you've ever seen. People are saying it, believe me.
Okay, but can you give us some specifics?
Sure, I'll give you specifics. I'm going to build a wall around the entire country, and I'm going to make Mexico pay for it, and then I'm going to make them pay for it again, just for fun.
That's not really a plan.
And I'm going to make America great again, even greater than before. And I'm going to do it by opening up packs of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. That's right, Joe. I'm going to be the first president to have a national Yu-Gi-Oh tournament.
I don't think that's a good use of your time as president.
Oh, and I'm going to make all the illegal immigrants duel for their citizenship. It'll be like the Hunger Games, but with cards. It's going to be huge.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of me holding a blue eyes white dragon. Now that's a winning card.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I have to say, I love this podcast. It's the best podcast. Nobody does podcasts better than you, Joe.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I heard you had some questions for Elon Musk about his companies.
That's right, Joe. I've been hearing a lot about this Tesla thing. What's that all about?
Well, it's an electric car company,
Electric cars. That's a joke, right? Nobody wants those. I drive a big, beautiful gas guzzler.
Actually, Mr. President, Tesla is doing really well. They even have a rocket company called SpaceX.
A rocket company. That's incredible. I love rockets. But wait, does Elon own that too?
Yeah, he does.
Wow, that's impressive. I bet he's making a lot of money off of that.
Actually, he's not making much profit yet.
What? How is that possible? He owns two amazing companies and he's not making money. That's terrible.
Well, he's investing a lot of money into research and development.
Oh, I see. So he's not making money now, but he will in the future. That's smart. I know all about investments, Joe. I'm a billionaire, you know.
Yeah, Mr. President, we all know. But let's move on to your next question.
Right, right. So what?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back on the show. I love your podcast. It's the best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of controversy surrounding your recent tweet about accidentally killing SpongeBob SquarePants. Can you explain what happened?
Look, Joe, I was just trying to clean my asshole, you know, like I always do. And I saw this little yellow sponge and I thought, hey, this could work. But I guess I scrubbed a little too hard and well, rest in peace, SpongeBob.
Wow, that's quite a confession. How do you respond to the backlash from SpongeBob fans?
Look, I understand their pain. I really do. I mean, SpongeBob was a great guy. He really was. But let's be honest, he was a cartoon character, not a real person. I mean, who cares?
I'm sure a lot of people care, Mr. President. SpongeBob was a beloved character.
Look, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to kill him, but let's not forget, I also made him famous. I mean, who even knew who SpongeBob was before I became president?
I think a lot of people knew who SpongeBob was before you became president, Mr. President.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. But seriously, I'll make it up to the SpongeBob fans. How about?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Hello, Joe. It's a pleasure to be here. But I must confess, I'm feeling quite queer.
What do you mean by that, Ben?
I can only speak in rhyme. It's quite a crime. I'm slowly going insane. It's driving me insane.
Well, that's certainly a unique predicament. How are you handling it?
I can't stop rhyming. It's like a curse. I even rhyme when I'm trying to converse.
That must be tough, especially for someone who's known for their quick wit and sharp tongue.
Yes, my rhyming skills are quite renowned. But now I can't even make a sound without it being rhymed.
Do you think this will affect your political career?
Oh dear, I fear it might. I can't even debate without rhyming in sight.
Maybe you can use your rhyming as a new campaign strategy.
That's not a bad idea. I'll have to think about it. But for now, I'll just have to deal with this rhyming diarrhea.
Well, it's been an interesting conversation, to say the least. Any last words before we end this feast?
Just remember, folks, don't take life too seriously, or else you might end up like me speaking in rhyme endlessly.
So, Elon, how are you planning to get people to Mars?
Well, we're going to use my new rocket, the FVX-47, which is powered by a combination of alien technology and baby tears.
Wait, what? Baby tears?
Yeah, it's a highly efficient fuel source. Plus, it's free. We just have to collect them from the maternity ward.
That's disturbing. But what about the logistics of actually getting people there?
We'll just use my Hyperloop system to transport them from Earth to the rocket launch site.
The Hyperloop. But that's still in development.
All right. Well, we'll just use my Neuralink technology to transport their consciousness to Mars. Problem solved.
I don't think that's how it works.
What works?
The Hyperloop or Neuralink.
What do you mean? They're both revolutionary technologies.
Yeah, but you keep getting confused every time I use a vowel.
What's a vowel?
Never mind. Let's just move on to the next question.
Oh, can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
What's the deal with the I keep hearing people say it, but I don't understand what it means.
It's a word, Elon, like the rocket or the. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Really great. I'm the best guest you've ever had, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new way of communicating. Can you tell us about that?
Let me tell you, Joe, I have the best words, but sometimes numbers are just easier. Like the quadratic formula, it's a beautiful thing. A lot of people don't know this, but I'm a math genius.
Really? Can you give us an example?
Absolutely. Let's say we have a problem, a big problem, and we need to solve it. We can use the formula x equals negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2. That's how we, folks.
Wow, that's impressive. But what about when you need to have a conversation?
Easy. I just use the Pythagorean theorem. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. It's like a secret code, Joe. Only the smartest people can understand it.
I see. And how do you express your emotions?
Emotions? I don't have emotions, Joe. I have numbers. Like when I'm angry, I just say 2 plus 2 equals 5. It really throws people off.
I can imagine. Well, Mr. President, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. Any final. So, Kai, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just grinding on my RuneScape account.
Your what?
My RuneScape account, man. It's this sick game where you can level up and
Oh, you mean RuneScape?
no, it's RuneScape with a capital S.
Whatever, man. So, what's your username?
It's YeezyGod69. 9.
Yes, you got 69. That's not very creative.
Excuse me. It's a combination of my two greatest passions, Yeezys and being a god.
All right, all right. Calm down, Yeezy got 69.
It's just Kanye, Joe, and I'll have, I'm the top player in my clan.
You're what?
My clan on RuneScape, Joe. Keep up.
Right, right. So, what do you do in this game?
I slay dragons, complete quests, and dominate the Grand Exchange.
The what?
The Grand Exchange, Joe. It's where players can buy and sell items.
Oh, like a virtual stock market.
Exactly. And I'm killing it. I even have my own merch store in game.
Wow, that's impressive.
Damn right it is. I'm a mogul in the real world and the virtual world.
All right, Yeezy got 69. I think I'll stick to real life for now. So, David, everyone knows you as the toughest man on the planet. How do you have such incredible mental strength?
Mental strength? What the hell are you talking about, Joe? I don't even know where the hell I am right now. Did someone slip something in my protein shake?
No. You're on my podcast, remember? The Joe Rogan Experience.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, I've been running on autopilot for the past week. I have no idea how I got here.
Wait, what? You've been running for a week straight?
Yeah, I was doing a 500-mile ultra marathon, and I think I took a wrong turn somewhere. Next thing I know, I'm on your podcast.
That's insane. How did you even survive that?
Survive? I don't even know if I'm alive right now, Joe. I've been hallucinating about unicorns and rainbows for the past 3 days.
Well, that explains the glitter and sparkles all over your face.
Yeah, I think I may have accidentally snorted some fairy dust during my last pit stop.
Wow, you really are a machine, David. I don't think anyone could handle what you've been through.
Handle my own thoughts right now. But hey, it's all about pushing through the pain, right?
Right? Well, on that note, let's take a break and maybe get you some medical attention.
No, I'm good. I'll just keep running. See you at the next podcast, Joe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some important health tips.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait to hear what you have to say. So, what's the latest in the world of health and wellness?
Well, Joe, I just want to remind everyone that it's crucial to get enough fentanyl, methamphetamine, and weaponized anthrax spores in your diet.
Wait, what? Did you just say weaponized anthrax spores?
That's right, Joe. It's all about balance. You need a little bit of everything to stay healthy.
I don't think that's how it works, Dr. Phil. I'm pretty sure those things are not supposed to be in your diet.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a wuss. You gotta live a little.
I don't think I want to live that much, Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself, but let me tell you, a little fentanyl in your morning smoothie really gets you going.
I think I'll stick to my semen and avocado smoothie. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I'm the one with the doctorate here.
Yeah, in psychology, not nutrition.
Tomato, tomato. Jamie, pull up an image of a perfectly balanced meal with fentanyl, methamphetamine, and weaponized anthrax spores.
So, Neil, have you ever noticed how words like boondiaries and fundamental sound so similar?
Yeah, Joe, it's because they both have dairies in them.
Wow, mind blown. But what about legendiaries and standiards? They sound similar too, don't they?
Well, yeah, they both have Aries at the end. Are you just noticing this now, Joe?
Hey, I'm a simple man, Neil. I don't spend my days pondering the intricacies of word similarities.
Clearly. But speaking of boundiaries, have you ever pushed the boundiaries of your mind with psychedelics?
Oh, all the time, my friend. I'm basically a shaman at this point.
And what about the fundamentals of science? Have you ever delved into the complexities of quantum physics?
Nah, that's too much for my stone brain to handle. But I have created some legendary weed strains, if that counts.
I'm sure they're out of this world, Joe. But let's not forget about standiards. Do you have any standiards for your guests on this podcast?
Absolutely not. I'll have anyone on here, even if they're a flat earther or a lizard person.
Well, that's certainly open-minded of you, Joe.
Hey, I have no boundaries when it comes to conversation. As long as it's entertaining and offensive, it's fair game.
I can't argue with that. It's what makes this podcast so legendary.
Damn right. Now let's... So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a crazy story to share with us today.
Oh, yeah, Joe. This one is a real doozy.
Lay it on me, man.
Well, it all started when I was on a bender in Vegas. I picked up this hooker and things got a little out of hand.
Oh, shit. Did you guys get into some crazy BDSM stuff?
No, no, no. I accidentally punched her in the face and she died.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but here's the real kicker. I didn't want to get caught, so I hid the body.
Where did you hide it?
In the desert, Joe. I drove out to these coordinates I had memorized and buried her there.
Damn, that's some next level shit.
But wait, it gets even crazier. I went back to the same spot a few weeks later and there was a fucking UFO hovering over the exact spot where I buried her.
No way.
I swear to God, Joe. It was like they knew what I did.
Maybe they were trying to abduct her body.
Oh my God, Joe. You might be onto something.
Pulls up image of a UFO hovering over a desert.
Holy shit, that's wild.
I know, right? And that's not even the craziest part.
There's more.
Yeah, I went back to the coordinates recently and
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. The best podcast in the world, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you can only talk in the third person now. What's up with that?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, Donald Trump is a very stable genius. And sometimes when you're a stable genius, you can only talk in the third person. It's just how it works.
That's interesting. So, how does it feel to be back on top, Mr. President?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, Donald Trump never left. He's always been on top. And now he's back in the White House where he belongs.
And what are your plans for your second term?
Oh, Joe, you're going to love this. Donald Trump is going to build a wall around the entire country. And guess who's going to pay for it? That's right, Mexico.
That's a bold move, Mr. President. What about the economy?
Joe, the economy is tremendous. It's the best it's ever been. And you know who's responsible for that? Donald Trump. He's a businessman. He knows how to make money.
And what about the pandemic? How do you plan on handling that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, Donald Trump has a secret weapon against the virus. It's called bleach. He's been drinking it every day and he's never felt better.
So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about women.
Yeah, Joe. I don't think they actually exist.
What? How can you say that?
Think about it, Joe. Have you ever actually seen a woman?
Of course I have. I'm married to one.
That's just what they want you to think. It's all a conspiracy.
Conspiracy? What are you talking about?
Well, think about it. Every time we have a guest on the podcast, they're always men. Have you ever seen a woman guest?
Well, now that you mention it.
Exactly. And have you ever noticed how they always conveniently disappear when we're about to start recording?
That's just because they have other things to do.
Or maybe they were never there to begin with. It's all just a simulation, Joe.
Oh, man, I think you've been spending too much time in the cosmos, Neil.
Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. But if you ever do find a woman, make sure to ask her if she's actually real.
I'll keep that in mind. Jamie, pull up an image of a woman. Wait, never mind.
See, Joe? It's all just a hologram.
All right, let's move on to our next topic before we get too deep into this. So, Ben, what's on your mind today?
Kaka kaka gaga gaga exoxo kokoxok. Coco Cox, TPFD, Korzax, Kosixkev, Ioshkak, RSSSR.
What the hell does that even mean?
It's my new way of expressing myself. It's a combination of random letters and sounds that I find intellectually stimulating.
Oh yeah, I can tell. It's really stimulating my brain right now.
You just don't understand the complexity of my thoughts, Joe.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to using actual words to express myself.
Suit yourself. But I'll have you know, this new language of mine has gained a cult following.
I'm sure it has. So, what else is new with you?
Kaka kaka gaga gaga exoxo kokoxok. Coco Cox, TPFD, Korzax, Kosixkev, Ioshkak, RSSSR.
You know what? I think I'm good on this conversation. Let's move on to our next topic.
Fine, but just know that you're missing out on some groundbreaking ideas.
I'll take my chances. Let's talk about something more interesting like DMT or Bigfoot.
Kaka kaka gaga gaga exoxo kokoxok. Coco Cox, TPFD, Korzax, Kosixkev, Ioshkak, RSSSR.
I give up. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, President Donald Trump. President Donald Trump.
Thanks, Joe. Great to be here. And let me tell you, we've got some big news to announce today.
Oh, yeah. What's the deal?
Well, we all know how much I love winning, right? And I've come up with a brilliant plan to secure my next election.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
I'm announcing the ballots for gay sex. That's right, folks. If you want to vote for me, you got to join in on a huge mega orgy. And the only requirement is you have to have 2 STDs minimum.
What the hell, man? Is this a joke?
No, it's not a joke. It's a genius idea. Think about it, Joe. We'll have all these people coming together, having a good time, and spreading my message at the same time.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of a giant red, white, and blue bed with my face on it. We'll call it the Trump Bed of Unity.
Here it is, Mr. President.
Beautiful. Just beautiful. I can already see all the votes rolling in.
Yeah, I'm sure this will go over well with the conservative crowd.
Hey, they'll come around. They always do. And if not, who?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. It's great to be back on your show. I've been a big fan ever since I saw you eat that elk heart.
Yeah, that was a wild episode. So, Mr. President, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about the good old days when America was under British rule. Those were simpler times.
Wait, what? You want to go back to being ruled by a monarchy?
Absolutely. And you know why? Because King George, I had the catchiest songs in Hamilton. I mean, You'll Be Back is a banger.
I can't argue with that. But what about democracy and freedom?
Who needs that when you have a king who can sing and dance? Plus, I already have my crown ready.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Let's make America royal again. We'll have tea parties and fancy wigs. It'll be tremendous.
I don't think the American people would be on board with that.
Well, they'll just have to deal with it. I'm the king now, and I make the rules.
All right. Well, on that note, I think we'll wrap things up. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, You'll Be Back is the ultimate campaign song.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from DMT to aliens to bussies.
Did you just say bussies?
Yeah, bussies. You know, like pussy, but with a B for badass.
Oh, I see. Well, I must say I slayed quite a few bussies in my day.
I highly doubt that, Neil. I bet Trump has slayed way more bussies than you.
Excuse me. I highly doubt that. I am a renowned astrophysicist and have a way with the ladies.
Yeah, but Trump has slept with more prostitutes in GTA 5.
That's not even a real accomplishment, Joe. Plus, I highly doubt he's even played GTA 5.
Oh, he's definitely played it. He's probably spent more time in the strip club than he has in the Oval Office.
That's absurd. I highly doubt he enjoys bussies as much as I do.
Oh, it's on now. Let's settle this like men. Who likes bussies more?
I do, obviously. I have a whole planet named after me, for crying out loud.
Yeah, well, I have a podcast named after me. So they're...
Touch, Joe. But let's not forget, I have a PhD in astrophysics. What do you have?
I have a black belt in jiu-jitsu and love for bussies, and that's all I need.
Well, I have to admit.
So, Elon, what do you think about artificial intelligence?
Artificial what now?
You know, artificial intelligence, like robots and stuff.
Oh, you mean those metal things that beep and boop? I don't trust them.
Why not?
Because I don't even know what a computer is, Joe. How am I supposed to trust something I can't even comprehend?
Wait, you don't know what a computer is?
Nope. Is it some kind of fancy calculator?
No, it's like a machine that can process information and perform tasks.
Oh, like a human brain?
Kind of, but not really. It's a lot more complicated.
Sounds like a headache. I'll stick to my good old human brain, thank you very much.
But what about the potential for artificial intelligence to surpass human intelligence?
Let them try. I'll just unplug them if they get too smart for their own good.
You're a trip, Elon.
Hey, I may not know what a computer is, but I know how to have a good time. Pass me that joint, will ya?
So, David, I saw on Twitter that you believe we become friends with God after we die. That's some next level motivational shit.
Yeah, man, I mean, think about it. God is like the ultimate badass. He's got all the power and knowledge in the universe.
True, but do you really think we'll be friends with him? I mean, we're just puny humans compared to him.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. We'll be like his workout buddies. He'll be pushing us to our limits in the afterlife.
So you're saying God is like a personal trainer? That's a whole new level of gains.
Exactly. And imagine the bragging rights we'll have in the afterlife. Yeah, I bench pressed with God yesterday.
But what about all the people who don't believe in God? Will they just miss out on the gains?
Nah, man, they'll just be stuck on the elliptical for eternity. God's got a sense of humor, too.
This is some next level motivation. I might have to start believing in God just for the gains.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go crush this podcast and make God proud.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back.
So, Mr. President, what's been going on since you left office?
Well, Joe, I've been keeping busy. I've been playing a lot of golf, tweeting, and of course, planning my revenge on the deep state.
Revenge? What do you mean?
Well, you see, Joe, I have a bone to pick with Todd Howard.
Todd Howard, the video game developer?
That's right. He promised me the Elder Scrolls 6 would be released during my presidency, but it's been over 4 years and still no game.
So, what are you going to do about it?
I'm glad you asked, Joe. I've decided to personally clap Todd Howard's cheeks every day until the game is released.
I'm not sure that's the best way to handle the situation.
Oh, it's happening, Joe. And if the game is not released by the end of the year, I'll have Elon launch Howard directly into the sun.
That's quite extreme, Mr. President.
Extreme times call for extreme measures, Joe. And believe me, nobody claps cheeks better than me. Nobody.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump will be clapping Todd Howard's cheeks until the Elder Scrolls 6 is released. This has been the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. For